Welcome, my friends. I hope you're all doing well. And today, guys, we are here with the Faction War. So this is a new format here on the channel. Very exciting stuff where we have 16 players. So it may seem like it's going to be an all-day event, but no, it is actually all best of ones because each player in this tournament, as you can see here on this bracket, is going to be a champion of a specific faction, which you guys saw on the beginning of the screen. So let's go ahead and break it down. But firstly, I'd like to begin by saying today's tournament is indeed sponsored by the Kittens vs. Puppies, the card game. So of course, you guys saw all the details in that game earlier, and there will be links to the card game as well as their Kickstarter channel over the course of the tournament. So the card game, of course, was created by the great Shadow Online Gaming, who is here in chat, a fellow content creator in the Total War community. So please make sure to check him out. And Shadow, please drop a link over to your Kickstarter, and we're going to get this show on the road. So here, if we go up here, you can see the opening thumbnail is going to show all the goodies. We have Felcon as the champion of the Old Ones, Zero as the champion of the Dark Gods, Grombrindle making the ancestors proud as always. Soothsayer is going to be the son of Sigmar for today. Hadri's going to be coming in with those Dark Elves, certainly going to be quite spicy. Perhaps some Malekith, some Wrathy. And to no surprise, next we have Xiphos, who's going to be leading the Wood Elves with his Way Watchers and probably a mighty Glady, snaring down his prey. Odium Raim going to be on the Vampire Counts. We're going to see if the cattle quail today. I believe that's what he says. I think he's like the cattle's quail or something like that. Chosen One always makes me think of Kung Pao. He is going to be on the Vampire Coast. Crabbling on the Skaven. Aerocrastic on the Tomb Kings. El Halcón on Bretonnia. Flying Taco coming in with that Taco Beastmen play. Romulan Dog going to be the wild card because there are only 15 factions in the game, not including sub-factions. So Romulan is going to be our champ playing the Pirates of Sartosa, which are a pretty unique faction. They have access to a couple different units and definitely have their own kind of defined playstyle. Vicious Satsuma is going to be our Greenskin champion, bringing in the big old Wa. Ulrich Rahl, champion of the Dark Gods as well, coming in with the Northern Norskins. And last but not least, we have Zablaski, who's going to be on the High Elves. And let's go ahead and take a look at our bracket for today. So if we look, we have Soothsayer against Zablaski here in the first game. Satsuma against Romulan Dog coming up next. Rain versus Crabbling, Zero versus Xiphos, El Halcón versus Flying Taco, Ulrich Rahl versus Grombrindle, Chosen One versus Aerocrastic, and Felcon versus Hadri's to close out the first side of the bracket. So those are all best of ones. Everything in this tournament is best of ones with the exception of the grand finals, which we will make a best of three. And Eric, thank you so much for the 20. And okay, man, really appreciate it. Steam Tanks have feelings too. Well, perhaps we'll see some Steam Tanks today. It is time. Yes, make sure to check out Shadow Online Gaming's Kickstarter. He is indeed sponsoring today's prize pool. It's going to be $150 for first place, $75 for second place, and then the last $25 is going to be voted on by you guys at the end of the stream for a People's Champion. So we're going to have a vote for that. If there's a build you really liked or someone who got far but didn't quite make it and you want to kind of boost them up, you can throw that vote their way. So on that note, guys, let us begin. No more games. The time for half measures is over. We are in our first match of the day, which is going to be Soothsayer facing off against Zablaski. So we have the champion of the Empire taking on the champion of the High Elves here. It looks like we got to put a screen blocker up because for some reason I can see his build. Oh, that's right, because I'm not hosting. That's too bad. Here we go. We can do this one. Anyways, these players are they're pals. They shouldn't cause any problems there. And Sooth has been changing his build nonstop pretty much. Starting. Let's go. And here we go. So it's going to be Soothsayer facing off against Zablaski, Empire versus High Elves in the first game. Which is going to be the first faction to be eliminated? Is it going to be the Sons of Sigmar, or is it going to be the, the Bros of Teclis and Tyrion? We'll find out. Yeah, very excited for this. Very excited indeed. Yeah, welcome to the stream, guys. I can see it's only a couple minutes in, and we already have 407 people, which is very cool. So hopefully you guys like this format. If this is a format that you guys seem to find exciting over the course of the tournament, and I get feedback on that, for future weeks, I can make this something that's like bi-weekly. We do it like once every 2 weeks. We get 16 players. We just go in and, that would give us some really cool data to see which factions, of course, and yeah, they can get counter picks in the bracket and things like that, but I think it'd be a really cool, useful kind of tool to see which, factions tend to do well. Granted, of course, there's players like Soothsayer who could probably play some of the worst factions and probably still have a good chance of winning this thing simply because they're so good at the game and have such good understanding, mechanics, and everything like that. But nonetheless, should be cool. One sec, guys. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. Just had to change a couple of things here in the room. You guys like the face swap? Yeah, it's pretty good for sure. It's quite disturbing, actually, if you ask me. All right, and here we are, guys. Game one of the day. Soothsayer representing the Empire facing off against Zablaski and the dreaded Double Eagle. Oh man, gonna be some gooning for sure. So for the forces of the Empire, we have a pretty badass pick here. Guys, we have the Sunmaker coming in. Now, the Sunmaker is something that, you know, I didn't know if I was the only one, but I had been using the Sunmaker against High Elves the past couple of weeks. Not for a long time, but like I was playing on ladder a couple times against decent High Elf players. And the Sunmaker is actually pretty good. It does decent damage against all their infantry. It can take apart archers pretty well. And yeah, it's really good range. I'm very excited to see the Sunmaker in action here. We do also have Swordsmen. So Soothsayer typically plays like this. With Empire, he'll use a front line of like state troops and swordsmen and just get insane value out of his Empire Knights and his Demogryph Knights and his other troops like that. So in total, we have Empire Knights, and on the far side, we have one group of Reiksguard Knights, and the Royal Gryphites, of course, going to be on monster hunting duty. On top of that, Soothsayer is going to be coming in with Volkmar the Grim on his mighty chariot and a Jade Wizard as well. So certainly a very powerful build. Volkmar is tough to kill. He has really high magic resist, plus he does also have decent missile resist. I mean, just average of 15%. But if you're getting shot at by like Sisters of Averlorn, or if Volkmar is being attacked by any of the Phoenixes, so the Frostheart Phoenix or the Flamespire Phoenix, he's going to be taking a lot less damage than you know, most characters would. So Volkmar definitely very scary. He pretty much wrecks the High Elf Infantry Corps, and he's no joke. So for the forces of Zablaski, let's take a look. The dreaded double Great Eagle. So the Great Eagles are actually pretty good at gooning out casters. A lot of times you'll see High Elf players get the Great Eagles and you know, simply go after like the Jade Wizard or the casters or those other kind of vulnerable characters like that. And one sec, guys, just gotta adjust my fan setting on the PC. There's always something I'm forgetting. And yeah, Great Eagle's really good at gooning characters. On top of that, two groups of the Sisters of Averlorn. So definitely a very good call in bringing Volkmar. He's a great counter. He can drop Banishment on them. He's very, very tough to snipe out for a lot of these things like Fireborn and, you know, even Sisters of Averlorn. So good pick there for sure. Front line of Spearmen, one group of white lines just to have some troop quality here. The Fireborn going to make pretty quick work of most of those Empire infantry, or excuse me, cav units, with the exception, of course, of the, what are those things called? The Royal Gryphites. Sorry, guys, I just woke up like 45 minutes ago, so bear with me as I get things kickstarted here in this tournament. Teclis is always pretty good. If you're going to go for sister play, Teclis is a great choice because he can net down the targets you're trying to snipe. And in the back, we do also have the Keepers of the Flame. So interesting pick. Pretty good tech against like Empire Cav. Granted, Volkmar will make pretty good work of these guys because of his magic damage and the banishments and some other effects and the Grand Soulfires. But yeah, decent tech against like Empire heavy Cav play. And of course, there's a ton coming in here for the Empire. Good luck, have fun. No need to wait once in game. So guys, who's it going to be? Who is going to be the first faction to be eliminated here from the faction war? Remember, there is a champion for every single faction. So regardless of what you guys like, whatever you're into, whatever kind of weird stuff you like, there's going to be something here for you here in this tournament. So Great Eagles are going to be surging forward. Empire unleashing the Sunmaker, which I think is a great pick here against these archers. It could potentially do some good work here. And look at that. I mean, just a single tip of the volley making contact with those Sisters of Avalorn, taking them down like 7 models to about 40% HP. That is some huge value for sure. I mean, if it's able to take out one group of sisters, it's almost already paid for itself. But it's not just paying for itself, it's also mitigating incoming damage. So for example, if he's able to, you know, do enough damage to take out models, it's going to be less damage that he's taking in return. Looks like Soothsayer does also have some crossbow, which is interesting. So Sisters unleashing a volley into the Swordsman in the front. Sunmaker, another volley here coming in, and man, doing some huge damage for sure. Oh my god, they're just getting wrecked by the Sunmaker. Brutal stuff, and Volkmar the Grim just waiting on the ground. It looks like the Great Eagle wants to go down there, but there are Spearmen, there's the Gryphites. That would be a very, very quick doom for that Eagle. So far, the MVP has by far been the Sunmaker. This thing's just been tearing into the High Elf forces as they're just getting annihilated by the dreaded Sunmaker. So it looks like Zablaski may be trying to hide behind the tree line a little bit. I mean, you know, nerfing his own fire prowess a little bit, but trying to mitigate the incoming damage from the Sunmaker. So other shot coming in, and it looks like that one wasn't so accurate. That is the nature of those Hellstorm rocket batteries. Sometimes they just completely whiff, but when they make contact, especially the ROR one, it can really do some serious damage. So in the front line, you can see the Sons of Sigmar, or Swordsmen, just metaphorical Sons of Sigmar, going to be charging in. Empire Knights coming in for a charge as well against these Spearmen, and Volkmar the Grim is going to be hammering into this front line, and that is going to be pretty powerful for sure. He does have a bonus for his infantry and some really, really good kind of punch with his chariot here. So you can see here the Fireborn going to be looking for an opportunity to engage, but it seems like they're having some trouble. Net of Amnitok is going to be going down on Volkmar, and the two Great Eagles going to be jumping on Volkmar. Nice layering of debuffs by Zablaski. Enfeebling Foe going down as well, but Volkmar does pop his Shield of Faith, and the Grand Soulfire goes down as well. It doesn't do damage against single entities, really. Perhaps he should have waited a moment just for the Fireborn to get in there, but Volkmar is probably going to be able to pull out this way and get through his ranks. But nonetheless, the battle's pretty even at this point. Volkmar is taking a lot of damage, And it looks like a little bit of a lapse here. As you can see, these Reiksguard Knights were kind of waiting behind the formation, a little bit kind of clumped up there, but oh, they're just going to be hammering into these Spearmen. And yeah, that whole engagement did not go terribly well. Volkmar was able to get away, and a lot of resources were used. Oh no, and a huge banishment back here from Volkmar just absolutely wrecks those Sisters of Avalorn and goes into the Keepers of Flame. Oh man, Volkmar the Grim punishing that formation. And you can see the High Elf Spearmen in the front line just getting, mowed down basically by Volkmar. The Great Eagles trying their best to goon him, but he's tough. He's a tough cookie for sure. 100 armor regeneration, not the best melee defense because he is on a chariot and typically they don't have good melee defense, but yeah, Volkmar the Grim's holding really, really well. On top of that, the Sunmaker is just tearing into these forces, and it looks like the Empire is really starting to take control of this game. They have a lot of cav units in reserve, and if anything gets through, like the Spearmen, the Empire Knights and the Reiksguard Knights are just swarming them and just beating them down, doing just such a solid job. Now, of course, we have some white lines over here doing pretty good, getting through the Spearmen, but now comes Volkmar the Grim on his Doom and Destruction chariot. He's going to be riding through these forces pretty well, and you can see the white lines definitely not happy about this. Could potentially be terror routed, not immediately, but over a period of time here in this battle. In the back, Zablasky going to be grabbing these Great Eagles and trying to jump onto the Royal Altdorf Griffites. Maybe no, he was actually going after the other Knights, but oh, the Griffites coming back in for a countercharge against Fireborn. He also does have the buffering of some Spearmen, and a lot of Empire Knights are being sent there. While in the meantime, Soothsayer is going to be grabbing these Empire Knights, probably going up and around and trying to finish off the last of those Sisters. Now, the Bounce Power is actually being pulled back a little bit. It looks like Zablasky is coming in with a bit of a second win and is doing a good job pulling the Bounce of Power back. Also, guys, remember that the Sunmaker is going to run out of ammo, and it's a pretty expensive piece, so that does count a lot towards the Bounce of Power. So now we have Volkmar the Grim coming in to help this battle out. Empire Knights against Fireborn isn't necessarily the best situation, but with Volkmar dropping some buffs, it could potentially change the dynamic of this engagement. On top of that, some Empire Spearmen coming in from the back lines to help out. And guys, it looks like Zablasky might be able to pull this game back towards the middle. Very, very even match here, but nice pick in the back line for Sooth, as he is able to get the Empire Knights and basically shut down both of the remnants of the Sisters of Avalorn. In the meantime, though, Fireborn surging into the back, it looks like they're going to be chasing off. Oh, that would be really, really bad for Sooth. If he actually loses the Griffites, it looks like they got broken in that engagement against the Fireborn plus the double Great Eagle. So if the Griffites get pushed off the battlefield, that's a pretty big loss for sure. Granted, I think Volkmar may be a little bit tough for them to handle. I mean, Volkmar is just a beast. Really good play here by Zablasky, getting the Great Eagle, chasing off the Griffites, who are still, in fighting shape. There's 14 of those guys. That is a lot of punch. So, unfortunate for Sooth, he does lose that. Now, he does have Volkmar the Grim, still pretty healthy. In the back line, he's got some Reiksguard Knights, who, of course, are putting up a good fight as well. But Volkmar needs to get back here. He needs to drop some Soulfire bombardments and some other effects like that. And it looks like one's going to be going down right on top of him here, which should do some pretty substantial damage. Oh, getting some nice damage in there against those elite troops. But this is a close game, guys. This is just razor close. Even though the bounce power does show Empire favor, there's still a couple powerful troops left. Although, oh, the Great Eagle gets terrified by Volkmar's mustache. It is no joke. So the Great Eagle is going to be pushed back as well. I believe the other Great Eagle is in okay shape, and the Fireborn are actually terrified as well. They're very beat up. They only have 6 models. They had a very pitched fight there against the Demogryph Knights. So over here, the Sons of Sigmar appear to be rallying in the 4th quarter as the Great Eagle does come back, but some of the Empire Knights and Reiksguard Knights are going to be getting a nice charge right here. And you can see this Great Eagle is going to get pinned down. Fireborn coming in, not Fireborn, excuse me, the Great Eagle plus the Keepers of the Flame as well with their bonus first large, and that could be a game changer as well. Keepers of the Flame still have 35 models. They're not unbreakable, but they're certainly very tough to kill, and they're very, very good against these Empire Knights, and decent against Volkmar. Granted, he can cycle charge them pretty well. Reiksguard going to be pulling back up to 29 kills on these bad boys. Going to be surging in here, hammering into the exposed flank of these troops right here, charging through the tree line. You can see a couple of those Keepers of the Flame being run over by the brave Sons of Sigmar here, and it looks like some crossbowmen from the Empire have come back as well out of nowhere. Now, as far as the bounce goes, it's certainly pretty favored here for the Empire at this point. As Volkmar the Grim is pretty much just running over all of these forces. But man, it has been a really, really pitched battle for sure. Zablasky almost brought that one back. You can see Spearmen going to be going in. A nice brace. Right before they get charged, Zablasky is able to brace. But I think the sheer numbers of the Empire Cav right here are going to be able to overwhelm the Spearman position, especially with Volkmar causing terror. Now, as far as leadership goes for Zablasky, he does, of course, have Teclis. Teclis still here, ready to party, but Teclis is not the best combatant. He would probably have trouble beating these 31 Spearmen right here, plus there's also a Jade Wizard nearby, who's not a bad warrior as well. There's a Great Eagle up in the sky, a couple High Elf Spearmen here, and at this point, good play here by Zablasky. Basically, he just wants to rally his forces, get his Spearmen, get his White Lions, and just try and make a bit of a desperate last stand. But this is the thing. Volkmar is so hard to kill. He is just an absolute unit. As far as HP, he's got about 5,000. He's got 100 armor, but that regeneration plus the magic resistance can make him pretty tough to kill, especially for high elves who are going to be banking on like Sisters of Avalorn for their really juicy AP values. I was actually expecting a Karl Franz pick, and as a matter of fact, in the lobbies, Soothsayer did have Karl Franz picked for a long time, but at the last second, he switched to the power of the mustache here in this matchup, and it seems to have been a good decision. So here comes the Empire Knights charging in, getting a beautiful charge against those unbraced spearmen. And it looks like the White Lions are going to be running for the hills as Banishment's coming down as well from Volkmar the Grim. Man, so much value out of Volkmar. He was able to just nuke troops the entire game, banish the Sisters in the back line, and here comes the Soulfire, pounding into a lot of these retreating High Elf forces. Now, as far as what the High Elves have left, pretty much single entities. They have a couple spears left. Okay, so they have spears here, a little bit of a unit here of 35, but they're about to be rode down. Their backs facing the charge, and brutal stuff coming in from the Empire Knights. And a lot of people, are like, Empire Knights have such terrible stats, but in the hands of a good player, man, their 110 armor can go a really, really long way. Now, as far as the bounce of power goes, it looks like that's going to be army losses, but I have to say, very well played as Blaski. That was a very well-fought game. He had some very adverse situations affect him, and he almost came back, pulled that game back towards the middle, and altered the bounce of power. It was a very good game. So for our first game of the day, the first winner is going to be the Empire. So the Empire, for anyone who's a fan of the Sons of Sigmar, is going to be advancing on. Very well played to these two fine gentlemen, and it is a single elimination tournament. So Zablaski and the High Elves are going to be eliminated, but I mean, he had to fight Soothsayer. He played an extremely good game. It was pretty even, and it was definitely a very, very well played match. So let's go ahead and go to the Faction Wars bracket. We're going to be grabbing Soothsayer up from the top here, moving him to the next round, making his name a little bit larger to fit the proper text. We're doing it. Thank you guys for joining. What a battle. What a battle indeed. Yes. Yes. Yeah, the High Elves almost had a comeback there. It was a good match. So very well played as Zablaski. Now Soothsayer is going to be facing the winner of Vicious Satsuma and Romulan Dog, which is going to be our next match of the day. So well played, well played. They're discussing some tactics about the game, exploring what they think might have been good, what might have been bad. And now we're going to be jumping over to our next match of the day. Let's go ahead and refresh the list, and hopefully the matches will actually show up. There's not like an issue with Steam or something. That would be really unfortunate. We should be able to get through this pretty quick, too. The players are very well organized. They have all the lobbies ready, rearing and ready to go. We just need to update the nameplates. So the second match of the day is going to be Romulan Dog as Sartosa facing off against Vicious Satsuma on the Greenskins. So now let us go ahead and jump back to the lobbies here. And we'll just update the nameplates and all that stuff. And we're good to go. So we're just going to do the shortened versions of their names here. Hopefully they don't mind, because both of their names are quite long. And we will put Romulan. I think we can fit. It'll fit okay. Thank you guys so much for joining today. I can see we have 909 people already, 23 minutes into the stream. That is a deep one. And I'm very excited to have you guys here. Hey, be a pleasure to play your Greenskin, says Romulan Dog. Absolute sportsman. As a matter of fact, there were some conspiracy theories that our champion of Sartosa, Romulan Dog, was going to be coming in with the I don't know what it would be, eight bloated corpses. I think there was some rumors about that. We'll see if that is indeed his build. And let's do it. Let's do it to it. So Vicious Satsuma is going to be on the forces of the Greenskins. He is the champion of the WA. So guys, if you're a Greenskin fan, let's hear it here in chat. Vicious Satsuma is going to be your champ of the day. However, if the pirate's life is for you, you like to plunder and do all that fun stuff, Romulan Dog is going to be our Sartosa champion. And even a truer pirate probably than the actual Vampire Ghost, although it's a little bit tricky to say. So we'll see how this goes. And also, guys, remember today's tournament is indeed sponsored by the Kittens vs. Puppies card game. They're putting up a pretty substantial prize support of $250. So make sure to check them out on Kickstarter. Our mods will be dropping links over the course of the tournament. If they could drop one now, that would be excellent. So they are putting in $250 out of their own pocket, all of which is going to the players. So 150 for first, 75 for second, and then for the third place, we're going to have the People's Champion vote, which I'll be putting a straw poll up, and we'll let it go for a full 24 hours or something, or we could do it at the end of the stream. We'll figure out a way to do it at the end, and that will be going to the People's Champion. So essentially, it's like the third place. So this is the second match of the day. It's going to be Greenskins against Sartosa. Who is going to be advancing on to face the Sons of Sigmar? Certainly, I mean, both. I think Greenskins plus, Sartosa. I mean, obviously, Sartosa is more of a limited faction, but I think they both have good tools against Empire. Vampire Coast would probably have a harder time. Granted, the Sartosa infantry are pretty good against state troops, so there is some variables that really change up the equation in that matchup. Oh, yeah. I'm loving it. I am loving it. Look at this build. Oh, Romulan, yes, yes, yes. Check it out. All right, guys. So Romulan's out coming in here with the dreaded Queen Bess. So, of course, the Pirates of Sartosa bringing Bess, which is a great choice. I think Bess is a solid pick against Greenskins because Bess is so damn good against the Greenskin Dock Alliance. And pretty much every Greenskin player and their mom and their dog and their cat, their gerbil, their guinea pig, loves to bring like a million archers against Vampire Coast. So having Queen Bess to just perpetually put pressure on the archer line is solid. And guys, we have the quad bloat. Romulan's out coming in with 4 bloated corpses. And now we know what we're going to be focusing on. So I think Romulan going for that $25 Champion of the People prize. Already probably in the lead here with the quad bloated corpse build, which I believe is as many as the tournament does allow. And for his main line, he's got deckhand mobs. He's got a couple Sartosa free company, so some pirate infantry. And looks like there's going to be 2 gunnery whites on a crab. No, Vampire Fleet Admiral with a pistol on a crab and a gunnery white to probably give Queen Bess a little bit more ammunition, as well as the ballistics calibration, perhaps, but probably just more ammo. A couple scurvy dogs as well, and we do have a rotting Leviathan. Greenskins do have some trouble with big terror-causing monsters, so having the Leviathan to kind of just be in the center line and tank that, archer fire is very, very good. So great army. Romulan, going for that hero prize. And now for the forces of Satsuma, let's take a look here. He does have a Goblin Wolf Chariot. I'm not really sure. Maybe just run some disruption, shut down archer lines, or maybe just to hunt down bloated corpses. Who knows? Savage Orc Biggins across the entire front line, which is pretty standard because they beat down the infantry pretty well for Vampire Coast. And on top of that, they're pretty good against like Morgul's and monsters with their bonus versus large. Got a bunch of archers in the back, couple Spider Riders led by a Goblin Big Boss, and it looks like Wurzog. And we got the AP Kaluni, some Spider Riders. This is a pretty traditional, like, competitive build against the Vampire Ghost. And as a matter of fact, I, used to think when the matchup first came out that it was favored for the Vampire Coast, but now I actually think it's like, it's relatively even, but I would say slightly favored for, at least in my experience, from Greenskins. But I don't know, I guess it really depends. It really depends. I've always had trouble with this matchup from a Coast perspective, but maybe I'm a bit of a scrub in that respect. All right, start when ready. Satsuma's like, gonna be embarrassing if I lose now. Though to be fair, I never play against Sartosa, so who knows? Oh, because they were just talking about how the Satsuma thinks it's favored for the Greenskins. He was just telling Romulan, I think it's favored, so we'll see how that goes. Romulan going to be taking up a high ground position with his dreaded quad bloat. He does have a couple ways to hide them. He can hide them in the tree lines, and honestly, if you get a bloaty boy into some Savage Orc Biggins, that is like a huge value trade. Like, that's a good trade. Bloaty boys, I think, cost somewhere in the 300s. And, Savage Orc Biggins are pretty expensive. And they get one-shotted, essentially, if you get, like, a good center mass punch there. So Romulan taking up this high ground position, getting the bloated corpses ready. And I'm going to minimize 1 second and just check something. Oh, man, the quad bloat coming in. We have a donation coming in as well. I see a couple from Tamontin. Thank you so much for the 10. Great game to kick off this tournament. Hey, man, I'm glad you're enjoying it. And we got Love Ogard for 50 SEK. Thanks for casting and giving the community something to watch. And the K-Dog coming in with a fat 20. Your Emperor commands you to win, Soothsayer. Well, for you Empire fans, you certainly have a very powerful champion. Granted, every player in this tournament is capable of winning. We have a ton of good players here. So, yeah, I mean, obviously, I think if Romulan wins with quad bloat here, I think he may deserve the title just for that. It's already, bringing in the quad bloat. That's a bit of a, a setback for sure. It looks like in the back, oh, he's got some scurvy dogs back here as well. Scurvy dogs, decent at shutting down archer play. Granted, that's what's really good about Greenskins is their archers are very, very good against harass units because they have decent combat stats. So like they can turn around with their 39 weapon strength and like actually fight the scurvy dogs. So the Queen Bess play is going to be really important here for sure. The first Bessie shot coming in and doing some nice damage against those Savage Orcs. Not that bad. It only kills one model. Mostly HP damage. It could have been way worse, but Bess is going to keep going. Romulan probably wants to just kind of cycle the shots. Just go back and forth and switch targets here. Here comes another shot right into the center mass. Oh, that was brutal. Those Savage Orc Biggins just getting wrecked. They're steady 22 leadership right now. So now at this point, switching targets probably is going to be the better choice. And it looks like Romulan has hid some of the bloat over here. So he has 2 bloat in this tree line. Although Satsuma might be able to discover that. I don't know if he's expecting it. Because there is a substantial prize pool for the tournament. So I don't know if players are going to be expecting that kind of shenanigan treachery, Hard to say. So Queen Bessie's shot coming in here once again, going after the front line. So Romulan opting to go after the frontline troops, which certainly isn't a bad idea. Gunnery White going to be taking some shots here, but the crabs are pretty heavily armored, and it looks like Romulan is going to be summoning some gunnery mobs and sending in the Rotting Leviathan to attack the Savage Orcs, which is away from the archers. So here comes another shot from Bessie, making some decent contact there. So far Bessie's done some good work. And here it looks like the Vampire Fleet Admiral was blasted. Wurzog sending a wave of Wa magic over here, slamming into the Vampire Fleet Admiral. Queen Bess continuing to shoot, and here comes the first bloat. Oh, baby. And 2 bloats coming from the flank as well. So here they come, charging into the front line. Is it going to make impact? I don't think Satsuma sees this. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, they just got wrecked. Look at that. Destroyed. Just absolutely gone. And this bloat's going to be going in as well, jumping into these Savage Orcs. And so far, the bloaty boys are paying for themselves. Look at the absolute destruction they're wreaking on the front line. And now 2 more bloated corpses coming from the flank of the map. And they might be able to take out these archers, which would be a super powerful play. So a couple of troops have certainly been collapsed here, and Romulan probably just beelining here on focus with these bloated corpses. And I don't think Satsuma is aware of this. I don't think he's expecting it. And here they come. So this archer group's going to be taking a direct bloat, and the other one's going to be taking a bloat as well. These guys might just be going down here because this is going to hit both of them here. Here it comes. Another shot. Oh man, just pure destruction. And guys, with that, Sartosa pulls ahead on the balance of power with the quad bloat. So now Romulan basically just has to make sure Queen Bess doesn't get compromised. If he can keep Bessie alive and make sure she keeps shooting, I honestly think he might be in relatively good shape. That is some insane play. All 4 bloated corpses make great contact. So at this point, it's up to him, you know. And here you can see the rotting Leviathan is going to get slapped with an effigy. It's a little bit beat up at this point, but Romulan has gotten some scurvy dogs back here onto the rusty arrows, which is a great pick. I think the rotting Leviathan probably needs to fall back here and try and get some heals and get back to this side of the formation. The Greenskins still are surging through. Their numbers advantage is pretty substantial here. Queen Bess in the back line still in line, but now being attacked here. Romulan needs to make sure to protect Bess against these Spider Riders. It's a little bit tough though. Greenskins are swarming everywhere. Sartosa Free Company putting up a decent fight here against the Spider Riders as well. Guys, and it looks like Romulan Dog is pulling ahead on the bounce of power as now he has another wave of scurvy dogs. Now, I think if Romulan can keep this rotting Leviathan alive and make sure that it doesn't get, taken out by the archers here, a nice invocation, I think he's going to be in pretty good shape. If he can just fall back and use the rotting Leviathan on top of Queen Bess to peel instead of fighting here and just like throw zombie summons and other things like that in the front, I think he'll be in good shape. So Queen Bessie still going strong. Another shot coming in here right into the center mass of those Savage Orc Arrow Boys. Insane stuff. And his scurvy dogs are shutting down the Night Goblin archers. If Romulan can make sure to push those guys off, man, that would be insane value for sure. So the Vampire Fleet Admiral here is going to be fighting against the Savage Orc Biggins. Here comes a shot here, dropping right into the center. Another decent amount of damage there. The Frenzy is now probably gone on these guys. Bounce of Power is pretty damn close. This is actually a really, really even game, guys. It's like down to the wire. So here you can see Rotting Leviathan is going to be helping out against the Savage Orc Biggins, and what's really good for him is he has the support of some Sartosa Free Company, which means if they can break the frenzy of the Savage Orcs, they'll probably get terror routed off by the Rotting Leviathan, which is still alive. Gunnery White in the back is going to be falling back. Bessie's still going in, guys, and I don't know, this is just going to be so close. Rotting Leviathan going to try and take out that Goblin Big Boss, but it definitely doesn't want to overchase, and he just needs to make sure to keep Bess alive. That's really kind of the key to it. On the back line, you can see a bit of a mass exodus for the Greenskin Archers, going to be running under the pressure of the Scurvy Dogs and Queen Bess. But we still have the Warlords boys. We have a couple of archers over here as well, and the Sartosa Pirates actually doing a really good job pushing back some Savage Orcs, now engaging against some very beat up Biggins. And here you can see the Spider Riders are going to be committing, trying to shut down Queen Bess, but oh, nice Brainbuster right there, doing a ton of damage against the defensive halberds. I think that Satsuma knows that Bessie needs to go down because she pretty much doesn't have infinite ammo, but of course, the Gunnery White here is going to be able to drop some fat ammunition buffs here. And oh, it looks like the Goblin Big Boss is absolutely crab-slapped by Romulan's Rotting Leviathan. That is very, very strong here. So here comes another blast, going to be dropping in, and it makes okay contact. It hits the Savage Orcs. The Pirate Infantry here, the Sartosa Free Company, still confident, doing a decent job against Warlords boys. And there are a couple of archers coming back online as well. It looks like Romulan has some free company he's going to be sending over there to try and deal with those. Now, I wonder where he's going to go with the Rotting Leviathan. I think he's playing right. I think Romulan keeping it high and tight and defending Queen Bess is the right choice, but both sides are very, very beat up here, guys. I mean, Warzog's in good shape. Warlords boys are in pretty good shape. If the archers get shut down, if somehow Romulan can make sure these archers do not get to shoot at the big crab, and he's able to get another invo, for example, I think he'll be in good shape here. But if the archer line is able to stabilize, come in, focus down Queen Bess, focus down the crab beast, I think that's going to be relatively tough here for the Vampire Coast. So what is Bessie shooting? It looks like she's going to be turning her sights over here to the Orc Arrow Boys once again. We do, of course, have the AP Loonies and some other quote-unquote elite troops coming in, but the Vampire Fleet Admiral is going to be surging in. Nice Brainbuster. Really, really good play there by Satsuma. He's been doing that all day and getting a ton of damage. Oh, direct shot right in the face of those Savage Orc Arrow Boys. -16. They are probably going to break. And the front line here, you can see the Vampire Fleet Admiral plus the giant enemy crab here, the Rotting Leviathan, just going to town here on the Goblins. The AP Loonies will keep fighting, of course. And the Gunnery White's also a really powerful tool. It's certainly very, very tough to break. Here you can see that the Savage Orc Biggins are coming back in. Queen Bessie was able to break off those archers, and I would imagine she's going to be switching her sights over here onto the other group of archers. The Savage Orc Arrow Boy is certainly going to take a lot of damage. Oh, and the Goblin Shaman going to be getting taken out for sure, so that means one less missile attack as well as the Rod. So the Rod isn't going to be here. And do I have the Bounce of Power wrong? Because I feel like currently the Vampire Coast is probably in a bit of a stronger position, but it looks like the balance is slightly favored. I don't know. Hard to say. Maybe I got it backwards. Just looking at the flags wrong. Anyways, Vampire Fleet Admiral back here going to be trying to peel off the goblins, allowing Queen Bess to continue to fight. There's not too many supporting elements for Bess, but as far as what Coast has, I mean, they have a couple powerful single entities left. They, of course, have the Rotting Leviathan. Bess ripping off another shot here into the Rusty Airs, which should be enough to finish them. And it looks like, oh, a direct hit. That is just pure brutality. There are some Savage Orcs left, but guys, I don't think there's anything here for the Greenskins that can actually deal with what's left here. Like, I don't know, the Rotting Leviathan's still pretty healthy. There's probably some Winds of Magic. Bessie is still ripping shots off here into the fourth quarter. And here it comes right into the face of those Savage Orc Airboys. Just absolute destruction of those, as those guys get shattered here. And guys, the Greenskins appear to be in mass exodus. Is Romulan going to win? So I had the bounce power backwards the whole time. Okay, my apologies, guys. But nonetheless, hopefully you guys still enjoyed the commentary in the game. But Queen Bess coming in. It looks like the Rotting Leviathan's going to be going after Wurzog, who is the last hope for the Greenskins. There's nothing left. I don't think they can win this. A-Peak Looney's back here, of course, doing a pretty good job against Bessie, but the Rotting Leviathan is a meaty threat for sure. You can see Wurzog dropping some missile attacks here on the Vampire Fleet Admiral at the very end. And GG, he's saying. Man, the Quad Bloat ambushes, and the Quad Bloat won the game. They killed like 2 Savage Orc Biggins, 2 Archer units right out of the gates. And like, you see, that's the thing. Nobody expects the meme, right? And it just came in, did some work. Absolute lunacy. Absolute lunacy. So the Night Goblin Shaman here is going to be running for his life as he's shot by a Gunnery Wight as well as a Vampire Fleet Admiral. Queen Bessie is finally destroyed by a horde of angry goblins, but I just don't see this happening. I think the single entities left here for the Vampire Ghosts are just far too strong, and they're just going to be shooting at the Goblin here. And you can see that the A-Peak Loonies... Oh, FG of the Git coming down. I mean, maybe if the Goblins can shank out the Vampire Fleet Admiral here. I think maybe just going after the Goblins with all your stuff probably is the best bet. Although chasing Wurzog isn't a bad idea either. You know, he's on foot, so if this crab catches him, the crab's going to be able to do some great work. Granted, the Vampire Fleet Admiral's having some problems here. Looks like he's going to be attacking Wurzog. But the Goblins can keep pace. They have 35 speed with poison. He's got 34, so it looks like he's just trying to goon Wurzog, which certainly isn't a bad idea. So going after him. Great stuff here. A-Peak Loonies and Satsuma trying their best to scrap, but I just don't think it's going to be enough. Guys, the Quad Bloat has done it. Sartosa is going to be advancing. The last of the Goblins going to be crumbling under the weight of these crabs. I cannot believe it. What an insane game. The bloated quad ambush in a competitive format versus one of the best greenskin players out there, and he pulls it off. What a champion. I cannot believe it. Well, okay then. So guys, there you have it. There you have it indeed. That was absolute lunacy. We have a couple donations coming in from Jack Dempsey for tenor. Glad to catch you live and give you some support. Love the dreadedness. Simon and Ardron. 20 CA for the Bloody Boys, and then we have one from Havik as well, saying random props from Germany, great content. Oh, that's actually from Klausy. Thank you so much, Klausy. That came through on PayPal. Really appreciate it. And Havik with the tenor, put in some more Kickstart puns. A bloat a day keeps the fungi away. More like 4 bloats. Oh my god, dude. I cannot believe that game. I cannot believe it. I am simply flabbergasted. So let us go to the Faction War bracket. Romulan Dog is going to be advancing on to face Soothsayer. So we're going to see if he can bring the bloat magic against the Sons of Sigmar. Certainly a harder matchup to make Bloody Boys work. And now we're going to be doing, I believe we'll see if Crabling is ready. Let me go ahead and double check here. Okay. Just checking something on the brackets. And remember guys, we'll take a moment here. Our stream today is sponsored by the Kittens vs. Puppies, the card game, which was created by our fellow friend here in the Total War community, Shadow Online Gaming, who's also a content creator. It's a RPG card game where you get to have the eternal battle between cats and dogs. So make sure to check that out. They're putting up the prize pool 100% out of their pocket and really supporting this tournament, making it something bigger than life. So thank you so much, Shadow, and to the Kittens vs. Puppies card game. Really appreciate you guys for sponsoring today's tournament. Make sure to check them out. And if you guys are interested, give some support over on their Kickstarter. They're supporting multiplayer. Let's go ahead and support them back. So now we're going to go back to the bracket here. And here we can take a look actually at who's playing who for today. And just going to make sure the next players are ready. Believe they are. GG, well played. And the Bloody Boys, man, coming in with the ambushes. Just absolute lunacy. Okay, so loading this up here. Faction War 3 appears to be ready. And let's go ahead and get in there. This is actually a pretty fun format. I know for the players like Best of Ones, I don't know, some people like them. I always feel a little bit stressed out in Best of Ones, but it's just to kind of mix up the format a little bit. I think it's quite cool. All right, so for the next match, guys, we're going to have, let's go back to the lobby. And we have Crabbling, who's going to be the champion of the Skaven for today. So any disciples of the Horned Rat, make sure to cheer on your boy Crabbling here. And he's going to be facing off against Rame, who is going to be the champion of the Vampire Counts. So we're going to be doing Manfred proud, perhaps. We'll see. Let's go ahead and update the brackets. All right, here we go. One sec, guys. Okay, just checking all the settings, making sure everything is squared away. And now we're loading into our game. So it's going to be Skaven Crabbling facing off against Rame on the Vampire Counts. So let us know, guys, in chat. For anyone who's a fan of the Skaven, make sure to cheer for Crabbling. And if you are a fan of the Vampire Counts, Rame is going to be your boy. And yeah, we'll see. I'm curious about this matchup. I mean, I feel like both factions have pretty good tools here. Of course, the Skaven can be buckled pretty hard by a lot of the terror routes from the Vampire Counts. But again, Skaven have insane firepower, can goon out single entities. They have Liebers. They have a ton of good tools for crowd clearing. So I always felt like this is a pretty fun matchup to watch. I would love to see like a Footlord build for sure. And we'll see how that goes. All right. Here we go, guys. Just 1 second here. Just checking something. And we're all good. All right, guys. So here we are. Let's take a look at the forces of the Vampire Counts and Rame. So for Rame, he's going to be coming in with Manfred von Karstein. No surprise there. He does have access to some really good Lords of Magic. Manfred does also have the access to the Sword of Unholy Power and Master of the Black Arts, so he probably has some of the best ones of Magic in the entire game. 2 Vargulfs plus a Mortis Engine, so not going to be going for the Claw of Nagash, rather just going to be going for the cheaper variant. Now, of course, Swarming, Skaven Gunlines, and Infantry in general is very good, and Black Knights, I believe, did get a buff recently, and they now have a bonus versus Infantry. So Black Knights, a pretty good choice against Skaven Chaff. 2 Vargulfs, really good for gooning characters and just fighting enemy monsters and things like that. Chillgeist are also quite solid because they're another terror-causing unit that are also a cav piece, and their magic damage can be surprisingly pertinent against Skaven infantry like Plague Monk Censor Bearers, who do, of course, have physical resist and things like that. Granted, you know, Censor Bearers do magic damage, I believe, so they can take these guys down really quick as well. So it's a bit of a back-and-forth affair here, but really good build by Rame. And now for the forces of the Skaven. Let's go ahead and take a look here. Clan Rats with spears and shields here in the front, and this is pretty typical. This is kind of how Skaven plays against a number of factions. This is how you play against Tomb Kings. This is how you play against like Beastmen. Anyone who wants to Zerg you and shut down your gun line, you're just like, you know what? I'm not going to bring a gun line. We're going to bring rats with spears, and we're going to hold the line. So Council Guard here. We do also have the Blight Scabs Plague Pack, which is a really good inclusion here by Crabbling because these guys do have Demagoguery. So basically, they give immune to psychology to all nearby troops, so it prevents terror routing on your lower tier Skaven Chaff. He does have a Plague Furnace plus a Grey Seer on a bell. He does have a Hell Pit Abomination and a bunch of Ogres as well. So players just saying, have good luck and have some fun to one another. And here we are in the next match of the day. Certainly had some very good games. Hopefully you guys are enjoying. And now we go in with the dreaded Skaven facing off against the Vampire Count. So who will win? Crabbling on the Skaven or Rame on the Vampire Counts? Very spooky stuff. So Scurvy Dogs have taken up position on the flank. Certainly going to be a tough cookie to crack. This is a very, very nasty Skaven Death Star. Granted, Vargulfs are pretty powerful as well, and they're a little bit tricky to hit. So a lot of it's going to come down to the monster fighting for sure, but I don't know. There's no Graveguard or like elite troops for the long fight, and one of the ways to actually deal with Death Stars somewhat efficiently, I think, is using like a ground-based Vampire Count army with like White Kings with Scab's Wraith, and then also using like Graveguard because they just really are durable and cut through a lot of the Skaven front line, exposing these single entities in the back, but we'll certainly see. So Chillgeist of Rame going to be getting us around. Skaven are pretty much fully surrounded at this point, but they're totally okay with that because they pretty much have spears in every direction. And they are going to be charging into some unbraced rats here in the back, so some of the Clan Rats are going to be taking a beating. However, these Clan Rats are immune to psychology from the Blight Scabs Plague Pack, which means they're not going to be getting terror routed, which is a really nice boon. So Rame coming in with charges from every angle. You can see Black Knights charging in, Dogs charging in against these Skaven Slaves, which is a good pick for sure. Focusing down the Skaven Slaves. Oh, look at that! Just an uppercut Mike Tyson punch from that Hell Pit. Able to hit that Vargulf and doing some decent damage as well. So the Vargulf is forced back by this giant, disgusting rat abomination beast hybrid thing. And it looks like it is going to be falling back. What would it be, like man, bear, pig, or bear, rat, ogre, something? I don't know. Yeah, think of something, guys. You guys can handle it. Skaven Slaves here are going to be getting rode down once again by Black Knights, but these spears were indeed braced as the Vampire Counts do slap into the front line. One Vargulf is going to be surging in, and they are going to be trying to go after the Hell Pit Abomination. Now, Rame a little bit out of position here with his Mortis Engine and his Black Knights. He's obviously microing a metric ton of units here, but he really needs that Mortis Engine to start draining. It looks like he's accidentally forgot about it over here, so that, you know, honestly, a little mistake like this could 100% cost him the game, so we'll see if he does. Anyways, here zombies are summoned, but it looks like the Censor Bears and the Rat Ogres are able to hold pretty well there, and honestly, the Rats are holding very, very strong. The Black Knights here having trouble penetrating the formation. On the far side, the Chill Guys are being taken out by the Council Guard, or at least by some Stormvermin, not Council Guard, excuse me, being forced back. And also Rain does have a couple groups of zombies he would, you know, certainly I think want to pull in here. Now the Mortis Engine is coming in. It's certainly not too late, but that does give the Skaven a big early advantage because that Mortis Engine would not only be healing like his big monsters, but it would also be draining out like the Skaven chaff, right? Like the Clan Vulcan Tail Slashers, the Spears, and they would be substantially lower. So now getting the Mortis Engine into combat, very, very important here. He needs to push this bad boy here. It looks like there's going to be a Warp Lightning going down. Very, very powerful spell. Check this out. And it's going to be going in, zapping those Black Knights. A nice Scorch as well. So really good AoE damage here from the Skaven, just tearing through the Vampire Count forces. We do have some Chill Guys from the far side who are re-engaging. And it looks like if he can pull apart the Skaven army, that's going to be his biggest strength. Like, he needs to get them away from the buffs, from the Blightscap's Plague Pack, and from some of those other supporting elements, from the Furnaces. And if he can start getting Terror Routes and start doing some decent damage. Now over here, it looks like Raim has pulled back the Vargulfs. The Vargulf's going to be hanging back here and definitely need to get into combat and attack these Hell Pit Abomination. You know, he could use the Mortis Engine as like a bait, like, you know, let it get a little bit beat up and then pull it back here and try and get the two Vargulfs on the Hell Pit Abomination away from the support, but it looks like he's kind of forgotten about the Vargulfs for a moment. Those guys might be coming back in, but we'll see. In the meantime, on the ground, Manfred von Karstein going to be fighting against the Ogres and some of these other monstrosities of the old world, or I suppose the new world. They are Skaven, but Skaven are everywhere. Manfred a little bit beat up, and guys, it's looking like the Skaven are kind of taking a grasp on this game pretty quickly here, as a couple of the Vampire Count forces have been kind of lingering on the periphery of the battlefield. Granted, if these Vargulfs can beat down the Hell Pit, I mean, I think that would give them a good in, because then Manfred could summon zombies on the Council Guard, and I mean, I would even take the Mortis Engine and attack this thing as well, and just try and do as much damage as I could. Manfred, in the meantime, being summoned, swarmed by Rat Ogres, but it looks like he's going to be dropping some zombies here to support himself, and, you know, honestly, the Rat Ogres might get terror-routed off here by the Mortis Engine. When their Frenzy does wear off, they are able to be terror-routed for sure. Chill Guys being forced back, zombies being forced back. It looks like Skaven just have a ton of stuff. Council Guard in really good shape here. The Blightscap's Plague Pack in good shape as well. And the Vargulfs are, you know, getting some punch, and Vargulfs actually trade surprisingly well with single entities because of their weird hitbox. Like, they get knocked over instead of taking damage a lot because of their mass. It's a very, very strange thing, for sure. Nonetheless, though, Manfred putting up a good fight against the Ogres here on the far side. Mortis Engine is still alive, and you can never really count out the Vampire Counts while they still have single entities, as well as a Mortis Engine, but you can see the Hell Pit here going to be getting a good punch. And yeah, he needs to get these Gorillas in there and start beating down some of these Ogres and, you know, freeing up this whole position. Manfred was able to survive there. A pretty good trade, actually. He did some good damage against the Rat Ogres as well. But this is going to be a problem. When the Skaven get the Blightscap's Plague Pack and all these like elite Skaven troops over here, which is something you don't hear terribly often, they're going to be pretty meaty against this Vampire Count force. Now, the Mortis Engine is a counter to all of those, like if they have the supporting chaff, but I don't know if the Vargulfs are going to be able to put this game on their back. Like, maybe if they take out the Hell Pit, just maybe? So it looks like Manfred going to be dropping a Spirit Leech somewhere. So I see a Spirit Leech going down somewhere in this engagement. It looks like he is indeed Spirit Leeching these Ogres, which are now terrified. And now you can see the double Vargulf Goon Squad going to be coming in. But it looks like the Mortis Engine is getting a little bit danger low. No, I was looking at something else. The Mortis Engine is in relatively good shape, as a matter of fact. And it's finally doing its job. It's draining. Manfred's going to be surging into the Council Guard, trying to obstruct their advance. But oh no, Manfred gets a little bit trapped here. And the Council Guard actually have Death Frenzy, which means they have 60 melee attack with anti-large. So Manfred does not want any piece of that. Probably dropping a zombie summon here would be pretty clutch for sure. Now, as far as this single entity fight goes, it looks like the Vampire Counts are actually getting some good trading here. The Hell Pit Abomination is a little bit beat up, but so is the Mortis Engine. Nice Scorch effect as well coming in from the Skaven. Able to clean up some of that chaff there, but yeah, the Mortis Engine really needs to live here for sure. Now, Vampire Counts have a couple of Zombos fighting, and it looks like one group of Zombos here is going to be doing its thing. And yeah, Vargulfs really just have to goon out the Hell Pit. That's like his only chance, I think, of getting back in this game. Granted, it's still very possible. I mean, Manfred and Terror Routes and, man, that many Council Guard, though, and the Plague Monk Censor Bearers, those guys hit so damn hard. It's going to be really tough to chew through all that. He's really going to have to keep that Mortis Engine alive, which does actually have a couple chevrons. I don't know if he put those on before the game or if they've accrued them, but nonetheless, still pretty good. So now the Skaven are going to be trying to goon out Manfred, but Manfred, of course, on his steed is going to be pretty swift. Skaven are not one of the faster factions in the game. They're certainly quite slow, and the Mass Terror Routes are going to be pertinent against Ogres. The Rat Ogres, if they take any amount of damage from like the Vargulfs or something like that, will probably Terror out quite quickly against the Mortis Engine as well as the Vargulfs themselves. So we have some Rats coming back in. Blightscap's Plague Pack surging in once again. Vargulf's doing a very, very good job fighting here in the pits. Manfred is basically riding in circles, cackling, and probably is going to be able to drop some summons here in a second, although he might be a little bit low in Winds of Magic. You can see Manfred actually engages in combat, and a lot of people might be asking, why is Manfred fighting in combat? Well, it's because when Manfred fights in combat, he gets access to additional regeneration through his Sword of Unholy Power. Master of the Black Arts popped as well. I mean, if he can get a really big fat invo, oh no, but the Mortis engine is gone, and suddenly the Vampire counts are in a bit of a precarious situation. You can see here that there's some GG being dropped by Rame, so he thinks it's over at this point, which it probably is. I think like 102 Council Guard would be super tough to kill as is. Granted, he's going to keep fighting, he's going to keep scrapping, he does drop some zombies back here, but then he withdraws knowing that he has been defeated by the Disciples of the Horned Rat. So, fans of the Horned Rat and the Skaven, rejoice, your champion Crabbling has advanced on to the next round. And very well played to ODM Rame for sure. A couple little mistakes here for getting the Mortis Engine in the beginning and some Vargulf engagements, but for the most part, he scrapped really well in the late game and almost came back. To defeat a Skaven Death Star like this, I found that, again, going with like Graveguard and White Kings and like a really durable infantry build with, you know, some monstrous support is actually really good. But yeah, this is a really solid Skaven build. Pretty standard stuff. Sometimes you see people pick Skrulk instead of the Grace here, but the Warp Lightning is also very good at clearing out the chaff and the cav units and things like that for sure. All right, so very well played, guys. Let's go ahead and update the bracket. We're going to go to the juicy bracket here. And ODM Rame is going to be advancing on to the next match here. Not Rame, excuse me. Crabbling, damn it. Come on, brain. Function. Even though I don't drink coffee anymore. Congrats to Crabbling, our Skaven champion. And now we have 0 versus Zyphos, Chaos versus Wood Elves in our next match. Certainly going to be quite a ferocious one. We have a donation coming in from One Man's Way of $10. Hail Turin, thank you so much, man. Really appreciate the support. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the new format. We're trying to get through the games quick. GG, well played. And boom, and boom. So now we're going to be on number 4, which should be Chaos facing off against Wood Elves. Zyphos versus 0. 0, an incredibly good Chaos player. Zyphos, an incredibly good Wood Elf player. So very excited to see how this one unfolds here. As we jump into this lobby here. A lot of fun matchups to be had. Best of one's a very interesting format, but it's kind of cool because the players are like ready with builds. So like the transition is very, very fast between games. So now, guys, we're going to be jumping back to our local screen here. Let's go ahead and do this. He actually has a 0 there. And he's going to be facing off against Zyphos. Now, Zyphos is, a lot of people back in the day, you know, remember like, oh yeah, Zyphos isn't going to beat Bretonnia. He's not going to beat Chaos Heavy Cap, but he always finds a way to do it. So we're going to see if he can do it against 0. And yeah, I'm really, really excited for this matchup here. Thank you guys so much for joining. Start when ready. Hey, guys. Oh, that's right. We're doing this matchup, I think, last. We might go to the next one. That's right. Zyphos had some stuff he had to take care of. So let's go ahead and do this. I'm going to double check real quick. So one sec, guys. I want to rejoin that. I mean, all the lobbies are ready, so we can simply jump over to another one. Do we want to go now? All right, so I'm just going to check with Zyphos to see if he wants us to go last still. Okay, so we're going to come back to this one. Zyphos just had some IRL stuff he had to take care of really quick, so not a problem. So we can do that real swiftly here. So let's jump on over to number 5. Number 5. Let's go ahead and refresh my memory here in the bracket. We'll need to update the nameplates once more. Is going to be Flying Taco against El Halcón. So Beastmen against Bretonnia. Oh, this is going to be a good one. I'm very excited for this. All right, so we have, who is on that side of the bracket? We have the Beastmen. And then we have the Bretonnians. It's going to be El Halcón. Great. I think we're all set. Start when ready. Hey. All right, guys, so we're going to be on Troll Country. It's going to be Bretonnia, led by El Halcón. Of course, we've seen him in ECL qualifiers and other tournaments. A very, very good Bretonnian player facing off against Flying Taco, who, as a matter of fact, won one of our qualifiers about a week ago. I think it was a week or two ago. I think he won the third one, and he had some incredible Beastmen play for sure. So we're about to see some masterclass of both of these factions, but who will emerge? There can only be one as we go into Mortal Kombat here on Troll Country. And again, thank you guys so much for joining. We're having a good old time. We are having a good old time indeed. Let me go ahead and check something real quick. Make sure I turn off the screen blocker so you guys don't have to watch the entire battle with that. Even though it is a very lovely screen blocker, but nonetheless, we're doing it. It is going to be a sweet matchup. So guys, if you're a fan of the Beastmen, make sure to throw up them hooves for your boy Flying Taco. And if you are a fan of filthy unwashed peasants and the glorious Bretonnian Knights, make sure to cheer for your boy El Halcón as they represent these champion factions and try and advance on to the grand finals to bring the ultimate glory to their faction. Who is going to be the finalists today? I'm very eager to see. Is it going to be like one of the factions that everybody's like, oh yeah, I expected, one of those top tier factions like to get there? Or is it going to be like, a wild faction like Bretonnia? You never know, which is pretty cool, especially in this best of one format. So guys, here on the ground for Bretonnia, it's going to be peasant mobs, a couple of groups of spearmen at arms here in the secondary line. In the back, we do, of course, have 4 groups of the peasant bowmen with pox arrows, which are good. Slowing down Beastmen, certainly not bad. It looks like they don't all have pox arrows, but good against Minotaurs, good against a lot of the other lightly armored Beastmen troops. And in the back, we have Knights Errant, Defenders of Fleur-de-Lis. Oh, Grail Knights! So we have a Grail Knights, and these guys are obviously really good against large threats like Minotaurs and things like that. They can wreck them quick. And we do have the Companions of Quinellis here. And these guys are absolute linebackers. Anti-large, armor-piercing. They are no joke. They can deal with Bestigors. They can deal with large beasts, monsters, you name it. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. Love this force for sure. Very Bretonnian. In the back, we have a Damsel of Life. We do also have a Manticore Summoner. And it is going to be Alberic with his Trident, giving bonus first large to all nearby troops. Very good stuff. And for the forces of Flying Taco, the champion of the Beast People, the Bray Herd calls. Ungor Raiders here on the front line. In the secondary line, it's going to be Ungor Spearman Herds. We do also have Minotaurs with great weapons and Minotaurs with great weapons here. So a lot of anti-large for sure. Ready to go fisticuffs with those Knights. And yeah, the Minotaurs with great weapons can do good work against Knights if they're saturated with chaff. If isolated in an open field and charged down by Knights, they're going to have a bad time. But, in the right circumstances, they can do great. Razorgore Herds. We do also have the Koroks Manrippers, Bestigor Herds here, and Morker the Shadowgave. So no surprise there with a Cygor summon in the back. I think having a single Cygor against Bretonnia is really good. Really good against archers, really good against like knights and things like that. And yeah, this is a pretty sexy Beastman build for sure. It's going to be charging in there and, running over some peasants, I'm sure. So the brave peasants of Bretonnia are going to be taking the initial beating here in the front line, as they do for the lady. Archers of the Beastmen are going to be pulling back, it looks like. Ungor Raiders, I wonder if they'll be targeting. I mean, I'm probably shooting at like the knights or maybe the peasant archers. Just trying to overwhelm them could be a good choice for sure. So, of course, peasants going to be taking those initial charges from the Ungor Spearman Herds, a relatively even matchup. Granted, Ungor Spears are quite a bit stronger. So the first of the spears charging in. You can see over here we do have the glorious Alberic charging in as well, trying to help those peasants out. And a nice frontal charge here coming in from the Companions, but they want to make sure they get back. They don't want to get stuck there because there's a whole train of Minotaurs coming in. A very aggressive push, but very good play here by El Halcón. He falls back. He pulls the Minotaurs with great weapons into spears. And then, he's able to, countercharge if he wants to, or just let the spears kind of take that like a champ. In the meantime, it looks like a Manticore is going to be summoned by Bretonnia right here, probably going to be attacking this very weak Beastman flank right now. And the Knights of Bretonnia have done a good job. It looks like this entire side of the Beastman formation has been crumped, and basically the Beastmen are committing all their resources into a big, disgusting Death Star here in the center. So you can see they're not really trying to contest the flanks at all. As a matter of fact, they're stacking like everything they have right here, which may pay off, it might not, but oh well, Alberic's Trident is going to be nasty here. So here comes the Wrath of Manon. It's going to be doing some work, and you can see the Beastmen forces are trying to scurry out of the way, and they do push through and are able to dodge that, so good stuff. So basically, the Beastmen have a pretty good Death Star here. You can see some pigs and Minotaurs are pulled from the center to attack the defenders and some of these other troops, but in the center mass, the Beastmen are able to push through pretty hardcore. I mean, the peasants and this men-at-arms and different spear units did not hold for very long. So Alberic going to be coming in with his Grail Knights and the Damsel, and now we have a real fisticuffs fight. A lot of anti-large for Bretonnia, with the support of Alberic. Even these brave peasant bowmen now have a bonus first large in melee combat if they'd like to engage here, but we'll find out. Companion's going to be charging back in, and this is a pretty big fight here, but a nice spawn summon coming down from Morker. He summons the spawn right behind the Bretonnian leadership here, behind the Damsel and the Grail Knights and different troops like that. And they're going to be able to pin in a lot of those forces, and it looks like Alberic is actually losing this duel pretty horribly against Morker. Granted, he's also taking a lot of damage here from the Minos with great weapons, but it looks like the Minotaurs are being really peppered down by some of these peasant archers from Bretonnia on the far side of the battlefield who who are generating some huge value. And you can see Flying Taco does realize this. He gets the Korok's Manrippers, he surges over here, he attacks the Peasant Bowman, and yeah, shutting those guys down is quite important. Beastmen also do drop a summon of the Cygor, so the Cygor summon is here, which is going to temporarily give the Beastmen the bounce of power advantage, but it's certainly not accurate considering there are spawn on the battlefield as well. So 2 groups of spawn plus the Cygor will of course equal this this glorious bounce of power and difference here. Now it looks like Alberic's going to be actually attacking Minotaurs with great weapons. That's a very bold strategy, Cotton. I'm not sure if that's going to work out for him. Yes, Alberic is good against those targets, but if the Minotaurs are able to focus on him instead of the peasants here, that's going to be pretty nasty. You can see Morkers coming in as well, and Alberic appears to be taking quite a bit of damage there from those karate chopping giant Minotaurs. Butchers of Kalkengard, really good play from Flying Taco, are able to shut down the Peasant Bowmen and chase those guys off into the Shadow Realm, so that's a pretty nice little engagement there. Granted, the Beastmen have quite a herd here. They have a ton of Minotaurs left. It looks like a fair amount of Razorgors, although actually no, the Minotaurs are very beat up. Those are mostly spawned. So if Bretonnia can just kind of scatter to the winds a little bit and then endure and re-rally their knights in the 4th quarter, I think they have some good opportunities for sure. But Grant, no, actually this is pretty bad. Alberic here getting beaten down by the Minotaurs with great opens, I think may cost LL Cone the game. For sure. I mean, I felt like he was in pretty good shape there. A lot of summons are in the battlefield. Granted, for both sides, there is a Manticore summon coming down from Bretonnia as well, but Alberic is forced back. There is a Damsel of Life, but I don't know if she's still alive. The Beastmen might have gotten her. No, she's actually still running around here, so she could potentially heal up Alberic, but Alberic getting chopped by those Minos with great opens, a pretty disastrous play, to say the least. So over here you can see Peasant Mobs being run down. The glorious Cygor is still going strong, actually fighting the Manticore, so the summon units are fighting one another in a glorious wet noodle contest. And now let's go ahead and take inventory of what Bretonnia truly has. So they have some Spearmen here, they have a fair amount of Cav in the distance that have come back, could potentially do some decent damage against these Ungor Raiders and other troops like that. We have Alberic back, so Alberic actually rallied at the edge of the map, which does give the Bretonnians a glimmer of hope. Certainly a small one, but certainly possible, but it's going to be really tough. Maybe if Alberic can get healed up like once or twice, but of course, like Lewin, unlike Lewin, he doesn't have the way to self-heal himself, which of course would be super useful here. We have a pit fight as well. The casters are going, so a Damsel of Life and a Damsel of Beast are going to be fighting against these guys, and this is a good opportunity for Alberic. If he can come in and snipe the Bray Shaman, I think that'd be very strong. Looks like Wrath of Madon's going to be going down over here, but it looks like he cancels it at the last moment. I think he's going to engage here, try and force the Beastmen to blob up on him, and then use that, but it looks like the Ungor Raiders, ooh, this is going to be painful. Ungor Raiders are turning their sights, and now they're going to be going after Alberic, as it looks like another Cygor is going to get summoned here, which pretty much will probably spell the doom here for the Bretonnians, as I think Alberic is in rough shape. 276, 261, he is going down very, very quickly here to this peppering fire. Although LL Cone does respond with a nice cab charge, he comes in here with the companions and some nice cab play and really does ride down those archers, but not before Alberic does get broken, unfortunately. Granted, Alberic probably should come back. He got healed there, so he still has some punch for sure. The Bretonnian Knights pushing through onto the Ungor Raiders. And yeah, looks like those Raiders are going to be shut down temporarily. But Morker is coming. We do have the Korok's Manrippers. I mean, there's still a fair amount of Beastmen units, and Morker alone is going to be a raid boss to bring down for most of these troops. I mean, if both Damsels are kind of beating on him, plus Alberic is able to charge. Oh, but the Cygor throwing a boulder up in the air, going after Alberic, missing that shot. Excuse me, I just ate a ton of pierogi. I had like a plate of like 12 of them. Man, I'm just feeling it. In a good way, of course. So, Wrath of Madon's going to be coming down. Unfortunately, it is a bit of a miss from LL Cone, but it looks like he does cancel it before it does go off there, because the Beastmen did move. So, really good reaction from his part, at least readjusting that. Bretonnian Knights getting some value where they can, just kind of riding down some very kind of sparse Beastmen troops on the periphery of this engagement here, waiting for the Cygor to kind of time out, which it should relatively soon. Of course, summon units are temporary. It looks like it has gone into its second tier of deterioration. Oh, but that boulder, man, the MLB boulder hitting Alberic right on the dome piece and breaking him and shattering him. That is going to be doomed for Bretonnia. And it looks like Flying Taco, the champion of the Bray herd, is going to be advancing on with the victory over the noble Knights of Bretonnia, because I do not see any way that LL Cone can come back here. I mean, he has some Grail Knights, and it's not lore. Maybe if this was lore, 10 Grail Knights might be able to defeat a force like this, but probably not with Morker there. Morker is quite a force to be reckoned with. Granted, Bretonnia does have some archers in the distance. They have some archers coming back, some spearmen at arms coming back in as well. Going to be getting those guys ready to party as well. Damsels are trying to avoid this engagement. At this point, Beastmen don't really have to go anywhere. They can just kind of wait for the Bretonnians, but I think just charging the archers is probably your best bet, because once the archers are charged, it's going to kind of force the Bretonnians to have to fight you here. So here comes some Grail Knights. Flying Taco going to be forming up a Helm's Deep wall. Let's see what they're saying to each other. I'm curious. They're saying, good luck, have fun, champ. I believe these guys are actually clanmates, so unfortunately they're having to play each other early on. But again, the matchups are done based on the fairness of the matchups and things like that. In the initial round, at least, you can't prevent bad matchups as we do progress through this tournament. So the Beastmen are going to be surging up the hill, engaging against these peasant mobs. Pretty close to army losses, I would imagine. We're going to have a Bray Shaman fighting against Damsel, and the Bray Shaman is a little bit stronger. Combat stats are actually not that different. 34-22 compared to, that's Morker, compared to 35-28-310. So yeah, it's a little bit better on the Bray Shaman. Here on the side, you can see this Damsel of Life cycle charging in. LL Cone just scrapping with all of his might, trying to get back in this game here. As some Bretonnia Knights are able to, catch some of these raiders out on the wings and, get some decent work there. Peasant Archers, I mean, maybe shooting in, but even if you strip this whole Beastmen army, you take away everything, I don't know if this Bretonnian force would be able to deal with Morker. That's the problem. And now you can see army losses are going to be kicking in as this Damsel is shattered and taken down. And there you have it, guys. The Bray Herd is going to be advancing on in our Faction War tournament after defeating the Noble Knights of Bretonnia. So we've had a pretty good combination of Old World and New World factions advancing so far. And here, of course, Flying Taco is going to be advancing on, representing the Beast People. So let's go ahead and update this bracket. We're going to be going to the Faction War bracket below. And we have the Flying Taco advancing on here. The brackets and all the art designed by my lovely wife, Lady Turin, just doing an outstanding job as always and being smoking hot. And remember, guys, for everyone joining, today's tournament is sponsored by the Kittens vs. Puppies, the card game, which is an awesome card game, which features Wookiee, features Chloe, Lore Master of Sotek's Jog. Make sure to check it out. Our mods are going to be dropping links. It's also in the description of the stream. They're putting forward $250 out of their pocket, all of which is going to be going to the players, which is awesome. So very excited for that. And the game is also created by someone in our very own community. So please make sure to head on over to his Kickstarter. At least give it a look. If you want to, throw a couple bucks his way, sponsor his awesome project, make sure to do that. And also check out his YouTube channel, Shadow Online Gaming. So now, guys, we're going to be jumping on over to the next match of the day. Let's do it to it. Very excited for this. So we're going to jump back here. And the next match is indeed going to be Ulrich Rahl versus Grombrindel. It's going to be Dwarfs versus Norska. Awesome stuff. So let's go ahead and jump in here. I'm losing track of the numbers here, but I got to make sure I see it. We do. And we are going to be jumping into this match. Oh, I gotta check the password. It looks like they didn't follow my instructions. Or maybe they made it 2 words. How dare you guys? Okay, maybe I'll try some of the traditional passwords. Oh, of course. Of course. All right. I'm very excited for this, guys. Thank you so much for joining. We have pretty big numbers today. 1,800 people joining in for this new format. New and exciting stuff. I'm trying to, what was that quote from Anchorman? Okay. Failed to join the game. Let's go ahead and refresh it. Try it again. And there we go. We get it instantly that time. No drama. Hey, guys. All right, so we're jumping into that lobby. Let's go ahead and flash our way on over. And now we are going to have Ulrich Rahl as Norska, and he is going to be going by a different name here for the tournament because he's trying to be lore friendly. And apparently that is the name of a famous Norskan warlord or something like that, I think he was saying. And we have Grombrindel on the Dwarves. All right, so let's go ahead and do this here. Boom. Should fit just fine. And thank you guys so much for joining. I'm sure we're going to hear some cheers from all of the Dwarf fans. We have another donation coming in during the battle there from Nicholas MJ. I hope this will help with the prize pool. And cheers to everyone participating. I love this community and especially what you do for a turn. Thank you so much. And yeah, it's certainly going to be a fierce day. Thank you for the donation. That's very generous of you, my friend. And from Flying Dutchman, great format despite the Vamp loss. So I'll toss a few coin to my Turin. Thank you, Flying Dutchman. Appreciate it, man. And now we're here. We're loading into the map. It is going to be on Oakenhammer. It's going to be Dwarves versus Norska. Now, I know I'm a little bit biased here. Dwarves are my favorite. Grombrindel, of course, we've seen him qualify for ECLs in the past and do very well in tournaments with Dwarves. And I'm sure he's got some good schemes. And Ulrich Rahl, of course, loves his Norska. He has a Norskan warlord as his avatar picture. And he plays Norska a lot in tournaments, apparently. So we'll see how this goes as we do load into this map here. One sec, guys. Checking all the settings. And we're doing it. And then we have another donation coming in from Tamonten. Lars, thank you so much for the 20. Time to settle some grudges, boys. Kazukin, Kazukit, ha. Cheers to Turin and Shadow for the stream. Well, thank you so much, man. Really appreciate it. They've wronged us. I love how the chat was like kind of quiet a moment ago, and then as soon as the dwarves appear in the faction where everybody's just like pulling out their books of grudges, and yeah, I mean, I like Norska a lot too, but it's hard not to root for dwarves. Now, as far as this matchup goes, it's not an easy one for the Delwy. There's a lot of good AP options, of course, but you know, again, there's Iron Drakes with Trollhammer torpedoes that can do pretty well here against a lot of the monsters. And if I've seen someone use use them well. It's certainly Grombrindle, so he's going to be up to the task. A little bit of a load-in. Players are connecting from all over the world, and we've been pretty fortunate today to have pretty good connection, kind of play. So hopefully once they load in, it won't be too much of a problem here. All right, so let me go ahead and switch the screen. We're on the correct one. Yeah, you want to see a gyrocopter blasting Fortunate Son? Oh, dude, that's classic. Yeah, the Dawi. The Dawi are coming. Someone may have crashed, which would be unfortunate, because then you have to like restart and everything, and it causes some drama, but we'll see how it goes. 188. I'm going to go in Discord to make sure nobody disconnected either. All right, 1 second here. Oh, Misha, I just saw your message. Yeah. All right, here we go. On the road again. I just can't wait to be on the road again. Players loading in here. Now, as far as this matchup goes, what would I bring? I mean, I guess it depends on how the Norskan lad is going to play it. Is he going to go for, like, Famir? I guess Famir kind of do magic damage, though. I mean, they're still decent against Dawi. You do have Marauder Champions with great weapons. You have Ice Wolf Chariots. You have regular Chariots. You have Manticores. You know, Mammoths are always pretty strong against Dwarves if you can shut down their gun line, too. I mean, Mammoths are terrifying against Dwarf infantry. I mean, like, imagine, what could a Dwarf do? I mean, I guess you just have to have, like, a million Slayers just literally clawing at their legs to try and bring them down. That's probably your best bet, I would imagine. Yeah, very, very tricky stuff, guys. Your beard itches. Yes, the beard does itch indeed. Pull the loading time. I don't know. I don't think I've had Grombrindle lag with me before, but sometimes when you combine 3 people, it can cause lag regardless. Yeah, both of these factions are very heavily bearded for sure. Very heavily bearded, to say the least. The main thing is I just hope, yeah, I see Grombrindle typing, so we'll see if Ulrich's here. Hopefully he is. We will find out. The Norskan and Dawi lines are about to charge each other, and then everyone stops to admire each other's beards. Although, come on, you can't really compete with dwarf beards. They literally are like the length of their whole body. Norska tries for sure, but... Oh yes, the Royal Dawi Air Force. I love it. All right, guys, we're loaded into the game. Let's take a look at the forces of... we'll start with the dwarves. It looks like he's still deploying most of his stuff here. So for the Dawi and the front line, it's going to be Longbeards. Looks like into the sunset. Longbeards are just one of the best infantry units in the game, honestly, for the cost. And that's something that dwarves really have going for them. These bad boys have almost 50 melee defense for like a mid-tier infantry unit. Immune to psychology, just decent melee combat stats too that really aren't bad. So I think Longbeards are a very cheap, cost-effective choice for holding the front line. On top of that, we have Grombrindle, I think. No, Belagar Ironhammer, the true king of Carrick 8 Peaks, coming in with his mighty Oathstone. And we do also have a Runesmith as well. Up in the sky here for Grombrindle, we have a Royal Dwarven Air Force. Now, if there's no Harpies here, this is going to be terrible for the Beastmen. So we got Brimstone guns, Brimstone, and Brimstone. So these are the anti-large guns, which certainly do a ton of damage against like chariots and different tools like that. And we'll see. And you can see Norska in chat, of course, yelling blood for the Blood God, as hopefully the game doesn't lag or disconnect here. Hopefully they'll be able to come back. Come on, fight your internet connections. But what's fine is, like, you know, both builds are now known. I've seen both builds, and we'll take note of them after the game with the screenshot. So if we have to restart, the players can simply restart with the same build. So it looks like Grombrindle is dropped. No. So we'll just restart with the same builds and everything, because it doesn't matter. Because now I know both their builds. I'm going to screenshot this. So let's do that. 1 second, guys. Got it screenshotted. So yeah, they'll just come in with the same builds, and then they can do their thing. No P. Start with same builds. I mean, yeah, they kind of, unfortunately, you know, he will know, but that can be his penalty for dropping, basically. Yeah, I thought he was playing Beastmen. That's why I was like, oh, Harpies. Oh my god, I just totally got them confused. Yeah, but nonetheless, his build is adequately prepared for dealing with gyrocopters for sure. But yeah, the players will have to bring the same builds. Norska wins by disqualification. Let me check with Grombrindle. I'm going to message him here. All right, Undertaker. All right, so he's going to be rejoining here in a moment. I can see Norska isn't changing its build, and I, of course, can check the dwarf build. Verizon has wronged us! Yeah, this Norskan build is very prepared for gyrocopters, to say the least. Oh my god. Oh, we're being attacked by the bots. Stand your ground. Stand your ground, chat. Stand your ground. I've screenshotted. All right, one sec here. Images. So Shadow has provided us with a screen blocker we can now use. Our dogs agree. Oh man, okay, one second here. Maybe our screen blocker from our sponsor here. The Great Shadow Online Gaming. Kittens vs. Puppies, the card game. Not that it matters. Both players already pretty much know the enemy armies, but it's okay. We'll do it for now. Cool, so just waiting for the Dwarfs to rejoin. Up to you. So we actually can probably go on to the next matchup. Stand your ground, chat. Hold! Hold the Tides of Slaanesh back. All right, so we may go to the next game. Or actually, we'll just hang here. It's fine. We're getting through the stream pretty quick anyways. We're only an hour in, so we're making some good progress for sure. See if he's back in. Not yet. Okay, so we'll take a look at the bracket. So for today's bracket, and for anyone who's joining late, I know we have a lot of latecomers. We'll go ahead and take a look at the Faction War bracket. So far, we've had Zablaski against Soothsayer. So the Empire has advanced. Sartosa has advanced in a crazy quad-bloated corpse game. ODM Rame and Crabbling had a glorious fight, and Crabbling and the Skaven have advanced, and the Beastmen have advanced as well. So these are the next factions that are going to be up in the next round. Of course, these are all best of one, so we'll be blazing through these pretty quick here soon. And now we have the showdown between Norska and the glorious Dawi, which is going to be deciding who advances on to face the Beastmen. Certainly going to be a tough matchup road for the Dwarves against Beastmen. I think that's a hard matchup for them. After that, we have Chosen One against Aerocrastics. That's going to be Vampire Coast versus Tomb Kings, and Falcon versus Hadries, which is Lizardmen versus Dark Elves, to wrap up our initial rounds of the day. Also, you guys can see who's playing here and all that good stuff. Oh my god! We're just being swarmed! We're being swarmed! I just looked at chat. It's anarchy. So this is a big problem with YouTube, apparently. When streams get to a certain point, it appears in the top of YouTube gaming, and then they basically just get swarmed by these bots. Like, I don't know. I don't know how you can stop them. The bots are learning. Oh no. Call Gotrek. Oh my god, this is absolute anarchy, guys. Don't give an inch, chat. Oh my god. Trust me, they're trying. They're being swarmed. Are they copying your names? Oh my god, this is just nuts. All right, guys, so just taking a quick break here while one of the players restarts their PC, and then we'll get going here with the next game. This raid is a good fight for a Slayer. It seems like it's been stopped. It seems like it's been stopped. I think the Slaanesh bots have been purged, thanks to our valiant mods here in chat. Face steel and gunpowder, indeed. Oh my god, they love the troll hammer, says Zyphos. So Grumbrindle is restarting his PC. Hopefully he'll be back in a second. Looks like he's on his phone on Discord, so he's making sure to check in with us. They've wronged us. They copied the text in chat? Oh my god, they're evolving. The dialogue is being manually entered by a person? Oh, they're getting smarter. Yeah, Wicked. I think that's a good choice. Adding like filters with like XXX and things like that. Yeah, that's a good choice. Oh my god. Absolute madness, I say. Absolute madness. Okay, so gonna I'm tempted to start with another game here. It looks like he's still restarting. I don't know if he has like an older PC or something. Let Crumbrindle win so he can buy a new PC. Oh my god. Yeah, what is the whole meme about that raid thing? Like raid? I see that a lot. Is it just like someone they sponsor a lot of stuff? Okay, 1 second here. Well, thank you for defending valiantly. We might go back and actually do the Xiphos game right now, which we could do. I think that would be solid. I'm going to check in with those lads. Okay, I'm going to do that real quick. I know, sorry to get all the hype. Dwarf fans, don't worry, we'll be back. Wave 2. Is there a second rallying of the demons? They've been banished into the warp and now they return. Oh. All right, so guys, what we're going to do is we're going to go actually back and play the Wood Elves versus Chaos game. So let's go ahead and go back to the lobbies where we're going to have the glorious forces of Zero facing off against Xiphos on his Wood Elves. So we'll be back to the Dwarf game next. But these guys we passed over anyways because they were they had to take care of something. So it makes sense that we go back. All right, and here we are, guys. So we're loading into a game. It's going to be Wood Elves versus Chaos. And again, guys, today's tournament is sponsored by the Kittens vs. Puppies card game, which is a card game created by one of our very own here in the community, the Great Shadow Online Gaming. Make sure to check out his Kickstarter, which is in the description. And also the mods will be dropping links throughout the tournament. He's putting forward $250 out of his own pocket, all of which is going to go to the players in today's tournament. So make sure to, throw a coin to your shadow. Do it. Check out that Kickstarter. Now we're going to be jamming. Make sure I have the screen blocker turned off. And 1 sec here. Cool. Here we go. So Zero versus Xiphos, Chaos versus Wood Elves. Now this is a matchup that historically was very, very centered around like heavy cab play. You see like 4 Chaos Knights just trying to overwhelm the Wood Elves with like brute force, and it can work very, very well. Granted, of course, we've seen Xiphos on countless occasions with his impeccable micro and Waywatcher play actually still be able to survive those brutish rushes, which I don't know how he does it. Like I couldn't do it, but he makes it work for sure. Yes. Yes. It is time. Hey guys. Well done. Yes. And as a matter of fact, in this in the game that's sponsoring today's event, the glorious card game, Wookiee is in the game. Lore Master of Sotek's dog is in the game, and we do also have Janet on Occasion's dog, and Shadow can tell you who else is in the game as well. All right, guys. Now for the matchup. We have Zero on the Warriors of Chaos. Kolek Suneater coming in with his fat hammer. Going to be trying to crush some of these Wood Elf skulls. We'll see how that goes. A Shadow Sorcerer with Enfeebling Foe and Mindrazor as well. So looking for some big burst damage, perhaps with Kolek or Chaos Knights. For his ground force, I really like this. Marauders and basically 2 infantry units that are specialists against Wood Elves. Demon Spear are very fast, and they can kind of bounce around quickly and really deceiving. It's deceivingly quick, and they can hammer through troops with their really high weapon strength, like Eternal Guard and War Dancers and all that sort of stuff. Mirror Guard are armored, they're immune to psychology, just a durable troop. On top of that, Chaos Knights, Poison Hounds, I think. Are they Poison Hounds? Yes, they're going to be Poison Hounds. So this is a pretty old school build. It's like Chaos Knight Bum Rush, use the Warhounds to kind of just like lock things down with the Chaos Knights, and Kolek can just push through with the infantry. So if he can occupy the missile line with his Chaos Knights while the Marauders push through, I mean, it can do some serious work. And now for the forces of Xiphos and the Wood Elves, the champion of Athaloran here. We have Glade Riders with Hagbane Tips. We have a Waystalker as well. Now, he brought the Waystalker, if I'm not mistaken, simply as a countermeasure against a Hell Cannon. With the Arrow of Kurnus, you can really snipe Hell Cannons pretty well. On top of that, he does have a couple Eternal Guard on the periphery. It looks like he's forming a box in the forest here. This is actually a pretty good map for the Wood Elves here because he can form... Oh, and he's not... So Xiphos with the mind games. Oh, man. The trees are going to be taking up refuge in the forest. Oh, that's smart. Zero guides me, even though I misspell his name. Zeech guides me. He says Zeech guides me, even though I misspell his name. So, Xiphos' build here is really actually quite good. He has a tree Death Star in the forest using the Wardens of Sithril, Loix Tricksters, Big Papa Durthu, a Branch Wraith, and Treekin. Now, This is going to be very tough for Chaos to crack. The one advantage that Chaos has, though, is Kolek Sun Eater. Kolek with Mind Razor just hammering on these trees is going to be very, very nasty. But aside from that, the Chaos Knights aren't going to be super useful. Probably will just be best suited to chase down Waystalkers and things like that and potentially do some work. So, yeah. Misha and Wicked, I live for this shit. Oh my god. Oh, look at that. They're copying the chat. That's insane. Skynet is evolving. You know, come on, guys. What would a stream be without like a raid like that? I feel like it's pretty great. My favorite comment though is Zero's comment. He's like Zinch guide me, even though I don't know how to spell his name. Oh, that's so good. So yeah, I really like Zyphos' mind games because, you know, one of the things people have told Zyphos in the past in previous tournaments is that he always brings Way Watchers, like no matter what. Like, and it can become predictable and players can learn to kind of deal with it, but by bringing something so wild like this, I think it's going to catch his opponent off guard. Now, of course, there are rules pertaining to attacking in tournaments, but he is going to meet those rules by using his Glade Riders with the Hagbane tips. So, Chaos has a couple options. Number one, they could just sit and take all the ammunition of these missile units and not go into the forest. And then when the ammunition runs out, but they also have to attack as well. So they pretty much have to march in here. Some of the doggos doing some light skirmishing. Chaos Knights coming in, and I think Zero might be a little bit suspicious right now. He can't see any of this. All these trees are hidden, including Durthu here. So Durthu is going to be hiding in the trees. And yeah, the trees are waiting. Chaos is going to advance. Zero is going to see this pretty quickly here. Unfortunately, Zero did not bring Pendulum. Pendulum would be like a game breaker here for sure. Like, if he had a Pendulum, he could just drop it like right down the diagonal kind of formation here. It would wreck the Sithral Guard, the Loix Tricksters, the Eternal Guard. It'd be super strong. So Chaos Knight's pushing forward, and now Zero is going to realize that it's basically just a dirty tree Death Star, like just hiding in the trees. I love it. The natural habitat here of the Elves, and a very, very different build for sure. So I'm just making sure. Okay, cool. I don't have any screen blockers up. I was like, I'm always paranoid that I left them up, but I'm pretty sure I got it this time. Yes. So here they come. You can see the Chaos Warhounds with poison circling about. The Chaos Knights trying to take an engagement right here. Perhaps going to be charging into the Glade Riders with Hagbane tips. But, you know, you got to be careful. This is like lore friendly. Like the Wood Elves trying to lure some Chaos troops into a tree line where they get ambushed. That's very, very lore friendly for sure. Ammunition's running a little bit sparse though. Zero is getting that full surround. He wants to get that full Monty, that full hammer. The biggest thing for Chaos, considering that I think their army may have been outpicked a little bit, is that, you know, Kolek needs to get some work done. He needs to hammer down these trees. He needs to just beat them like a drum and, you know, get those optimal duels against Durthu. So basically, Chaos is just going to kind of harry and harass this formation until they get the full surround. You can see here, Zero doesn't want to forget the Demon Spew, nor does he want to forget his caster. Lord of the Storm is going to be going down right here from Kolek. Kolek does have an AoE Lightning Storm, so it's going to be zapping. Oh, brutal Lord of the Storm right there. Just eviscerating some of these elves in the tree line. Very, very good cast. Able to do some substantial damage against Loix Tricksters, which are a pretty elite unit. As a matter of fact, he takes out 10 models. That's no joke. So I love this. The Chaos Knights just waiting outside the tree line. The Ents are going to war indeed, but, you know, the forces of Isengard and Industry, well, I mean, Chaos isn't really about Industry, but we'll just call them Isengard for now. They lurk outside the tree line, waiting for an opportunity to strike. And you can see Durthu just waiting in here in the Haggard box of the gods. Oh my god. I was expecting boxes from Dwarves, but not from Elves today. But granted, this is, you know, been considered by many to be a very, very hard matchup for the Wood Elves, so I completely understand having to, you know, use these type of tactics here. So here comes the Chaos Marauders. They're going to be getting in here. You can see Mirror Guard coming in. Demon Spew waiting in the wings, moving slowly. So the Chaos player is actually not rushing in. He's not moving his troops fast, except for the Mirror Guard here, because he's probably attacking with them, because he wants to keep his troops basically fresh. So here, oh, look at this. Zero is hiding his Chaos Sorcerer behind the tree, I think, trying to waste ammunition, and he does use some shadow magic. So he used the Melkoth's Mystifying Miasma on the Wardens here. And it looks like Kolek thinking about going to fight. Oh man, that was close. Kolek almost got caught there. But he's probably waiting for another Lord of the Storm to come up. Hounds are pushing in as well. Chaos Knights charging in as well. Oh, so what he's trying to do is get Durthu isolated here. So now comes the onslaught of Chaos. So the Chaos Knights going to be coming in from all angles here, attacking where they can. And we have a big monster fight here, it looks like. But Kolek going to be pulling back. And Durthu is going to be using a Flock of Doom. So in a way, he did kind of bait out some Winds of Magic there from the Elves. And it did some okay damage. I guess it hit some Hounds and some other forces like that. And yeah, here comes the Chaos Knights. The Mirror Guard, Forsaken should be getting in position soon, and once they engage, I think the Chaos Forces will probably commit to a bit of a harder engagement. He's basically just like prodding and poking and using his magic to poke down Zyphos, looking for opportunities to kind of get in here and get some free attacks. And you can see Kolek's going to be charging in here and just hammering some Treekin, because there's no like heavy Wood Elf support right here. So, you know, Kolek's pretty much 100% free to go after some of those things. And Xiphos, you know, some of his forces are getting a little bit caught out here. He's taken some poke and stroke. You can see a lot of his troops here are a little bit beat up. Chaos Knights, of course, have a decent charge bonus. They're not the Lance variant, but the charge is still decent. But man, a pendulum or anything like that would have just been so powerful. So now in the front, we do have the Mirror Guard engaging against the periphery here of the Wood Elf formation, attacking some Eternal Guard, also fighting Treekin, which is not a fun engagement for them. And back on the other side of the tree line, we do, of course, have some Chaos Marauders engaging as well. But it looks like Chaos is playing like a very patient game. They're not committing everything at once. Rather, they're kind of doing some Reaganomics and just trickling in here and there and trying to find good picks. Basically, just forcing the Glade Riders with Hagbane Tips out. You know, again, if Xiphos runs out of missiles, at least that, you know, allows Chaos to be a little bit more kind of fluid with their engagements. Now, oh man, Star Crusher is active. So Kolek has popped Star Crusher, which means, oh, he's going to be a raid boss now. And he actually knocks over Durthu, which is pretty hilarious. But Durthu's going to be getting back up here as Kolek unleashes another blow. Lord of the Storm coming in the back, so that's going to be going right on top of these Eternal Guard here. Nice zap there, very good stuff, but a good Flock of Doom coming in from Durthu as well. And Kolek needs to win this duel for sure. This is really, really big. And I would imagine there's going to be a Mind Razor. So Kolek has 1,000 weapon strength, 1,013, and he needs to keep fighting while this is active. Oh man, but it looks like he's going after the Manticore instead. Kolek, what are you doing? Why are you running while your buffs are active? No. Oh, that was a mistake. He should have just kept hammering on Durthu right there, just beating him like a drum. Okay, that was a pretty substantial misplay for sure. The bounce power is coming into the favor of the Wood Elves slightly because of the Manticore summon and also because the Chaos Knights are taking a lot of damage, but Kolek kind of slipped up a little bit there. He had a good opportunity to really hammer Durthu a couple times. The Manticore summon's coming in the back. Going to be attacking Durthu as well. There are a fair amount of Chaos Infantry, but the Flock of Doom is certainly doing a good job. Now, Chaos Knights on this side are collapsing the Hagbane Tips. Chaos Knights still charging in from pretty much every angle, and it looks like Kolek was able to successfully evade the Manticore and also save this Chaos Sorcerer of Shadows. So now Kolek's re-engaged here. You can see Durthu's taking a bit of damage. I mean, if Durthu goes down, I mean, I think that would be enough to give the Chaos Warriors a pretty good edge. You can also see that the Demon Spewer here. Demon Spew do have a pretty good AoE debuff, which gives negative melee attack to all nearby troops and everything like that. So here comes Kolek pushing back in through the tree line. You can see the Forsaken and other forces fighting against the Azrai, who are holding with the Treekin. Treekin, of course, are very, very tanky, and like I think like Dragon Ogres or Shaggoth could do some good work against him for sure. But Kolek's kind of got his hands full, to be honest. You know, he really is trying to go after some of the big threats here, like you know, Big Durthu. Now, Bounce of Power is a little bit Wood Elf favored here in this situation. Durthu might be able to turn around and put some hurt on Kolek, as Kolek does kind of overextend a little bit here into the pits. Some of the Glade Riders with Hagbane Tips have been compromised, and now these Firebark Elders here, who might actually be a good idea to go after. Lord of the Storm coming down as well, going to be going right on top of the Loex Tricksters. That should do some good damage. Nice zap there, zapping some of those forces as the Forsaken continue to push through. Loex Trickster's a little bit beat up, Treekin a little bit beat up as well, but of course oh man, this is not good. It looks like Kolek is actually getting worked on a little bit. Durthu is very, very powerful as well. Now in a vacuum, depending on the magic situation, Kolek probably would win, but here, you know, he does have the Mind Razor, 811 freaking weapon rank, but he's surrounded by Treekin, he's taking damage from spears, and it looks like Kolek is going to be broken off here for sure. So, I don't know what Chaos can do at this point. I think they didn't bring any answers for Treekin, and also the train was pretty good. But even in open field, the outcome probably still would have been the same. Granted, there's a penalty for large units fighting in the forest, but that also penalizes Durthu and the Treekin. But yeah, no answers for the Treekin build. Everyone expects Xiphos to go Waywatchers, which I would have brought a build exactly like Zero's. I mean, Kolek was an answer of sorts, but that's a lot of wood to break through, guys. And it looks like the Warriors of Chaos are going to be pushed back. You can see the Wood Elves able to push back these brutish warriors here, and you know, they'll go back to the Chaos Waste. They'll mutate a little bit more. They'll come back and they'll be ready for the next faction war, I'm sure. See Durthu with his big old claw up in the tree line, and Xiphos has it. Forest stream, I know. So Deacon Scale Singer says, one of the bots that's been infiltrating our chat said, "I want to see your Doom Rocket." Oh my god, dude. All right, so that's going to be. Let's go ahead and go to the Faction War bracket. Xiphos is going to be advancing on to face Crabling, so it's going to be Wood Elves versus Skaven. Pretty fun matchup for sure. And now we're going to go back to the Dwarf matchup, which is going to be Ulrich Rahl facing off against Grom Brindle. And GG, well played. Tree Blob OP, says Zero. That's his only statement, Tree Blob OP. I love it. Yeah, who expects Xiphos to do that? The mind games. All right. And the Warriors of Chaos have been banished. The end times have been prevented. Although, Norska can still bring the end times. So we'll see. And so could the Skaven, technically. So, all right. Hey, guys. Now we're back to our Norska versus Dwarf showdown. So let's go ahead and load back into here. We're going to go ahead and put Ulrich. And then we're going to have Grombrindle. Hopefully they don't lag this time. Their potatoes must be dealt with. And it looks like we're loading into the game. Yes. Welcome to the stream, guys. This is a big one. We have 2,138 people joining today to see which faction is going to be reigning supreme in our faction wars. So far, we've had some really good fights across the board. I think the highlight of today's tournament so far has, of course, been the quad bloat victory with Sartosa. But man, these have been some games. So guys, now we have Norska, who shall be led by Ulrich Rahl, facing off against Grombrindle, the champion of the ancestors. Yeah, the Beastmen could bring about the end times as well. So there still is a hope for the end times to come, but hopefully not if it means, going to Age of Sigmar. But, we can't have everything in this world. Yes. We're doing it. We're doing it to it, guys. So just going to minimize here, check a couple things. Looks like we're all good. Time to settle some grudges indeed, Lars. It is time. Get the book. The book is here, and it looks like the player's loading in a lot faster this time, so it looks like the internet or computer issue has been resolved for Grombrindle. So now, guys, the players, let's go and double check. It looks like the build's the same here. I, of course, will double check later, and if they change their build, there will be repercussions. So, as far as the faction goes, Dwarfs, of course, have the Royal Dawi Air Force up in the sky. We have 4 gyrocopters, 2 of the Iron Drakes with Trollhammer torpedoes, front line of Longbeards, and it looks like, it's mostly Longbeards. He does have the Norgrimling's Ironbreakers as well, Dwarf Warriors, Belagar, and a Runesmith. So, of course, you guys saw this army earlier. It's a Royal Dawi Air Force, which can be really punishing against chariots. The gyrocopters hit like absolute trucks with their bonus force large against single entities, but Ulrich looks pretty well prepared for that. So let's take a look at this Norskan army, the champion of the Dark Gods, Ulrich Rahl. He does, of course, have a Marauder Chieftain, Surtha Ek, coming to the battlefield once again, a Shaman Sorcerer of Metal as well, coming in with the Glittering Robe and Plague of Rust. And it looks like we have a Fimir Balefiend with Shadow, so he's going to be rocking that sweet, sweet pendulum. So very exciting stuff, to say the least. Now for the front line here, for Norska, it's going to be all Marauder Hunters. So these are the guys with throwing axes, and they have had a buff recently. They used to only have 5 ammunition, now they have 12. They have Shield Breaker, they have good missile attack, so I actually think this is really going to catch Grombrindle off guard. These guys do only have 80 range, though, so gyrocopters can outrange them still. But yeah, I don't know. But I mean, if there's no front line, the Longbeards can advance. So it's going to be a bit of a tricky one. We have Marauder Horsemen with throwing axes. We have the Maws of Savagery, which are normally reserved for anti-large situations, but they still have good AP and armor and regeneration. In the back, he's got some Norskan Wolves to disrupt the back line. A couple Marauders with great weapons and Berserkers, and Surtha Ek, of course. That is it. Man, this is going to be an exciting game. Let's check the chat. So our Norskan player says, prepare to die, dwarves. Skull for the Skull Throne. Hearts for Slanesh. Grombrindle says good luck. And then Norska says, and cuts for Nurgulk. Okay, well, saying in character, I really appreciate that. I think it adds a lot of flavor to this battle for sure. And we have a donation coming in from Tamanta and Lars. He says, another go for the true king. Vala Azrael Ungol, satisfy the grudge. So here we go, guys. The dwarves versus Norska. Put your vote in here. For those of you who are fans of the Dawis and the ancestor gods, make sure to put your heart out there in chat for the dwarves. And if you're a fan of Norska and the dark gods, let's hear it for them as well. Let us know who you align with, chat. And these faction wars, of course, each faction does have a champion. Single elimination, so once a faction loses one game, they're eliminated in their campaign, but we'll see. We'll see. There are a lot of axes here, guys. He's going to ask him a question, to say the least. Start when ready. No need to wait. the true villain here is Ulrich Rahl. I love the role playing for sure. Like changing his name to a Norskan war chief, bringing Surtha Ek. I don't think the dwarves have any artillery to force the Norskins in. Granted, the gyrocopter should be more than enough for that. No slayers actually either. Usually you would see at least dragonback slayers to be pretty helpful against monsters and things like that. But I think Grombrindle is really going to be relying on his Trollhammer torpedoes to pound any monsters. So Marauder Horsemen with throwing axes is going to be surging in to go after the gyrocopters. Grombrindle, taking some big damage on those gyros initially, so the Royal Dawi Air Force needs to be careful. There are so many throwing axes here, and I'm not sure where he's going with these gyros. Okay, it looks like he's trying to snipe the Lord, which is risky because the throwing axes flying under them are going to be pretty brutal. And yeah, good micro so far. It looks like Grombrindle is able to dodge most of those, but this is so much ammo Like, there's so many throwing axes here that a single slip up from the gyros. Oh, is he going to do a bombing run? Is he going to do it? Oh, it looks like he was thinking about it. But no, he's basically... I think you're going to have to fall back with these gyros. I think Norska is going to be able to force you back. The gyros have to fall back behind the formation and be used as a sniping tool with the buffering of these longbeards, because they're taking pot shots, taking volleys here, and they're getting some good sniping on Sertha Ek here. But nonetheless, I think they need to be more careful. Like, the damage they're taking here, I don't think is worth sniping just some Haggard Chariot Lord, to say the least. We have a donation coming in from Simon Benjamin. There goes my afternoon, but how could you spend how could a Sunday afternoon be better spent? I don't know, man. This is a really fun event so far. No Slayers for sure. But I mean, I understand it. The Trollhammer Torpedoes can do the trick for sure. And Slayers are lightly armored, and they do have some trouble with Norskan infantry. So at this point, Grombrindle is going to have to get a little bit hog wild with his micro. He's going to have to split up these copters because he cannot afford to lose these. They're expensive. They cost 800 Gs. And he's really going all in on trying to snipe this Norskan Lord. I don't think that's worth it. I think falling back with the gyros, holding on your formation, sit with the gyros back here, and then from there you can shoot at a lot of the different Norskan troops. So the doggies are coming in, Norskan Warhounds trying to do their thing. Oh, but sniping the caster could be worth it for sure, shutting down magic. So Grombrindle with some crazy just like juking with the gyros and just trying to micro all 4 of these at once to get value. That's it's tricky stuff. Yeah, but I mean, he's gotten good damage, but if he doesn't finish them off, is it really going to be worth it? So now we have the throwing axes coming in, which will be outranged by the Iron Drakes ever so slightly, but it's pretty much a non-factor in terms of that. But yeah, Grombrindle needs to fall back. Like, this is... I mean, he's wasting a ton of ammo, though. I mean, the Marauder Horsemen are almost out of ammo, guys, and Grombrindle's juking pretty well. The thing is the Marauder Hunters also have a fair amount of ammo as well. Looks like a bombing run might be done here. He's landing over the top here. One gyro is going to break, it looks like. He's sitting and taking a shot, but now the frontline engagement is underway, and some of the doggies have gotten into the back line. Trollhammer Torpedoes blasting them. The thing about Trollhammers, guys, is that Trollhammers do have 120 armor, so it's going to be very hard for the dogs to actually hurt them unless, you know, Grombrindle just lets them get fully surrounded, right? Blasting charges from the Ironbreakers, able to do some huge damage against Marauder Hunters, and finally Grombrindle makes the right choice. He falls back with the Gyrocopters and is going to be using them defensively, which is what he should be doing. Like, he still has most of his gyros. I think he's only lost 1 model after all is said and done there, but he did some good HP damage to the Lords. I mean, it's not bad for sure, but Ulrich Rahl was very, very prepared for a Dawi Air Force, and it seems like the battle's still going pretty well for both sides, though. I mean, you can see here the Norskan Ice Wolves are completely fended off. The freaking Iron Drakes with Trollhammer Torpedoes are in good shape. They took basically no damage from that Hound Harass, and the blasting charges are just doing so much work. You can see these torpedoes as well blasting into the Marauder Horsemen, and yeah, I mean, things are going pretty well. But again, Grombrindle getting a little bit, he's being a little greedy here with the Gyrocopters. I think just holding his position here is the way to do it, but he's trying to get around, and it looks like he might do a bombing run here. He's thinking about it. Nice pendulum from Norska right there, going into the Longbeards. An attempted bombing run, but good juking for sure from the Norskins here in Ulrich Rahl. And it looks like these Gyrocopters with the Brimstone guns are going to be shooting at, what are they going after? The Familiar Balefiend with Shadows. It looks like a double caster, actually, from the Norskins here. Yeah, the Marauder Horseman Goon Squad is going to be very, very strong. Now, in the back line, you can see the dogs coming back in once again. Dwarf Warriors and Elite Troops going to be waiting to deal with that. But the Norgrimling's Ironbreakers are being taken apart by the axes, as the Dwarven Bombing Run looks to be coming in for another attempt here. The Rune of Wrath and Rune popped on the Shaman Sorcerer. Grombrindle going for a snipe here. And you can see the Trollhammer Torpedoes getting some nasty shots right there. But man, he needs to be more careful with these gyros. Like, I don't know if it's worth it just to kill this caster here. Anyways, that caster is broken. Probably going to get shattered, or close to it. Negative 71. Gyrocopters taking a hammering from those throwing axes. One issue for Norska, though, is that when they run out of ammo and their throwing axes, like, they're going to have a hard time versus Longbeards if they're still healthy, right? So that caster is gone, so the Shaman Sorcerer Metal is pushed off here. Bounce of Power is still even, and the Marauder Horseman Goon Squad is still chasing the Gyrocopters. Now, they're all pretty low on ammo. Here comes the Pendulum attempt, which should do some good work there. Nice Pendulum tearing into those Longbeards. And in the back, you can see that the Doggy Corps is still trying, but the Warriors of Dragonfire Pass are waiting for them. And Norskan Hounds, I think, with the exception of the Ice Wolves, are infantry-sized. So the infantry attacks here from the Warriors of Dragonfire Pass should be pretty strong. Now, King Belegar is going to be charging this Familiar Balefiend. It looks like Gyrocopters just getting wrecked. I mean, that's so much gold to lose. Is it really worth it just to goon out, like, you know, that caster there? Because had he been using it in the back, he could have been, like, shooting the troops as they come in and then wait for the ammunition to be wasted on the other troops, and then Gyrocopters would have complete dominance. But, you know, it is what it is. I mean, at least he did good damage to the Lord and also took out a caster and things like that. But still, very, very dicey trade in my opinion. So, We have the Iron Drakes, the Troll Armor Torpedoes shooting in, going after the Norskan Ice Wolves back here. And it looks like ample Longbeards and other troops left. But I feel like Norska is in a good position here. Now, like, you know, the Dwarves have kind of been pulled apart a little bit. And a lot of their forces are going to be isolated and hunted by hounds and other things like that. And the Gyrocopter Air Force is in a little bit of trouble. I think it's been a little bit, you know, a little bit loose with those guys. Now, the Marauder Chieftain is gone. Norska is leaderless, basically. The Dwarves were able to hammer down Sirtha Ek plus his caster, but Norska just has so much of the throwing axes left, and the throwing axe front line, very, very good against like a box style of play, right? And granted, it wasn't a box, but it was still kind of similar in terms of aesthetics and playstyle. Some of the doggies going to be going in here as well, and you can see in the back the Troll Armor Torpedoes are being chased down by Marauders with great weapons, which is pretty disastrous. Losing an expensive value piece like that against like some great weapon units is going to be it's going to be a little bit tough. So very, very solid build from Alric, although I think a big factor was also the gyrocopters not being, you know, efficiently used. I mean, in some respects they were. They sniped out a couple characters, but I just don't see the Dwarfs coming back. I mean, that's like, you know, a huge portion of their army. You know, what is it? 8, 16, 24, 3,200 golden gyrocopters. Now, we do have a couple left on the wings, it looks like. We have 2, and it looks like the Norskan Lord is indeed dead at this point. Belagar is fighting someone over here. It looks like he's fighting some Marauder Hunters and doing a pretty good job there, but the Dwarf forces are kind of in shambles now, running in all directions, as Belagar and the Runesmith and a couple of the Iron Drakes with the Trollheimer Torpedoes are kind of the last bastion here of the Dwarven forces. And some people in chat asking, no, you have not missed the Lizardmen and Dark Elf game. That is the last one here in our first round rotation. So, Runesmith here, continuing to karate chop into the Marauders, getting some very, very solid damage. Rune of Wrath and Ruin being used on the Maws of Savagery, which is quite solid. Going to be trying to get some Last Samurai action. Dwarfs are not 100% out of this game. Oh man, that's going to hurt these guys. Blasting, the Troll Armor Torpedoes right in the face. And some Dwarf Warriors kind of, you know, holding the charge back, but looks like the Maws of Savagery is still going to be able to get in there and cause some problems. The last Gyrocopter, the Brimstone Guns, shooting at the Werewolves. King Belagar is going to be falling back as well. Like I said, though, Norska is leaderless. There's nothing. I mean, if the Trollheimer Torpedoes can finish off the Maws of Savagery, that could give the Jawi a way back into the game with their leadership just being super powerful. So we have some Dwarf Warriors coming back here. It looks like some Warriors of Dragonfire Pass. I'm pretty sure the Ironbreakers got taken apart by the throwing axes, which do have Shieldbreaker as well, so super good against those guys. And Ulrich really needs to make sure to shut down the Iron Drakes. If he doesn't shut down the Iron Drakes, that could give Grombrindle a way back into this game 100%. Like, if these things keep shooting and just tearing into these Norskan troops and these elites, that could be very scary. So here we do have some Norskan Ice Wolves coming in, and it looks like Ulrich heard the message, and he is going to be going in. I mean, not literally, but he knows they're important to take down. And some of the Norskan Wolves going to be jumping on the Iron Drakes, the Troll Armor Torpedoes. There are some Dwarf supporting elements nearby. No Slayers, though, just Longbeards, as well as Warriors of Dragonfire Pass, who are going to be coming in to try and help. And Belagar and his Goon Squad are fighting these guys pretty well. Werewolves on the far side are fighting against Longbeards, as well as the remnants of the Ironbreakers. Should be okay with their regeneration. And the Troll Armor Torpedoes might be able to come back in. A little bit of a pendulum going down on these Longbeards, who are actually able to push back Berserkers. And honestly, guys, the Dwarves might be able to pull this one back. As strange as that may sound, if ammunition runs out on the Marauder Hunters, like if the Longbeards are able to kind of endure that, and he can keep these Iron Drakes online, there is a chance for sure, because the Iron Drakes could hammer down the Maws of Savagery pretty efficiently, and you can see the Jawi are actually pulling back the bounce of power a little bit. It's a very, very close battle here. I mean, all it's going to take for Ulrich is like 1 or 2 little slip-ups here. Like if he slips up and lets these Troll Armor Torpedoes like nuke his Skin Wolves, the premier condom brand of the old world, I do not know what he's going to be able to do. So here, we do, of course, have the Norskan Warhounds coming back in once again. Marauder throwing axes. There is a fair amount of ammunition left on a couple of these guys, and now you can see the Dwarves are basically reforming their box here, which is pretty great. Troll Armor Torpedo is going to be shooting in against the, looks like against the Marauder Horsemen as they do advance. King Belagar going to be coming in with the Steel Chair as well, trying to pound those guys out. And he needs to make sure to keep these guys alive. He needs these Troll Armor Torpedoes, otherwise the Maws of Savagery are just going to be a huge problem. Granted, he does have some Brimstone guns shooting those guys, which is quite strong. Warriors of Dragonfire Pass going to be intercepting the dogs, which is quite good. So good micro there by Grombrindle, pulling those forces there. And now comes the real pain train. The Marauder Hunters with throwing axes have an amazing AP and can certainly cause some huge problems. So Norskan Warhounds getting pushed back once again, and it looks like the throwing axes are now throwing in, going after Belagar and some of these supporting Dwarf Warriors that are nearby. But ammunition is very, very low in these guys. These ones I think have they're out of ammo. These ones have 3 volleys left. 3 here and 1 here, it looks like. Okay. So the Werewolves are in okay shape. It looks like the Trollheimer Torpedoes are going to be going after the Skin Wolves, which is a smart choice. And despite the fact that the bounce of power is currently Norskan favored, the fact that Belagar and the Runesmith are still alive is going to be very tough. If they get a chance to fight shoulder to shoulder with a couple Dwarf troops like in the late game, that's going to be nasty. So we have some Longbeards chasing here, a couple throwing axes on the flank going after this dwarf formation, and it looks like there is going to be a charge coming in from Ulrich's forces. So you can see the Marauder Horsemen being attacking, excuse me, but they're going to lose that fight probably against the dwarf infantry. So I would imagine they're simply going to pull out here in a moment. And the throwing axe is coming in. We have some Marauders with great weapons being rear charged by a gyrocopter. So the gyrocopter charges in and gets rid of the great weapons here. And yeah, I mean, really just protecting these Trollhammer torpedoes and making sure they shoot the skin wolves is the way back in this game for the dwarves. If that doesn't happen, could be a bit of a disaster. So we have the Warriors of Dragonfire Pass coming in. We have Marauder Horsemen swarming from every angle. We have Belegar back there. I assume he's going to pop a Mighty Oathstone to give melee defense. There it is. So huge melee defense boon to all the dwarves that are fighting here. And this is like the last battle here. I think that Ulrich needs to make sure to pull in the Skin Wolves. If he doesn't, that could be a little bit dicey for sure. And Dwarf Warriors over here should be able to beat Marauder Hunters in combat. And we have a couple of the Norgrimlings Ironbreakers. 5 models left, still going strong. Those guys, a very, very important hold right there. Now, as far as the gyrocopters go, Grombrindle has lost his last gyrocopter, but Belegar is still going strong. Ammunition, again, a little bit low for these guys, and you can see the Trollhammer torpedoes still shooting in. He probably has them in guard mode to make sure that they keep fighting, but I think the Norskins might be able to simply overwhelm these Warriors of Dragonfire Pass here. They are wavering, 4 leadership, 688. There's still a Runesmith fighting as well. Runesmiths are quite strong in combat, but I don't know if the King of Carrick 8 Peaks is going to be able to hold. Some misplays earlier with the gyrocopters, like you can still see how close this game was. If Grombrindle had played a little bit more careful with the gyrocopters, I think he could have taken this game for sure, because he could have just let his infantry deal with the throwing axes and things like that. So now it's basically King Belegar and his Runesmith versus the world. Now, as far as ammo goes, I mean, there is, I don't know, that's going to be tough. Belegar isn't like a Thorgrim character who can really tank this, plus there's still a fair amount of AP left. Maybe if the Runesmith and Belegar can beat down the Fimir Balefiend with Shadows and get that pick there, that would be quite nice. What's also nice for Norska is they have the regenerating Maws of Savagery, so they have healing in the form of those werewolves here, but again, if like the Runesmith and Belegar are able to take out this Balefiend or at least break him or push him back, that will give them a fighting chance. But yeah, you can see here the Runesmith is actually broken, which is pretty disastrous for the dwarves, as Belegar Ironhammer is going to be trying, and he's getting some decent attacks. So you can see that Balefiend is in melee, and he does have the losing keyword here, as Belegar is kind of bullying him a little bit, but nonetheless, the Runesmith is in some serious trouble. And Norska and the dwarves saying GG. I don't think there's any way the dwarves can come back here. I like the build. I think it had some teeth for sure, but I think the execution and the initial gyrocopter all-ins, it cost them the game. It cost them the game for sure. But alas, that shall go in the great book of grudges, and I'm sure they'll be back to fight another day. The mighty Oathstone popped once more as the true King of Carrick 8 Peaks fights to the bitter end against this Norscan horde. And you can see some of the werewolves going to be chasing down the routing dwarven troops. This is really important. If they come back and are able to rally to their king, that could be quite scary. Man, Dwarf Lords are just so meaty. Look at Belegar just going in strong here. So that's going to be army losses, guys. And the champions of the Dark Gods will be advancing on. Warriors of Chaos may have fallen, but Norska will carry on the torch with the Beastmen. Flying Taco and Ulrich Rahl, the last hope for the Dark Gods. As we do advance here, so let's go ahead and go to the Faction War bracket. And send Ulrich up to face. So we're going to have a Chaos Blood Bowl next. It's going to be Flying Taco facing off against Ulrich, which is going to be very fun. So now we have Chosen One versus Aerocrastic in our next match. Saying GG to one another. And excellent. You have the brackets up. Life is good. And here we go. The next one is going to be 7. Look at this. Nicely organized. I love it. Faction War 7. All right, 1 second here. And now we can jump back to the lobby, which is going to be Aerocrastic. Oh, no, that's the wrong one. Here it is. Let me see who's on what side. Aerocrastic's on the left side. And it's going to be Coast versus Tomb Kings, which is a very fun matchup, actually. Aerocrastic, the champion of Nehakara. The Desert Kingdom rides under the banner of Aerocrastic. And then, of course, we have ODM Chosen One as the Vampire Coast, Luther Harkin's people. Chosen One! Here it comes. And we have a couple donations coming in as well. A $5 from Italian Spartacus saying, keep it up. Thank you, man. Are you mocking me with that thing? Are you calling me that gelatinous form doing bicep curls? How dare you? Thanks, Ryan. And of course, from Simon Benjamin, there goes his afternoon. And then a huge, fat, erect 50 coming in from Steve. Thank you so much. For some reason, can I see the message here? Let me pull it up on my phone. Curse the Baggins. We're loading into the game. I'm getting like notifications. My phone's just, even though I turned notifications off earlier. So Steve Hernandez says, for the true Dark God Wookiee. Wookiee is indeed a servant of Nurgle, for sure. So thank you guys so much for your donations. And again, make sure to check out today's sponsor, the Kittens vs. Puppies card game created by the great Shadow Online Gaming, a fellow content creator here in the Total War community. The Kickstarter is indeed linked in the comment section below. He's paying the prize pool for all the players out of pocket. So make sure to check him out and throw a coin to your Shadow. All right, guys. For the forces of Aerocrastic, leading an army from the desert, the legions of Nehekara. Will they retake the old world? We will find out. Will they retain their former glory? They're led by a former ever-chosen champion. Very solid tournament player, content creator as well. For the forces of Aerocrastic, Ark in the Black, front line is going to be a combination of skeletons and Tomb Guard, a couple Tomb Guard as well. Nehekara Horsemen for battlefield control, which are always good. And, you know, archers are the name of the game against Vampire Coast. They are a great counter against bombers. They can focus down a number of pertinent threats, including Morghuls. I love it. Ark in the Black as well. Arkin is going to be on horseback. And a bunch of carrion up in the sky. And what is this wild pick and Iro Titan? What planet are we on? Now, this is a huge target for the Vampire Coast. A very, very risky gambit here for Aerocrastic. Let's see if it pays off. Now, for the forces here of the Vampire Coast and ODM Chosen One, looks like it's going to be a front line of deckhand mobs with a couple bombers. Bombers are pretty good against Tomb Guard. They can melt the Tomb Guard very, very efficiently if they get their volleys off. So that's why you see them brought. We have Depth Guard in the back for kind of buzzsawing through chaff skeletons. We have the Lamprey's Revenge, a couple Zombie Pirate Gunnery mobs, Luther Harkin up in the sky, to no surprise. And yeah, triple cannon. Usually I bring 2 cannons. This Madman brought 3, which is good. So really, it's going to come down to Arrow, you know, keeping that Iro Titan safe and using his carrion to shut down Luther and kind of keep him tar pitted. And the Skeleton Archers, excuse me. To shut down these Zombie Pirate Gunnery mobs with the bombers. This is going to be a wild one, guys. Oh, yes, the blocker. We got to get that. Sorry. That's why I hate using screen blockers, because I always, like, forget. At least it was small enough that it didn't obstruct too much. I got you guys. I got you. We're all covered here. We're doing it. So the battle is underway. We have a Vampire Fleet Admiral here, to no surprise. Going to be summoning some zombies. Zombie. We're doing it. So, I noticed. Hey, not too bad, guys. What are you guys putting over-unders on how long it's going to take me to notice that? Come on. You have little faith. So in the front line, Tomb Guard. Going to be taking some cannon shots, but I would imagine those cannons immediately are going to see this massive erect Iro Titan right here and are going to be shooting downtown at this guy. He's a big target. He's too slow to juke, so he basically just has to take it like an absolute champ. Some mortar shots coming in as well. So it looks like so there's 2 cannons and a mortar. That makes more sense. Mortars are a really good countermeasure against archers, but 4 archers, 5 archers. Looks like it's going to be 5 archers. And the one thing I do not like about this Vampire Coast build, I think it's very strong, has some good teeth, but my one criticism as someone, I consider myself a Vampire Coast main as well, is that I think a couple Scurvy Dogs to pressure Arrow's archer line would put just exponentially more stress on Arrow. Because right now, all he has to worry about are those bats. He can put, 2 carrion on them, 1 on Luther, and then from there, his archers are going to be relatively safe aside from the mortars. And 1 mortar is going to take forever to chew through that many archers. So the forces of Aerocrastic are advancing onward. You can see the carrion going to be flying into those Fellbats here. Fellbats will lose that fight. And the other carrion, I would imagine, might actually be sent to go after the mortar crew here, which isn't a bad idea. Depth Guard will kill them very, very quickly, but at the very least, it is buying time for the archers to get in. And also, the Titan is taking some cannon shots. I do not believe there's a Necrotect. But, yeah, we'll see. I mean, if the Titan can get on the Depth Guard or on the Crabs, that is going to be a pretty dreamy situation. I have a feeling Aerocrastic is also going to be getting his Nehekara Horsemen and screaming into the Carronade. Oh, no. Chosen One with a bit of a mistake here. It looks like his halberds moved over to fight the Carrion, but okay, he moved. He moved back. He sees the Nehekara Horsemen coming. He reacts in time. Very good play there. Now, the Archer is probably going to be going after the Bombers. Might as well take that free real estate where you can. Also, I think Ark in the Black needs to come up and through the middle and use his Skeleton Summon to shut down the cannons. I think that would be a very, very solid play. Nonetheless, the Tomb King's archers are MVP so far. They're doing an amazing job. Unfortunately, Arrow sends in the Tomb Guard before the bombers are done. I think waiting a second could have been a little bit better, but nonetheless, these bombers are getting eliminated very quickly. Also, Arkin is going to get hunted here by Luther. Luther uses Slan Gold and Power Siphon. You got to be careful. Arkin the Black's got to run. He's got to turn tail. Luther Harkin is like one of the best character snipers in the game. And it looks like Arkin the Black is a little bit trapped up. He does have an Iro Titan nearby, so that's a pretty brutal initial situation to take for sure. But now, all the archers are going to be shooting into the Lamprey's Revenge. Should be able to melt them actually surprisingly quickly, especially with the Blessed Legion. Really nice Spirit Leech as well from Aerocrastic, but also a really good gooning attempt. But Luther's taken a little bit of work here from the Titan. The Titan is able to do some decent damage, but Luther needs to be careful also. If Luther gets a little bit too aggressive and goes after Luther or Arkin back here, he's going to get melted by all the archers most likely. So it's a little bit of a game of cat and mouse. In the meantime, we do have some skeleton warriors in the back who are going to be pushing onto the carronade here. Iron Titan's in really good shape, and the Lamprey's Revenge are just going down like, just getting melted like butter. Brutal stuff. So now this is really going to test Aerocrastic. He has to juke well with Arkin the Black. And it looks like he is able to get away. Luther was actually going after the archers initially, and the other archers are going to be switching onto Luther now. So these crabs are almost done for. They're crumbling. They're at -41. The Titan's coming back here. I think using the Titan to finish off these crabs is a good choice. But it looks like the Titan is going to be going after Luther Harkin instead. Car Horsemen sweeping into the front line, going after these zombie powered deckhand mobs. And we do have some Tomb Guard now searching to the back line. Granted, a really good play here by Chosen One as well, keeping his depth guard, protecting his artillery pieces. But the double Carrion Swarm! So the Carrions get onto the Carronade, and I would imagine this is going to be an Ushapti summon in the back line going down as well. Oh, please don't give us a disconnect here. Please, no. This is such a good game so far. They're just saying good luck, have fun. It's pretty dead even, to be honest. Yeah. We'll see. Hopefully no disconnects. No. Fight it! Fight! Fight, internet! Fight! Okay, it looks like we're good. A little bit of a slow motion, but it looks like the internet has stabilized. Oh, it's been such a good game so far. I would be so sad if there was a disconnect. So the Ushapti summon back on the cannon back here is a really, really good play. That cannon's gone, and so is this one. So the mortar plus the carronade probably going to be going down here, or at least being temporarily shut down. Luther Harkin still trying to hunt down your boy Arkin the Black here. It looks like a breath attack coming down, but Aerocrastic is able to juke it, and this is like Luther's worst nightmare. Just being swarmed by a million archers just peppering him down. And, you know, archers are the name of the game against Vampire Coast, but also Aerocrastic with his backline pressure has been so good. And you can see back here, the Nehekar Horsemen are now bouncing back here, and the zombie powered deckhand mobs are not going to be able to stop, you know, Ushapti plus also the Nehekar Horsemen. On top of that, the Iron Titan is still in okay shape. It looks like the Tomb Kings throughout the battlefield are doing quite well. Tomb Guard here, Skeleton Warriors here are all pretty happy. Luther Harkin going to be trying to go back here and peel, but one mortar is offline. So the mortar's gone, the countermeasure against the archers is gone, and this carronade is crumbling as well, which means there's only going to be a single cannon plus Luther to take down this Titan, which is still at about half health. Yeah, so it looks like right now Aerocrastic is in a bit of a better position. The Tomb Kings are advancing on. You can see the big old Titan just crumping some of these guys, and I really feel like Chosen One needed a couple hounds, perhaps. Arkin the Black in combat against a bunch of zombies should be okay there. He's basically just recharging his Tomb Blade, I would imagine. And the Depth Guard here still fighting to the bitter end, but this is still a close game, guys. I mean, Luther Harkin, all it takes for him is like one or two good gooning attempts to really get back in the game. But I have a feeling that the Vampire Coast is going to run out of stuff on the ground, and they're going to be forced into combat with their single entities, which, of course, is not a fun situation for them. The last carronade's crumbling still. This Ushapti summon getting like almost 1,500 gold worth of value. I mean, they're gone now, but they basically led to the crumbling of a carronade in conjunction with these Nehekar Horsemen. Yeah, it's gone. It's gone. Brutal backline harass, and the Carrion going in to finish the job. Depth Guard getting melted by a legion of arrows. These Tomb King Desert Warriors just not messing about here with these vampires. And you can see the dreaded Depth Guard are going to be put down and basically just be canned. Now at this point, ammunition is a little bit sparse here for the boys. I mean, I guess they are still skeleton tar pits, and there is a Titan going. They really need to goon out this Vampire Caster. Nice zombie summon right there. It's going to help. Probably going to be shooting at Arkin the Black, I would imagine. All the remnants of the arrows going to be going after Luther Harkin, which is quite smart. But honestly, like, the Tomb Guard probably should be able to beat Luther. Luther isn't a great, like, crowd control hero. Like, he's not great at clearing out hordes of units and things like that. And also the Titan is just using his pimp cane and just crushing this vampire into the desert, which is freaking awesome. So you can see the vampire certainly in a bit of trouble here. Up in the sky, Luther Harkin being afflicted by Spirit Leech as the legions of Nehekar and archers unleash their torrents of fire into him. And it looks like he's going to be juking. Staff him to Gash popped. Slon gold on him, reducing his power recharge rate, which is quite helpful. And the Vampire Fleet Captain basically just running from a Titan. So we do have some zombie summons left. We have some troops fighting up here. But once, you know, those guys are... Yeah, I guess he has some ammunition left on Luther as well. But, I mean, there's no way the Vampire Coast can win this. As someone who plays Vampire Coast, it's like I've been in this situation countless times where all you have is Luther versus the world. But in this case, Luther's not even like full health. Even a full health Luther, I don't think could win this. Like, there's too many units. Skeletons, Tomb Guard, like, he's just going to get tar pitted. Nice Spirit Leech coming down from Arrow. Really going to help kind of seal the deal even further. As the Titan continues to go after this Vampire Fleet Admiral here, or Captain, excuse me. He's going to be running for the hills. Couple Carrion attacking Luther up in the sky. He's at 1,500 HP. He still does have the hunger. Yes, the eye lasers shall come. The Titan just towering over the desert. That's a pretty cool shot. Like, the Titan just across the kind of expanse of the desert. So it was once a green kingdom filled with life. Eye lasers coming down. Soulblight pops on the Vampire Fleet lady as well. She's trying her best, but you know, there are some zombies fighting over here, shutting down the last of these archers. But Luther with a nice breath attack for sure. I believe Ark of the Black's dead. No, he's still here. Okay, so he's able to get away. And up in the sky, it looks like another Spirit Leech may be going down here. But Luther using his pistol to try and do some work. But yeah, the thing is once the Vampire Fleet, you know, caster goes down here, Luther won't have any more invocations or anything like that. Oh, and the cane! Just doing so much damage. He might be able to snipe Arkin. Maybe he's Hornswoggled. Liber Mortis going down to give him some physical resist, but this caster is crumbling. Nice zombie summon here. So that was a really clutch summon here by Chosen One in the 4th quarter because in accordance with our rules of engagement, if the Vampire Fleet Captain and Luther are the only things left, Luther is forced to attack in combat. Granted, I don't know if his ammunition actually counts for him attacking. It's a bit of a tricky question. But by summoning zombies, those zombies count as attacking units. Therefore, Luther is allowed to cycle charge and kind of do his thing until they wear out. But it's not going to matter. There's way too much stuff left. Luther Harkin cannot clear through all of these guys. He can't clear through the Tomb Guard and the Skeleton Warriors and these other troops here. You can see the Vampire Fleet Captain here trying to get away. She's got about 400, but there's going to be some horsemen coming down from the high ground riding her down, and they're not going to let her get away. These bony boys getting a nice surround. She is crumbling. Self-inflicted damage coming. And a nice breath attack there on the Titan. Titan still at 1900 HP. Luther going in for the final death thrust. But I think Luther's going to get the laser eyes as well. Oh, the Titan turns around. Oh, in the backhand, Luther just gets clubbed with that sensor. And now you can see Luther Harkin. 1500 HP. He's in the danger zone. He's getting good damage. Eye lasers coming down on Luther as well, who has been able to survive that beating so far with his melee defense holding strong. But the Titan is quite pissed off. And he also does fire damage. And Luther is weak to fire, especially on the Goose. And yeah, Luther, he's trying to waddle. The zombies are still fighting. But, you know, the Titan's coming for vengeance. The rear stomp, negative 101. Army losses going in. Oh, and the laser eyes to finish off Luther Harkin. Glorious. Aerocrastic and the legions of Nehakara will conquer death once again and move forward into the next round of the tournament. So now we have our bottom side of the bracket, not bottom side, but the last of our first set of games today, which is going to be Falcon on the Lizardmen and Hadries on the Dark Elves. So, of course, two folks who have done very well in tournaments before. Let's go ahead and move Aerocrastic over here. Very well played to Chosen One. It was a great game. I just think his army needed a couple doggos. Just a couple dogs would have done the trick. So now, guys, we're going to set up our next match of the day. GG, well played to those two fine gentlemen. And now we're going to jump into our next one. Cool. Which is going to be Hadries versus Falcon. Here we go. It's showtime, baby. We're going to move back here. Reset the nameplates. Hadries as the champion of the Druchi. And Falcon, the champion of the Lizardmen. To no surprise, he loves his lizards. So guys, let us hear in chat if you're a fan of the Dark Elves and you want Hadries to win. Let us know if you want Falcon and the Lizardmen to win. Also, show your allegiance to the children of the Old Ones. As it is time, let us do battle. And we're loading in right now. So guys, River Amazon, it's a pretty fun map where you're probably going to see some Scourge Runner Chariots from Hadries, maybe a Glorious Malekith or Marathi, I would imagine. I do not think we're going to see Malus Darkblade, as cool as he is. I'm quite curious to see, and what's really funny is that before I announced this tournament, Hadries and Falcon had been practicing this matchup for a couple days. Like, Falcon was like, oh, I think you should bring this against Lizardmen, and Hadries was like helping vice versa. It's pretty hilarious. So they were practicing this matchup against one another, and then they ended up getting matched up here in this tournament against one another, which is quite hilarious. The great plan, shall it be unleashed? We'll find out here. All right, guys, 1 second here. Everyone, 1 sec, guys. Host the next round of games. Name lobbies with your player names. Okay. Is that, guys? Just organizing the next batch of rounds there. All right, here we are, guys. Sorry about that. So, here we are. Hadries on the Dark Elves. He's got a Dreadlord, the dreaded Dreadlord. It's going to be here, of course, with the sword and crossbow. What is this? This is like I was expecting Malekith or Marathi or something like that, but nonetheless, I mean, the crossbow does have a ton of missile damage. As far as his ability goes, what is this thing? He does have the volley of dark arrows, so it's like an AP missile shot. On top of that, Hadri's does have a sorceress of death for Spirit Leech. It looks like 3 Scourge Runner chariots, no surprise there. These things are absolute monsters. They can run over skinks, they can snipe dinos. 3 groups of the repeater crossbows really going all in on the big monster shooting. A couple groups of Cold One Knights to fight the enemy cav units and things like that. And 2 groups of Dark Riders with shields. So very much like a screw your dinosaurs build. But what's also really strong is that Scourge Runner chariots, even when they run out of ammo, can deal with Saurus and skinks very effectively. Now for the forces of Falcon, he pretty much has an anti-Scourge Runner build. He's got a ton of Chameleon Skinks, he's got 2 laser dinos to shoot them down, a front line of Saurus warriors with skinks on the flanks, cohort of Sotek, a Feral Carnosaur, and a Slann Mage of high magic. So he's coming in with Apotheosis. Tempest as well is going to be super good. So if Hadri's slips up for 1 second with his Dreadlord, gets caught in a Tempest, those skinks will mow him into the ground. So yeah, very strong builds. It seems like both players like know how the other person like probably plays this and are just like both trying to like kind of game each other a little bit, which is pretty hilarious, especially considering they're good friends. I know it's I kind of referred to this one as like the Anakin versus Obi-Wan matchup, you know, like the two friends, the training partners having to fight one another, which is pretty hilarious. So a ton of skinks. Yes. And also, guys, today's tournament, again, is sponsored by the Kittens and Puppies card game. Make sure to check them out on Kickstarter in the description. They're putting forward all the prize support for this glorious event. Scourge Runner chariots here in the front, going to be very nasty for sure, but the Bastiladons do outrange them. The laser dinos, Gary and George back here, have 240 range. It looks like 150 on the Scourge Runners, so there is a tree line for both players to use. What are they saying? They're saying good luck, have fun, all set. But what's really interesting here is the pick of the Dreadlord with the sword and crossbow. So he has the AP crossbow bolts. But again, that Tempest play could be really nasty for sure. So Scourge Runners coming in. They haven't yet discovered the skinks. So the skinks will be visible here in a second. Spirit Leech going down right here. So it looks like Hadri's is going to go like all in on trying to snipe out the Bastiladon. So you can see all the Scourge Runner chariots are shooting. Spirit Leech going down on the Bastiladon as well. He's trying to get as much damage as he can. And a nice volley of darkness there. Okay, so he's getting some good damage against the Bastiladon, but the skinks are quickly going to be able to force him back. And I think Falcon was pretty prepared for this, as his laser dinos are now shooting back and really hammering into those Scourge Runner chariots. What would have been interesting, though, for Hadri's to potentially try is like not bring any Scourge Runners and go for like a huge infantry build and just try and like get really aggressive in that respect. But the skinks are just so damn good against the skirmishing units. But Scourge Runner Chariot's going to be charging in the front, trying to run over some skinks, but skinks are like one of the most annoying units in the entire game to deal with. Oh, Tempest going down, so Tempest does catch the Dreadlord up in the sky, and the skinks are going in for the kill, so the skinks are surging in. Hadri's needs to countercharge right now. He needs to get on those guys, or else his Dreadlord is going to take lethal damage. You can see both of the laser dinos as well are going to be going for the Dreadlord, and there's no healing for this guy. What you see is what you get. So Hadri's coming in with the flanking charge. You can see some Dark Riders charging in, some Cold One Knights charging in. Both players are basically burning through the witches and slamming all of their resources into the front line. Now, in response, Hadri's gets all of his repeater crossbows and starts to shoot the Fat Toad. So the Slann Mage Priest here taking a lot of damage, but Hadri's took some pretty lethal damage up here on the Dreadlord, which is definitely not fun for him. In the meantime, though, I mean, this Toad is taking some work. The Feral Carnosaur is back here. It looks like there are some Cold One Knights attacking it, and a Banishment is going to be going down from the Toad as well. So Banishment right here, going down against the Dread Spears, crumping that formation. Beautiful play, but here comes Hadri's with the countercharge. His Cold One Riders, his other troops surging back here to try and deal with the Feral Carno, and the Slann is in some serious trouble. It looks like the Dreadlord with his crossbow as well is shooting the Slann, and Cold One Knights have gotten into the back line to compromise a lot of this stuff, and I don't know if Falcon has supporting elements back here. It looks like these Cold One Knights might take them out, and the Slann of high magic is cold-blooded. Apotheosis is popped, but all of the repeater crossbows are in guard mode. Volley of dark arrows going in as well. Man, getting that Slann off the battlefield that early is a huge power play. Now, we still do, of course, have Gary and George back here doing some nice shooting, but the Cold One Knights are kind of rampaging in the back lines of Falcon, and it looks, honestly, guys, like the Dark Elves are going to be in a bit of a commanding position here in this game. A laser dino shot slamming right into the face of this Dreadlord with the crossbow. He's in a little bit of trouble, but the Slann is, you know, down for the count, and he is not going to come back. These Cold One Knights, they need to finish off the Slann. Falcon's like, you know, you can't let Falcon have this alive. You can't let him live. You got to go in for the death thrust here, and you got to get those Cold One Knights and go, and the Slann is down for the count. So now suddenly the Lizardmen are leaderless. Oh man, we have a Feral Carno here who's rampaged in a bunch of spears and counter units. The Dreadlord is still alive by just the hair on his chinny chin chin. And there's a ton of skinks back here trying to secure the back line, but I just don't know if Falcon is going to be able to pull this out. It looks like the Dark Elves were able to counter snipe his Lord. They tried to snipe the Owen guard mode shot. Oh man! And the Dreadlord is down for the count. The Dreadlord gets taken out by the Bastiladons in guard mode. But nonetheless, guys, it looks like the Dark Elves are still pulling ahead as they've really compromised the back line here. The Bastiladons with the Solar Engine, these other troops have really been pushed back. The Dark Elf Cav swarmed all over the Skinks, and I simply do not see what the Elves can do at this point. And you can see Falcon saying GG at this point, knowing it's pretty much over. And wow, what a game! The Druchii coming in! Gary and George have fallen, Mr. Toad has fallen, and that is going to be the game there. Man, that was an intense one for sure. The Feral Carno getting caught in the back line was tough for sure, but in many ways it came down to the counter snipe. Like the Dreadlord with the crossbow with the volley of dark arrows plus the repeater crossbows just getting in there. Also the Skinks being caught in the back line was quite nasty. But hold on, they're saying GG, but then the bounce of power is like pulling back a little bit. No way. Yeah, because this Bastiladon's going to get pushed off the battlefield. There are some Saurus coming back in. I mean, Falcon's going to keep fighting for sure. He does have a couple of red-crested Skinks still chopping into these guys, but I don't see them being able to do the trick. There are some Chameleons lurking in the tree line. Saurus coming back in, but the Scourge Runner Chariots are kind of encircling them a little bit. But yeah, the bounce of power is now going back to the Dark Elves, as the Chariots are going to be able to cause some serious problems. Some serious problems. Very well played to both these players. I loved both their builds, but you know, Hadrius was able to get that good gooning on the Slann, and the really good focus fire with the Spirit Leech plus the volley of dark arrows plus focus fire. That's really strong. That's really, really strong. That Bastiladon's going to be offline. And it would seem the great plan shall not be unfolded this time, but don't worry, guys. Next time we have a faction war, I'm sure Falcon will be back representing the children of the old ones, and he will get his vengeance in this life or the next. The Anakin versus Obi-Wan matchup is done. The bar was even because the dinosaurs were still in the battlefield, but yeah, once they kind of all broke, it was that. So Hadrius and the Druchii are going to be advancing onward. And here we go. So let's go ahead and update the brackets. And a faction war bracket. Hadrius, the champion of the Druchii, will advance on. So now, guys, our second round is set. Soothsayer versus Romulan Dog, Crabbling versus Xiphos, Flying Taco versus Ulrich Rahl, and Aerocrastic versus Hadrius. Certainly some very fun matchups. GG to both those players. The dreaded Scourge Runner Chariots that just, you know, causing some work. Causing some problems. And here we go, guys. Did you ever hear the tragedy of Darth Falcon the Lizard? Oh my god. Yeah, I mean, it was a great game, and they've been practicing against each other and like helping each other out with their build, so it's pretty funny that they ended up having to fight. It's rough. It's a rough one. All right, guys, and now we're going to the next match. GG, well played. And we're going to go and jump into the next battle of the day. So for anyone who's just joining, thank you guys so much, firstly. And secondly, here's all the players and who's representing which factions. A handful of these players have been eliminated, but we're still going strong here. We're still going strong. All right, so Soothsayer has hosted a lobby for the top side of the bracket. Romulan Dog versus Soothsayer. And here we are in the second half of today's tournament. We have a big donation coming in from Rando Howard. Thank you, Rando, so much. He says, what a tremendous tournament. Great work. Happy to catch it live and bring some support. Thank you, dude. I'm glad you guys are enjoying the format. It's really fun. I like when there's like a player representing a faction. You know, it feels like very rich in my humble opinion here. So Soothsayer and Romulan Dog are doing their thing. So let's go into the to the battle here. So, of course, this is the top side of the bracket. The Empire did advance in the beginning. And now it's going to be Soothsayer facing off against, so far, I would say the People's Champion, Romulan Dog, who won a game with quad bloat earlier. And it actually made them work. Like, they did work. It was insane. So Romulan Dog here, the champion of Sartosa, the only sub-faction representative here today. Start when ready, lads. No rush. So it might be a little bit slower here since people need to pick their armies and things like that. So let's go ahead and put the faction blocker up. I had the high ground, Anakin. Yeah. Did the players choose factions? Basically, I just contacted players and asked them for the most part. If I knew they were a main, I would be like, hey, you play Chaos. Do you want to represent Chaos? But if they were like, you know, I was like, hey, what's your main faction? What's your best faction? I just messaged players that, you know, it was kind of just random, to be honest. Like whoever was online at a given time, like during this week, I would just message them and found out who their best factions were. And then we bring them in. So trying to like showcase that. Romulan, of course, is a really good Skaven player. He's a good Coast player. He's good at a multitude of factions. Some people don't have a main. They're pretty good at like several. So, all right, so let me tag those guys. Rom and Sooth. M in lobby. Good time. Alrighty. So now we are on the top side of the bracket. So let's go ahead and review this while the players pick their armies. Faction war bracket. We have Soothsayer versus Romulan Dog, which is going to be Empire versus Sartosa. We then have Krabbling versus Zyphos, so it's going to be Skaven versus Wood Elves. Flying Taco versus Ulrich Rahl, so Beastmen versus Norska. Then Aerocrastic is going to be Tomb Kings versus the dreaded Dark Elves, who certainly just came off a pretty solid win for sure. And yeah, here we are. Then we have another donation coming in from Mr. Nyatek of 10 Zlatus. Thank you so much. He says, sushi versus pierogi. Dude, pierogi all day, baby. Give me those dumplings. All day. We have a donation coming in from Ozherk. I missed that during the game. My apologies, of a tenner. No message with that, but Ozkirk, I think is how you say that. Thank you so much, man. And then we had a donation I missed from Pickled Buddha. Donated $8.57. Quite a random number. He says, Falcon Mundi. Yeah, indeed, indeed. Thank you guys so much for your generous support. In Bonri Swirl, this has been an amazing tournament so far. I love this format. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Bonri. Thank you so much for the very generous support. You guys are just going ham here. They have to play me, who's playing Chaos, yes. All right, so it looks like Soothsayer's build is ready. And we can go back to the lobby now. But we're still going to keep a screen blocker just in case they're accidentally watching, which happens. Sometimes it's easy to keep it open in the background. Guys, we had 4 bloated corpses from Romulan Dog last game. Or not last game, but in the beginning. If any of you guys missed that, that was insane. They took out 2 Savage Orc Biggins and 2 Savage Orc Airboys for 4 bloat. It was like the trade of the gods. So now it's going to be Soothsayer on the Empire. He's our champion of Sigmar today, and he's going to be facing off against the champion of Sartosa. And we're getting, you know, down there. We're getting down the road. And again, guys, make sure to please check out today's sponsor for our tournament. There's a link in the description. The Great Shadow Online Gaming himself here in chat. He can give you details regarding the game, but they're putting forward all the prize support, $250 in total for the players, $150 for first, $75 for second, and then we have $25 for the People's Champion vote, which we'll be having at the end of the stream. So do make sure to check that out. Yes, we're doing it. We're doing it. Soothsayer's ready. Romulan Dog. Looks like he's pondering deeply on his army here. Not sure what schemes he has, but I'm sure he's going to bring something quite tasty. Like, what is he going to go for here? How is he going to play this? Is he going to go for like an Aranessa pick? Or is he going to go for the Vampire Admiral? Like, is he going to... I don't think bloated corpses are good against Empire. They're pretty terrible, as a matter of fact, against Empire. Like, against Greenskins, they have some teeth because they can, like, really wreck the... Like, the Greenskin infantry is coming at you no matter what. But Empire can, like, kite a little bit better. I don't know. Bonri, I got your name right? Sweet, dude. Thank you for the fiber. I'm not eating any sushi. No sushi right now. 18... Oh, man, imagine if you could load bloated corpses into Queen Bess and you could shoot them. I mean, honestly, the impact isn't... Yeah. Oh, my God. If you could launch bloated corpses, that would be insane. I don't see why, like, the Vampire Coast couldn't figure that out, right? Like, just throw them in Queen Bess. Although, what the problem with putting them in Queen Bess is that the explosion of, like, the shell being shot would probably actually blow up the bloated corpse inside Queen Bess, and it would just destroy it. Yeah, I think that is a bit of an issue. The bloat cannon would be quite hilarious. I want to see Romulan's build, but I can only click on Talaxla and Soothsayer, so I can't fulfill that itch. I can't fulfill it. If I was Empire, I'd do a ton of Empire heavy armor boys. Yeah, so typically the meta pertaining to this build is using a ton of Huntsmen. So you basically use Huntsmen, a ton of Archers. You use Empire Knights to screen your backline and charge. And then you can use like a Sniping Lord like Marcus or Volkmar the Grim to just ride in because he's super tough to snipe. And here we go, guys. The game is underway. It is time. It is time. The Iron Sand Desert. I don't know how these two armies made it here, but you know what? We're not going to ask questions. They're in a desert, randomly fighting. That's Warhammer. Warhammer is random. Yeah, basically. I bet you in game 3 they'll have like some gnarly like Nurgle artillery or something, you know? Like some Plague Catapult. Well, I guess they already have Plague Claw Catapults, but something a little bit more gnarly, I suppose. That's some delicious water for sure. And we'll get the blocker right away. Just like an absolute champ. And again, big thanks to the sponsors. Check them out, please. It's an awesome card game which features my glorious dog Wookie. And here we are, guys. We're in the match. Soothsayer has a front line of state troops, so it's going to be some swordsmen. It looks like a couple of flagellants in the secondary line, which I'm a huge fan of. Flagellants actually beat down deckhand mobs quick. They're unbreakable. They do the trick. On top of that, Soothsayer does have 1 archer, 1 huntsman only, 4 Empire Knights, and a group of outriders. Man, Soothsayer loves his Empire Knights. Those are like his favorite units. We have a foot captain, so we have a footlord captain here. We have Volkmar the Grim on the chariot once again. We've seen how terrifying Soothsayer can be with his chariot, of course. And we have a Bright Wizard as well. So we have the Burning Head as well as the Cascading Fire Cloak. So solid Empire army, very different than what I would bring. But again, he's a much better player than I am, so I'm going to take notes. But nonetheless, I think Huntsmen in the back line are always quite good here. So for the forces of Romulan Dog, oh my god. Oh my god. So Romulan's got Sartosa Free Company in a semi-vanguard. So these are the pirate militia, which will actually be very good against state troops. They do have that bonus for infantry, which is quite helpful. Quad animated hulks, Syrenes, a Vampire Fleet Admiral of Pistols, 2 Fellbats, and a Deathshriek Terrorgeist up in the sky. And he does also have Scurvy Dogs. And a couple Scurvy Dogs in reserve over there as well. Oh my god, the Quad Hulk. Now, are the Hulks going to be a decent countermeasure against the Empire Knights? Maybe so. The Quad Hulk. So guys, let's hear it in chat. Who is a fan here of the Sons of Sigmar? Let it be known in chat with some sort of a war cry or prayer to Sigmar, whatever it may be. And on that same note, guys, let us know who is a fan of the dreaded Vampire Coast, or I should say Sartosa, coming in with the quad animated hulks. Aaron Lamore, thank you so much for the 20 Canadian dollars. He says, just got back from 1917 now for the latter part of the Faction Wars. It seems like it's going to be a good day. Dude, there's been some amazing games so far. Definitely go back and check those. And I want to see that movie as well. I'm quite excited. Thank you so much for your support, man. And we're doing it. Romulan Dog really bringing the builds for the people here today. And so far making them work. Granted, he is playing a very high and tight Empire build. But the animated hulks, the Quad Hulk. Just the Sigmar in chat. Sigmar! Oh, man. All right, so it seems like everybody's calling for the Heldenhammer here. For the Sons of Sigmar to win this one. But never underestimate, the dreaded hulks. Oh my god, I can't believe these things have been picked. I wonder, they're pretty decent. Romulan says no bloaties, by the way, sorry. Dude, 4 of these guys is totally fine. I'm excited to see this build. Oh, we got some down with the Empire going on. All right, so there's some mixed opinions in chat. I really like the Vanguards from Romulan. It's pretty good. He's got Scurvy Dogs back here. He's got some back here. If he can catch the Outriders, shut down the Archers, he should have a decent frontline engagement for sure. His Vampire Fleet Admiral here does, of course, have Invocation and Raise Dead. Aranessa's not bad here either, but Volkmar, unfortunately, can run her over pretty easily. I mean, the snares are useful against Empire, but yeah, I think from a competitive perspective, this character is the right choice. Soothsayer says, hopefully you at least brought crabs. He forgot there was a tree cover. Yeah. All right, here we go. So here it comes. The Hulk build. Marching forward. Faith, Steel, and Gunpowder. Yes, indeed. There's a little bit of all of that. There's some Gunpowder. Is there Gunpowder, though? I think that's the one missing but yes, there are. There's Outriders. Okay, so there is the Faith, the Steel, and the Gunpowder. All of the boxes are checked in this glorious Empire army. And now you can see the Pirates of Sartosa surging forward, getting ready to engage upon the Sons of Sigmar on the front line. It's actually going to be pretty rough. Sigmar's Sons will beat down the Pirates pretty hard. Romulan might want to pull these guys back and wait to get more of a centralized engagement. Granted, he might just go in. They'll get run over pretty quickly here, as the Hulks do come in as well. So here come the Pirates. Looks like they might have missed their charge, but nonetheless, they'll still do some decent damage against these Sigmar Sons. And the Hulks need to get in ASAP. Basically, the Hulks should be going after Empire Knights. They have good general AP values, and Empire Knights have low melee defense, so the animated Hulks should be pretty good there. Romulan Dog bringing in his reserves here. He does have the Scurvy Dogs coming from the mountains from pretty much every side, surging forward. Bats coming in as well. And you can see Volkmar the Grim just running over that formation, just brutal stuff. And now he's going to go after the Syrenes, which is another great engagement because Volkmar the Grim does do magic damage. And it looks like Romulan is able to dodge that Soulfire bombardment, so really nice play there by Romulan. Had he been caught there, Syrenes would have died almost instantly. And the Pirates of Sartosa getting hammered a little bit, but animated Hulks coming in for the countercharge, so this is where they strike back. You can see here the Fellbats going after the Huntsman here, so that's a nice catch as well. So the backline for the Empire certainly in a little bit of trouble, and also the Deathshriek Terrorgeist is now on the hunt, which means he's going to be able to hunt down Volkmar and potentially do some decent damage. Syrenes here have taken a bit of work. Looks like a Burning Head did go down and roast a lot of those Syrenes, but the backline is in shambles actually, and it looks like Soothsayer probably It's going to lose these Outriders, maybe? Scurvy Dog's collapsing right here, getting a really nice catch. So Romulan with some great flank pressure, but so far Soothsayer has really bullied the frontline engagement, as a lot of the pirate infantry are already just getting crumped. Over here we have Hulks and Syrenes facing off against Spearmen with shields. Over here we do, of course, have some swordsmen who are about to buckle. Deathshriek, Terrorgeist. He could go after the caster too, if he wants to. He doesn't necessarily have to finish off Volkmar. Oh, another Burning Head, roasting those guys. Heavy metal for Sigmar. But guys, the Hulks push through. The animated Hulks have crumped through these swordsmen. And it looks like the Outriders, what kind of shape are they in? Was Romulan able to get the Outriders? I can't quite see them around the battlefield. I think he was able to kind of salvage them in the back line. But the Hulks, Hulk smash, and they continue to push through. Probably dropping some zombie summons over here to help out against these Spearmen would be quite nice as well. And it looks like Romulan does have some other Scurvy Dogs that he may have forgotten about or decided to pull in a little bit later in the battle. So they're going to be coming in now. So here comes the Hulks. The Hulk smash going to be jumping in to these Empire Knights, certainly doing some heavy AP damage as they are kind of pinned in by the Scurvy Dogs. A nice summon by Romulan as well. Going to be getting some zombie pirate gunnery mobs to potentially shoot into the Bright Wizard and some of these Outriders in the back, who he actually was able to save. But the Hulks definitely smashing away. Now, balance of power is pretty darn even at this point. I would say slightly favored for the Empire because most of the pirate infantry have fallen here. You can see the Sartosa Free Company kind of being rode down there in the back. And the Vampire Coast still pushing through here and doing some work. Banishment going down, not going to do a whole lot. Mostly hitting multi kind of low model count units like these animated Hulks. And abilities like that typically don't do good in that situation. Oh, now this could be a really good way for Romulan to get back in the game. If Soothsayer lets his caster go here, that would be disastrous. And I don't think Romulan is going to let him go. Oh, he gets terrified. Does he get broken as well? Hounds are coming in. It looks like there is some support from the gunnery mobs as well, who have forced back the Outriders. So suddenly, guys, the balance of power is pretty even. That is a beautiful pick right there. Getting rid of that caster here is just mega valuable. The Deathshriek Terrorgeist needs to land, though, because it was only a terror route. And it looks like he's wavering. -1. Hounds are swarming. Animated Hulks are swarming. Nice catch right there. So Soothsayer is now without a wizard, which is going to be tough for sure. Granted, Volkmar is pretty beastly, but Hulks can actually put some hurt on him. He has some swordsmen here, some flagellants. I think Coast maybe committing to a fight here wouldn't be terrible with the Deathshriek Terrorgeist and some other guys, because like the swordsmen probably get terror routed off. And there goes the caster. So the caster is gone. Really, really nice find by Romulan, who currently is, losing this side of the battlefield, but it looks like over here it's going relatively well for him. The Outriders are kind of on the ropes as well. And the Scurvy Dogs here are going to be chasing off some Empire Knights. So Romulan really on the hunt over here. And these Empire Knights might just get terror routed off the battlefield. -9, 3. The dogs are nipping at their heels as well. And these summoned gunnery mobs really doing a great job shooting into these unarmored flagellants. And guys, we certainly have a game on our hands. So Hulk's fighting over here, going up against Volkmar the Grim, but they're going to want to pull back in a moment, I would imagine. As those Empire Knights on the edge of the battlefield are broken off. Deathshriek Terrorgeist coming in. Vampire Fleet Admiral coming in as well with his pistol. These Hulks are being taken apart, and it looks like the Empire, for the most part, has secured a large portion of the battlefield. But yeah, I guess we're going to see if he can get Volkmar. You can see Volkmar is going to be running back here as these swordsmen fight to the bitter end. Probably going to be a run over, I would imagine, by the bulk of those Hulks back there. And Romulan going for a bit of a gooning here. Going to be trying to take out Volkmar, which is a tall order. Volkmar is so tough to finish. We also have some Huntsmen coming back in. We're going to be shooting at the Deathshriek Terrorgeist. The one thing about the Empire is like this build is they don't have too much that's a good answer to the single entities. So, but even still, I think the Hulks will probably fall, Pirates will fall, and I think that Volkmar plus the sheer amount of spears plus the Empire Captain on foot will probably be able to do enough to like kill these guys. You can see here, 1 crab, 1 goose, 1 French dinner, says Romulan Dog. And you can see here the Vampire Fleet Admiral pistols, all hands ahoy popped, and we have the animated Hulks coming in once again. Deathshriek Terrorgeist fighting as well. So now there is a bit of a Vampire Coast Death Star. Really nice summon back here. He's able to get some meat back on the potatoes of this army here. And yeah, they're kind of surrounded by spears and Empire Knights coming back in. But man, this was actually a really good game. Like 7 or 8 minute game at the very least. And pretty contentious for sure. Romulan Dog sniping the caster. A couple nice plays to come back. But I think Soothsayer just did such a good job killing all the infantry and just dominating most of those loose engagements. He was able to really, really get his value from that. So here we do, of course, have Volkmar the Grim. Going to be popping some nice Soulfire bombardments, which actually will do some decent damage. And a lot of the vampires here are going to be getting burnt down as the Vampire Fleet Admiral continues to try and fight Volkmar. Up in the sky, we have the Goose. I'm not sure where the Goose is going to go. Maybe it's going to try and snipe the Empire Captain. That might not be a bad choice. Just snipe out the Captain. He's probably an easier target than Volkmar. Volkmar's just so damn hard to kill. That regeneration. Opal Amulet popped as well. Romulan Dog going to be engaging here in the pits. As far as what he has left, I think that's pretty much it, guys. He just has those troops, and he's going to have to fight to the bitter end with those. A Romulan Dog dropping a GG here. But man, what a well-played fight. And remember, guys, at the end of the tournament, there is going to be a vote on the People's Champion vote. So basically, I'm going to put all the contenders in there except for the two first and second place. And you guys get to vote on the People's Champion. The People's Champion will win the third place prize, which is $25 as well. So, yeah, that's that. So the Empire Captain here actually getting Shrek'd pretty good. The Deathstreak Terror guy's getting in there and beating him down. That's actually really nice. Thankfully for the Empire, they have a lot of unbreakable stuff. And Invocation, though, might do some nasty here. Volkmar the Grim does do fire damage, though. So with the Grand Hammer of Sigmar, he suddenly gets decent melee attack and can do fire damage. And that's going to be army losses. So very well played to Romulan. Man, what a great series of games. I mean, a very solid win against Greenskins with a meme build. And then, a contended game here against the Empire with a sub-faction that has limited lord choices. And, I mean, it does have some of its own unique units, but, man, what a great game. That was awesome. So now, guys, Soothsayer advances on. The Empire, the Sons of Sigmar, rejoice! For your champion has advanced on to the next battle round. So, Faction War bracket. Soothsayer is going to be going on here. Boom. Now we have Crabbling versus Xiphos coming up next. GG, well played. All right, we're going to keep the pace going, jumping from lobby to lobby. So many good games today. Lobbies should be showing up here in a second. Here we go. All right, guys. Yo, start when ready. So now we have Xiphos, who's going to be leading the Wood Elves, facing off against Crabbling in his Skaven. So let's go ahead and update this real quick. Crabbling and Xiphos. All right, guys, perfect. We're all set. And guys, make sure, please, to check out our lovely sponsors for today's tournament. If you take a look here, you can see the sponsor sheet. The Faction Wars prize pool is sponsored by the Kittens vs. Puppies card game in the description. Here's Glorious Wookiee, who is actually one of the mighty knights in this game as well, so make sure to check them out and throw a coin to your Shadow Online Gaming, who, of course, is the creator of this. It's an awesome card game, RPG elements, all kinds of good stuff, armory. It's quite a bit of fun for sure. So now we're going to be jumping back here. One moment, guys. And I will be right back. I'm just going to grab some water real quick because my voice is getting a little bit parched. All right, guys, I return. Yes, got to get the screen blocker up. I do trust these folks, but you never know. You never know. Okay, and he just changed his build anyway, so we're all good. It's going to be the Skaven versus the Wood Elves here on Alpine Ridge, which does kind of add another variable of terrain, because there's that giant blocker in the middle, which armies can kind of work about. Also, there's a lot of kind of tree lines on this. So the Wood Elves can do some sneaky ambushes and utilize the forests as well, which is very nice for their faction. They have some nice kind of perks for ambushing out of the trees and whatnot. Xiphos, of course, making the final tweaks to his build. Make sure he's here. Looks like he is indeed here. Let's hang out and chat. So guys, if you're a fan as well of the Skaven, let us know. Disciples of the Horned Rat, show yourselves. Or if, you're a fan of the Wood Elves and, Durthu and Orion and the gang and Mel Gibson and all that, make sure to throw some love to Xiphos. So, Xiphos making some tweaks to his army. Let me go ahead and go to Discord real quick, check the settings. We're getting towards that end of the road, guys. Rat plague everywhere. I see some trees being spammed in chat by F-Yak, which is pretty great. That's awesome. Awesome indeed. Man, this has been a really fun event for sure. I love having a champion for each faction. It really gives you something to get behind, right? Yeah, I like Crabbling's build. I think it's quite good. I think it's really, really good. Some elements of his army, of course, as with any Skaven army, are pretty susceptible to sniping because Skaven aren't super tanky. And they have some tanky units like their Doom Wheels and stuff, but their lords are often pretty squishy. Filthy rat boys. Skitter and leap, long live the trees. Oh man, we have a very, mixed audience here as it pertains to who they want to win. So on that note, while we're waiting, let us go down and go to the Faction War bracket. So Soothsayer is the first to advance to the semifinals, or the quarterfinals. And then he's going to be facing the winner of this game. So he'll either be facing Skaven or Wood Elves, both of which I think Empire has some nice matchups against. Then we have Beastmen versus Norska and Tomb Kings versus Dark Elves towards the bottom. So we should be getting there relatively quickly. And hopefully Xiphos isn't AFK or something. I don't think he is. We could just spam call on Discord. Clan Wars. I don't know if we're going to see that. I don't know if we're going to see Clan Wars. Yes, drop the Wookiee emojis. The Nurgling calls. It calls. We have a donation coming in from Dwayne Becker for the Fitty. Keep up the awesome work, Turin. Absolutely loving this tournament. Glad you guys are enjoying it. If it's a popular format, this is something I'll probably do like every couple weeks, like every 2 weeks or something. Because, with 16 players, it can be a little bit tricky, but... we can, of course, get some new players in as well. Like what I think I would do if it's something I do every 2 weeks is the players who make it to the top 4, I would probably keep them on their respective factions if they'd like to rejoin. And then everyone else can be kind of cycled through new players who are remains with their respective factions. I don't know, just to get more people involved, All right, here we are. We've loaded in. Xiphos is ready to go. Crabbling is ready. Wood Elves versus Skaven. Let's see if the rats can be uprooted from the forest upon which they dwell. I'm sure they have a nice little undercity beneath some Wood Elf City or something like that. And yeah, we're good to go. So players are just loading in here. Xiphos is going straight to the top of this tournament. You think so, huh? You underestimate the Skaven's power. No, it's going to be good though. This is a great matchup. Two players who are obviously at the top of their game and very good at these respective matches. So we'll see what they end up doing here. So guys, just checking my stream settings. Looks good. Man, we have like 2,400 people in here. That's pretty serious. So same builds for all matches is cool, but that's Lore Master of Sotek does that already. That's his thing. That's his tabletop tournament. I wanted to keep it kind of in the spirit of like traditional competitive play, while having it be its own unique idea, of course, because yeah, that's that. I'm sure that Wookiee votes for Wood Elves because... Now, Wookiee would definitely be a Skaven. He looks more like a Skaven. Although Wookiee is an Nurgling of some sort. All right, guys. So for the forces of Xiphos, let's take a look. He's got Deepwood Scouts and Waywatchers. So a combination of archers. Deepwood Scouts, of course, hit very, very hard against like ogres and are quite solid against a multitude of targets on the Skaven roster. Waywatchers, again, pretty much kill anything they look at. And up in the sky, he does have a Glade Lord with the Prey of Anathrema. He has a Manticore Summoner and a Life Caster, so very, very good dual-purpose caster core there. Dryads in the front line are very efficient against all Skaven infantry with the exception of Stormvermin, but yeah, the magic damage circumvents the physical resist of a lot of Skaven Plague Monks and elite troops like that, and plus they just wreck Clan Rats. A couple of groups of Wild Riders as well, and that's going to be it for Xiphos. Pretty standard stuff. And for the forces of Crabbling, let's take a look. He does have Skaven Slaves with spears. He does have the Dwarf Thing Menace and another Doom Player, which are actually pretty good at chasing down archers. 2 Warp Lightning Cannons, so 1 here, and the Ikit's Zap Cannon as well. Rat Ogres here, Clan Rats here, and that is pretty much it. So Crabbling going to be taking a very defensive posture, which is quite normal in this matchup. Lord Scroll going to be summoning some rats. An Assassin going to be trying to get some trophy heads on those big flying elf things, yes. And that is pretty much it. Oh, the damn blocker. Curse the Baggins. Oh my god, I'm just terrible at this. I'm ashamed of my ancestors are ashamed. It's a radio show, guys. We're going back to like the 30s and 40s and whenever the baseball radio was on. Don't worry, guys. You know what? I'm done with those I'm done using blockers today. No more. No more. I'm trying to focus on the game. Get so hyped. But anyways, guys, you can see Xiphos' army here. Glade Lord, Spellsinger with Beasts. He's got some Dryads, 2 groups of Wild Riders, and a combination of Waywatchers and Deepwood Scouts. For this Skaven, a very defensive posture in the back of the map. Don't worry, guys. It's so terrible because when everybody's like talking about it, like I see the chat like 20 seconds behind, so I have to watch the suffering even after I change it back. I'm not doing it on purpose. Why would I do that to you guys? All right, guys, the battle's underway here. The council is disappointed. That's a grudging. Unfortunately, the dwarves are not here to grudge us right now, but well, I guess there's some dwarves in chat. Warp Lightning Cannon's going to be tearing up into the sky. Oh, that's going to hurt. Nice shot. Nails that Glade Lord right in the dome piece. And it looks like an Arrow of Curtis is going to be coming down as well to try and snipe the assassin, it looks like, or something. I don't know what that was shooting at. And unfortunately, it missed. Now, for the rest of Xiphos' forces, the Way Watchers are going to be convening here. Those Warp Lightning Cannon shots brutal against that Glade Lord initially, and he's being forced back. So Xiphos is probably going to be attacking here with the Way Watchers, I would imagine. He might, like, Tokyo drift on over this direction, try and get a Prey of Anathrema on the Dwarf Thing Menace, and then really just pick that thing off. I think that's what he's going to do. Yeah, nice juke right there, though. Xiphos seeing where the shots were going, and man, that's some masterful stuff for sure. Juking is very difficult, but the Dwarf Thing Menace does take some heavy damage. But the Wood Elves have to attack for sure, so they can't just, like, run away. They'll eventually have to move in, and the Skaven, for sure are attacking. So here come the Way Watchers shooting in, getting another nice volley right here into the Dwarf Thing Menace. Looking to get some of that poke. And you can see the Glade Lord up on the high ground, just kind of juking those shots. Warp Lightning Cannons, as far as ammunition goes, I wonder if the Dwarf Thing Menace has less ammo overall than the Warp Lightning Cannons. Anyways, Cannon's going to be shooting downtown here, trying to get some pot shots into the Way Watchers, which are a pretty good target for sure. I mean, Warp Lightning Cannons aren't so good against like infantry units, especially loose formation units like this, but Xiphos' juking with the Glade Lord is pretty damn good, so it's going to be hard to hit him. Granted, it looks like he made some contact right there. He could also run Skrulk up as kind of a tease, but I think running Skrulk into the open with this many archers lurking in the shadows is a very, very risky endeavor. So at this point, Skaven, probably very content to just kind of take their shots and hope Xiphos isn't going to be able to juke those shots. But yeah, you can see Xiphos doing a very, very good job kind of juking there. So here come the Way Watchers. So it looks like a Skaven assassin over here is going to be poking as well. And, oh, okay, somebody was just trolling me in chat saying the stream was out. I was like, no, no, bad. So here we do have some Doom Flayers coming in. Going to be baiting a little bit of the ammunition, taking almost no damage in return. We do also have a Spellsinger of Life up on the high ground. Skaven don't really need to push forward, honestly. Just like, I think the best thing to counter juking is to constantly switch targets to make it a little bit tricky. So switch between the Way Watchers and some of those other units. And honestly, Xiphos, his Way Watchers here a little bit... I mean, the dragon is nearby, but you could send some Skaven slaves, Dwarf Thing Menace, and an assassin, and probably overwhelm those guys potentially. Skrulk is going to be popping forward, and honestly, I don't think it'd be a bad idea to get Warp Lightning Cannon sniping the Spellsinger here, and then also use the Liber Bubonicus to try and do that. Oh man, that dragon getting pounded, so the Skaven firepower really paying off here. And it looks like, oh, there's a Dwellers Below on the Spellsinger, but she got knocked over. Oh man, this is going to be good. So the Dwellers Below being popped right here, and the artillery crew runs. Nice reaction by Crabbling. He still may lose some of them, but he does get away there. So the Dwellers Below does some damage to the crew. It doesn't look like it's actually taking out any of the pieces itself. And oh no, this is rough for Xiphos. Crabbling with a beautiful snipe right here is able to goon this caster, so he Libers it, he charges it. I think staying to finish that caster off might be a good idea. Warp Lightning Cannon still going as well. She's getting blasted, and it looks like Crabbling was able to dodge that. So great micro by both players so far. Granted, Xiphos has lost his Spellsinger, and she might just go down here. 84 HP, and he can't juke it now. She's broken. So the Warp Lightning Cannons should 100% shoot her, and now Xiphos is without a healer. Oh no. And his dragon is kind of low too. The dragon's at like 60%. Oh man, that is rough. That is rough. So the archers coming in as well. Skaven artillery so far paying some huge dues for sure. And now you can see the Skaven are going to be surging out with some forces here, starting to put some pressure on the Way Watchers. Feeling as if they probably have secured a bit of an advantage as it pertains to the battle. Wood Elves coming here on the flank. You can see the Deepwood Scouts going to be poking in after the Rat Ogres here. And here they come. Probably going to go after the Ogres. And that's going to be some damage. Ogres getting melted, taking a fair amount of HP damage there, but not a big deal. Crabbling is able to pull back before anything substantial happens. And here on the far side, Way Watchers are being chased for sure. Some Dryads are coming over to help. You can see he's moving the Dryads over to kind of intercept these Skaven infantry. And yeah, Warp Lightning Cannons at this point, just kind of save your ammo. Try and get picks wherever you can. Xiphos just kiting with the Deepwood Scouts, going to be shooting, I would imagine, at the Clan Rats, or there's not really too many good targets here, to be honest. He does have some Wild Riders behind the hill. Warp Lightning Cannons shooting up into the sky, and another hit again on the Glade Lord. And the longer Xiphos waits to engage, there are some benefits to it, of course, because he is, pulling the Skaven away from their kind of box. However, on that same note, every time he gets hit with the Warp Lightning Cannon is closer to him losing the game, because he does not have the the healing. He does not have the healing anymore. So Skaven Slaves of Spears, of course, going to be run down here. as expected. Warp Lightning Cannon still shooting in and getting some contact here. But for the most part, the Wood Elves should probably be able to clean up this Skaven formation. They're not going to be able to put too much pressure on things. And the Skaven pushing up over the hill, looking for some Dryads, looking for something to feast on, I would imagine. Doomflayers and company should be able to do pretty well here. And a Manticore Summon is going down from Xiphos at this point. So, you know, there is kind of an argument to be made that Crabbling didn't really need to push out. Like, he could just kind of keep defending, because the Wood Elves would have to attack with their archers. And if Xiphos at some point just ran and hid, you know, of course, I would make a rules intervention and tell him he had to attack and give him a warning. But, I mean, in this case, like, the Skaven push out, and they're taking a hard engagement here. They're fighting against Dryads, you know, Wild Riders, the Manticore Summon. Granted, the Glade Lord is on the other side. And where is Skrulk Daddy? Skrulk Daddy is over here, and he's pretty healthy at this point. So here you can see the dragon still being shot at 2,700. Oh, down to 2,200. So Xiphos' Lord getting taken to Pound Town pretty good there by that Warp Lightning Cannon. But now this whole back line is undefended by the Skaven. So you can see here Crabbling is going to be sending some Clan Rats back here and some other forces of Rat Ogres as well to defend this position. And the Warp Lightning Cannon is going to be switching and blasting into the face of the Wild Riders. Also, guys, mind you, the Bounce Power is falsely inflated due to the usage of Manticore Summons. So once the Manticore Summons do dissipate, that is going to be a huge boon for the Skaven. So at this point, if I were the Skaven, you've done some poke, you push forward, you almost have the Wood Elf Lord down. I would probably pull back at this point and just try and you know, secure your pieces here, as it looks like this position is about to be pushed very heavily by Xiphos. Nice Warp Lightning Cannon shot, doing some brutal damage into those guys. The Rat Ogre should be able to peel these guys off. The Ikid Zap Cannon is the one you really want to save. Skrulk is over here. Looks like he's going to be taken to this engagement. I think that Crabbling needs to fall back with all this stuff, for sure. Just come back here and give Skaven Slaves the Hunger ability. That would be really funny. So the Warp Lightning Cannons might be able to blast this Glade Lord out of the sky. It looks like they're still going after the Wild Riders. So Skrulk needs to come back here, because Crabbling kind of has abandoned these two expensive pieces. I understand why, because it did look like the Wood Elves had an opening over here for sure. But he needs to get back here and secure these Warp Lightning Cannons like ASAP. If he doesn't do that, he's going to be in trouble. Ogre's charging in here. Warp Lightning Cannons. Oh man, blasting that dragon. It's down to 1,300 HP. But Crabbling needs to pull the crew off right now, probably, and get away. Because, yeah, he needs to save these artillery crews. Or maybe just go in guard mode and just go all in and try and finish off the Glade Lord. He's got a couple options here. So Skrulk and the Assassin coming back in. Going to be going after these Dryads back here. Warp Lightning Cannon blasting the Glade Lord in the face, guys. It's broken, probably. Oh, man. 342, and Xiphos is so close to the edge of the map that the Glade Lord might just fly right off. 125, negative 28. I don't think that character is coming back. 125. So now it's like, can Skrulk and company win this? There's still a lot of ammunition for Xiphos. The Glade Lord is pushed off the battlefield. Currently, Bounce of Power is slightly Wood Elf favored, probably because of the ammunition. Skrulk, I mean, I guess just making sure Skrulk doesn't get sniped is going to be pretty huge. Ammunition a little bit low on these guys over here. These Deepwood Scouts and Way Watchers are kind of sparse there. You can see we do have some Clan Rats with spears fighting on the edge of the map. The Manticore Summons will be disappearing soon. Dryads being worked down by a combination of Assassins and Ogres. But he was able to push off the Warp Lightning crews, it looks like. So I don't know if the crew is still going here. It looks like the Warp Lightning, yeah, they're shattered. But if the Skaven can secure this Warp Lightning Cannon, that would be a huge boon for them in the late game for just like poking the Wood Elves in general. And Skrulk's going to be a pain in the butt to deal with. Granted, there still are Dryads. There's still plenty of sniping. Wild Riders are still active as well. So very, very hotly contested game between these two players. So the Rat Ogre's just doing a little bit of juking, but of course going to be taking some shots to the face. It is inevitable. The Thanos Way Watcher's coming in hot. Assassin pushing in as well. And let's see if his Warp Lightning crew is going to come back. It looks like no. Yes, it did. But it also looks like Xiphos is nearby with Wild Riders and should be able to keep those guys from coming back. This is such a microcosmic event here in this battle, but like it's so important. Like Xiphos being able to chase these guys off and make sure the Warp Lightning Cannon doesn't come back online is like a game-winning situation, right? Like if this was online and started shooting at like the caster and some other units like that, Value City. So Xiphos coming in, the rats being rode down by the Wild Riders. So you can see the Ikid Zap Cannon is indeed crumped. Crabbling's forces going to be surging into the Dryads, just trying to get in combat here as the Wood Elf Archers do collapse in the formation. So we, of course, have Deepwood Scouts. We have Deepwood Scouts here. Way Watchers are getting some good sniping, some good juking by Crabbling for sure, but I don't know if Skrulk's going to be able to endure. He does have some Clan Rats, and I don't know if he has any Libers left, Liber Bubonicus. I think the Wood Elves are in a pretty commanding position, but again, ammunition is a factor here, but I think just sniping the Ogres and the bigger targets and then, cycle charging the Clan Rats to death with the Wild Riders and that, the other troops like that is quite good. So you can see here, the Dryads fighting against the Rats, doing their thing. It looks like the Assassin is going to be picked off here. He's going to be pin cushioned. Skrulk going to be dropping his summon, I would imagine. So he drops his summon behind the Dryads, gets in combat. And the Assassin actually lives and gets into combat here, which is pretty substantial for sure. Although using that summon there means he cannot buffer against his charge in the back. So the rear charge here probably will simply break. a lot of these guys. And yeah, the Assassin is still picked off, despite the fact he was able to get in combat. Dryads hit pretty hard. Pestilent Breath coming in, which does good damage against Dryads. Nothing to write home about, but not bad either. So now it's basically Skrulk and Skrulk only versus World. The Rod of Corruption going down as well, which does pretty good damage against Dryads. Of course, they physical resist, so the magic damage is quite useful against them. So it looks like Krabbling was saving a bunch of summons for the back pocket, and he does indeed have a Plague Monk summon. Plague Monk's able to deal with the Dryads pretty well, especially in their very tattered state. And at this point, I think what Xiphos is going to do is just let his infantry fight, and when he's able to isolate Skrulk in open field, he's going to push in and get that big old punch. Man, this has been a fierce battle for sure. A lot of these games very, very evenly matched. I was not expecting this tournament to actually go this long. But it's good games, evenly matched games. So Lord Skrulk here going to be getting some shots from the Wood Elves. 3,290 on his HP, sending in some of the Plague Monks to fight as well. There are a ton of Dryads left. He does have some Skaven Slaves with spears. Xiphos will chase that Assassin into Age of Sigmar, no problem. And Skrulk is just on the hunt. Ammunition here is pretty low. I mean, if Skrulk can get more summons here, oh man. He was really saving some summons, it looks like. But instead of summoning, he decides to juke. Look at the jukes from Krabbling. He's juking so much of that. And now the balance is kind of pulling back a little bit. Although I think Skrulk is going to have trouble with all these troops. He needs to save summons for like the absolute late game. Because Xiphos is smart enough not to waste ammo. He's going to run and like use the ammo efficiently. Nice shots there, but Krabbling jukes it yet again. Here comes the Clan Rats chasing those guys down. Skrulk's going to take a ton of damage from Dryads too. If Skrulk has another summon in the back pocket, maybe. But aside from that, I think that Xiphos has got this. Because Skrulk is like a powerful melee combatant, but like he still only has like, you know, like 30 armor. He's wearing rags basically. So the Clan Rat's going to be coming in to kind of support him in that fight. There's one volley left, give or take, on all of these Deepwood Scouts and different troops. 0-0, yeah. So they literally have like a couple pebbles of arrows left. Like just a minuscule amount. Skrulk is buckling off the Dryads with the support of his summoned Clan Rats here. Now, it really does come down to the fact, does he have any more summons? Like, does he have more buffering? If he does and can finish off all the Dryads, the Archers might struggle to finish Skrulk, actually. Believe it or not. Oh my god, what a tense game. So Wild Riders coming in. You can see they're going to be charging in. I would imagine they're going to get a sniping shot on Skrulk here once his units do disappear. So ammunition is done on all those units. Skrulk is 2,100 HP. His Skrulk's like, stand alone. He's going to be charging up the hill, going after the caster. Liber Bubonicus used on the Spellsinger, which is a good choice, for sure, getting rid of the single entity there. But the Wood Elves come in for the final push, and it looks like he has a summon. Is he going to be using a summon there? He does use a summon. Right when Xiphos has to attack. So, Xiphos must attack. I'll let him know. He does have the Dryads here, so I would imagine the Dryads are just going to fight. I don't think he has any ammo left. So I let Xiphos know he has to attack, and he is going to attack here. It looks like. So, you got to attack at all times. And it looks like this might be a bit of a rule break if he doesn't engage here in a second. Okay, there he goes. He engages. And then he pulls back. I mean, it's a cycle charge, but you got to kind of stay in combat. I may have to get a rules inquiry into this afterwards. Because you have to attack. Like, you can't just, like, sit here and not shoot ammunition and, like, run away. And he's kind of skirting the edge of the rules. So we may make them replay if... Because, like, Skrulk potentially, like, could have done more. It's hard to say. He does attack with the Way Watchers here. Yeah. We'll check it out. It was pretty close, for sure, but you have to attack. So the Plague Monks are fighting, for sure. They still have a fair amount of time on their summon pool. Stand Your Ground is activated. Plague Monks going in pretty hard here. I would imagine there's a Rod of Corruption as well. Ooh, that's nice. That Rod of Corruption hits almost everything. And the Plague Monks do get run over by the hordes of elves. It looks like the Way Watchers are going. I wonder if Krabbling has any more... I mean, I don't think it would have saved him regardless. Yeah, and here comes Lord Skrulk fighting. A lot of the Way Watchers are crumbling. Wild Riders are actually breaking off as well. If Skrulk has another summon, honestly, he could probably win this game. Because, like, if he has a single Clan Rat to just, like, buckle off all these troops, and you can see the Spellsinger coming in as well. Skrulk taking a little bit of damage. The problem is that Skrulk doesn't have great leadership as is. Yeah, and there's another group of Dryads coming in as well. I don't think it would have mattered. Because what Xiphos could have done is he could have just sent in, like, one Way Watcher and just kept everything back and waited it out. He didn't have to attack with everything. He basically just had to engage with a single unit. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes. Tricky tricks. All right, one sec, guys. One moment, my friends. Okay. One sec, my friends. I'm going to take a look at that replay back because, again, from a casting perspective, can be a little bit tricky. So 1 second, my friends. Faction sheet. In the meantime, take a look at our lovely sponsors for today's tournament. And I will be back in just a second. One, two, three. The council is meeting on the rules. Yeah. We may replay that. I'm just deciding. So if Crabling would like. So guys, here's basically the verdicts. I think it was pretty damn close in Plague Monks fighting. I mean, it's not... I still think Xiphos had the game, but of course, like, you still have to enforce the rules to an extent. And that like could have changed the tide of the game because there could have been another like 8 or 10 seconds of those Plague Monks fighting, which is pretty substantial. So what we're going to do is we're going to offer Crabling an opportunity to, what's it called? If Crabling wants to, we can replay the game. Yes, rematch, new builds, new map. So basically we pick a new map and we're going to replay it if he wants to. But if Crabling just wants to give the win to Xiphos, he can. But yeah. Yeah, because basically, like, he kind of like teased in with the Wild Riders, but he wasn't really engaging. It was kind of like really skirting the edge of the rules. So we're going to replay that one. All right. So we will do, for the map, we'll do, I don't know, we'll just do one of the classics. We'll do Pillar of Bone. Is map. As much as, you know, it always sucks, but you gotta, it's hard because when you're in that situation, it's not like a big enough rule break, obviously, to be like, oh, game loss. You were like, you know, it was a really minor thing. So, but it could have been, it's still, you know, you can't do that. Yeah. Same map and armies. Well, we'll let him repick. It'll be more interesting for people, for sure. All right, so we're coming back here. Perfect, so feel free to repick armies if you guys want. So we'll give them the opportunity to repick their armies. And then let me get a screen blocker up as well. Because believe it or not, guys, had they engaged there... So there's an attacking rule. Basically, at all times, you have to be attacking, right? So what happened is at the end of the game, the Skaven had summoned some rats. And they had Skrulk there. And the Wood Elves were just waiting to summon out. And you have to be attacking with a unit at all times. You can't just be like... Because that kind of is the rule that is in effect to dissuade like draw kiting. Now, none of these players would draw kite, right? None of the players would draw kite. But basically, if you're not attacking, you could just run around the map for as long as you want to recharge cooldowns. Let's say like Winds of Magic. For example, you're waiting that out. You could run circles around the map for 45 minutes. What's to stop you from doing that? Now, the attacking rule is the variable in place here because if you have to be attacking at all times, either with ammunition, which he had no ammo. So basically, the rats were summoned. Skrulk was trying to actively engage, and the Wood Elves were not engaging. They were rather just kiting. So he could have had some ammo, or he could have engaged a single unit. So, yeah. So that's basically it. I know it might seem like a little bit harsh, but it's like in a situation like that, it's kind of like it could have made a difference in that game. Skrulk's pretty decent with Contaminate. He can break off troops. So had Skrulk and those Plague Monks been able to pick off 1 or 2 infantry units in that 8 to 10 seconds, which they probably could have, it could have been a different game. I know it's a little bit tricky to kind of see it now, but we're going to enforce the rules for sure. Yeah. Our artillery units do count as attacking for sure. So, SSIO, thank you for the donation. Rip Kobe Bryant, one of the GOATs of the game. Are you serious? Or is that some sort of a, like, one of those streams gets, I don't know, it's definitely just a meme. You didn't attack at this. One sec, guys. Launch a sheet. So, guys, here's the bracket for today. Again, Crabbling and Zyphos going to replay their match. See, there are some tournaments that would even give, you know, a loss to someone for doing that, but I think it's better just to have them replay, and they can repick their armies based on the map that they're now playing on, and yeah, should be fine. So basically, Jazz ZO, because you can, like, waiting out a summon basically is you can kite it if you have like ammunition, but if you just like run in circles, it kind of it's not necessarily that unique circumstance. Rather, it's kind of what it then opens the doors for. If you can wait out a summon, why can't you wait for your Winds of Magic and run circles and just kite your opponent for 30 minutes, you know? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, man. That's pretty rough. Well, if that's the case, that's pretty tragic for sure. I've picked like 2 units. It most likely would. All right, so here we go, guys. On to the next match. And here we go. So they're gonna play one more time. One more time. Now, as far as the factions we still have left today, we of course have the Skaven versus Wood Elves, who will play here. Flying Taco versus Alric Rahl will be our next match. That's going to be Norska versus Beastmen, and then of course we have Aerocrastic and Hadries on the bottom side. It's just going to be Tomb Kings versus Dark Elves. So yeah, that's that. That is that. So the players are repicking their armies. They can change their armies if they want to. They can keep the same armies. Because again, we're basically, it's today's more of a casual fun event, so we're not going to be like super like, yeah, you gotta keep the same army. We'll give them an opportunity to get a fresh game here. There was just a rule break at the end that was kind of in a very clutch moment, so we basically had to replay the game. But it's not a big deal. It happens all the time. It was a little bit, it was around 5-10 seconds, yeah, but like it's like he did attack, but the attack was some Wild Riders kind of not actually committing to combat. They then, the Wild Riders that attacked actually cycle charged. Like, and you know, you have to kind of stay in combat. You can't just like poke like one Wild Rider unit in and then pull back. So no, it's pretty normal. I mean, this is like, that attacking rule is standard for most tournaments. Yeah. The one thing that's up for grabs is how to enforce it. Because like if that's the case, then like what happens in a game later when someone breaks it in a more contested game, perhaps? Like how do I then enforce that? There has to be a consistency across the board, you know? Especially when it's like such a clutch moment like that. So they're remaking their builds. The Crustacean factions did pretty well today, for sure. They did pretty well. All right. All right. Let's do it to it. Crabbling is ready. Good luck, have fun, dropped once again. We'll see what Zyphos brings this time. And honestly, Crabbling's build is pretty much like, yeah, you guys will see. Not too much different, for sure. Some minor tweaks here and there. Well, you know, it's a bit of a casual tournament, so we can like, for example, if like he felt like, you know, it didn't matter, then it could have moved on, but and come on, guys, it's another game. It's got to be grateful. We're doing it. Grateful for the one match. Thank the Horned Rat. And the who do the Wood Elves actually worship? Don't they have like some sort of a god of sorts? Like, who is their deity? Who would they be grateful to? The Screen Blocker. No, I know. We're not in the game yet, though. We're not in the game. They're still in the lobby, picking their armies. We're still in the lobbies picking the armies. Don't worry, guys. You're in okay shape. The radio show continues for now. And of course, we can take this moment to talk about our lovely sponsors. Of course, we have the Kittens vs. Puppies card game by the great Shadow Online Gaming, who's putting forward $250 for the prize pool for today's tournament. Special thanks to him. Make sure to check out his game via Kickstarter. Wookiees in the game, all kinds of beasts in the Warhammer community. Well, dogs of content creators. Cats, I believe, too, are in the match. And now, looks like Zypho's still making some tweaks to his army, so being very, very careful here. But, I mean, honestly, like, he played the game well. He should be fine. Like, just keep... The one thing is, obviously, when situations like that happen, you got to, like, keep your head in it, because it can be easy to get, like, frustrated. Like, yeah, he did have the game, but, like, you can't just ride in circles while and wait things out. Like, unless you have other attacking units. Like, you have to constantly be engaging. It's a tricky one to enforce. I don't know. I don't know what the most fair thing was. Obviously, if I had more time to think about it and weigh in on it, I could, go from there. But there is a prize pool, so I want to give them both a good opportunity. I don't want to disqualify Zyphos for, that stupid minor mistake. It was very minor. I agree with you guys 100%. But, yeah, I also want to, make sure it's fair for both the players. All right. Got Mortar, thank you for the donation. Is this a tournament where a faction is a faction? Yes. The factions are indeed factions, brother. Thank you for the donation. And basically, it's a 16-man tournament where each player is representing a different faction. So there's like one player for each faction. A champion of sorts. I feel like the elf was... he wasn't as far ahead as you think. I mean, he had a couple units, but those Plague Monk summons at the end, there was a good period of time where they just weren't able to engage because of the pullbacks. And like those Plague Monks with Skrulk on top of them could really just mulch through a lot of stuff. Now, what Zypho should have done is just put one unit into combat and just let it like get crumped and then engage after, those units. Like trickle in. Reaganomics, for sure. And yeah, this build from both players pretty damn similar. Zyphos has a pretty mean build, and plus this is a bit of a closer quarters map. So it does change the dynamics of the engagements. The Wood Elf's archers will be able to get in range of the artillery quite a bit easier. Now, let me make sure I don't have a screen blocker so I'm not a fool of a took. I'm not. So for the forces of Zyphos, once again, same combination of Deepwood Scouts and Way Watchers. We have Wild Riders and Dryads once again. However, he did change his build, so now he has more of a Goon Squad. He has a Manticore Summoner and also a Spellslinger of Life and the Dragon up in the sky. So pretty powerful. The two Great Eagles really good at kind of pecking down Skaven characters. And yeah, it's a good build. Now for the forces here of the Skaven, it's pretty much the exact same. Two Warp Lightning Cannons. He did actually bring a Poison Wind Border this time. He has the Dwarf Thing Menace. I think he only has one flare. No, he still has two flares. So he cut down his troop quality to get the Poison Wind Mortar. Oh, he actually cut the Assassin too. So, he's not going to have the trophy heads, and he might be missing the Assassin against this, the Spellsinger playing different things like that. So we'll see how that goes. And yeah, we're doing it. Yeah, there's a lot of times in tournaments where people really, kind of skirt the rules, but especially when it's in such a crucial moment in the game, it's a really, really tricky call to make. Some tournaments have rules where they'll restart the game, but like the player who broke the rules has to keep the same army, and the other person gets to change their army to counter them. So there's tournaments with pretty strict parameters on that. Generally, though, you do have to enforce it, otherwise it's just kind of pointless to have those rules. I used to actually work as an athletic director, and I used to run like basketball tournaments, football, soccer tournaments, track meets, things like that. And it was always like a tricky thing because there would be people skirting the edge of the rules. But if you don't enforce the minor rule breaks, then there are times where you can kind of like, if it's like, yeah, I don't know. For example, like if somebody brings one too many bloated corpses or something like that, it's like, okay, like, but generally when it comes to rules of engagement in this game, that's like the most important thing. Rules of engagement are really, really important. Because that's the one thing that like this game struggles with in general is like, in StarCraft and Warcraft, the game kind of forces you into a vacuum in which you can't like draw kite and like that can't be done. I mean, you kind of can. Like in StarCraft, you can lift up like a town or your main buildings, but generally. All right, so here we go. So up on the high ground, there's Way Watchers and Way Watchers here who certainly have a good angle. They can shoot down at the Dwarf Thing Menace. Arrows of Kernus coming in once again, and it does make contact, but is Zyphos going to be able to juke like he did before? It looks like the Way Watcher Goon Squad is in range, so really good positioning from Zyphos initially. He's immediately going to be melting the Ikit Zap Cannon, but Zyphos needs to also get his Glade Lord over here to have some peel. He needs to make sure that he can adequately kind of save these troops here. Mortar's going to be shooting up on the high ground. And Xiphos really has his Dryads all over the place. Maybe pulled them in a little bit closer to get some pressure. Hard to say. Granted, Mortar's up here going to be saturating into the Way Watchers, doing some poison wind damage over time. In the back, Xiphos does have his Wild Riders, so those guys are in position here and can take out the Dwarf Thing Menace. Here they come. Archer's going to be shooting in. Oh, that's going to be potentially a nice volley. But it looks like Crabling was able to juke that. Now here we do, of course, have the Ikid Zap Cannon down to 2 models. The other artillery piece in good shape as well. But Xiphos now is going to be closing the distance with his Deepwood Scouts. I think Xiphos needs to pull forward his Wild Riders and his other troops to get in position. But nonetheless, he is getting some good arcs of fire here on the Warp Lightning Cannons. Mortars are switching fire, but I think that if these Doom players push out too aggressively here, I think Xiphos is in position to get a glorious Prey of Anoth Rainbow on these guys, which could do really some seriously lethal damage. Skrulk did summon some Clan Rats up on the high ground, so Xiphos was able to bait out a summon, which is quite nice. Prey of Anoth Rainbow here honestly wouldn't be bad. Deepwood Scout's taking a little bit of poke, but yeah, I would probably Prey these guys and maybe try and goon them, but it looks like he's going to keep falling back. The Doom player's chasing. A little bit of shooting on the retreat here, but here comes the Prey. He has to do it here. Because if he prays this and then charges with the Glade Lord plus a Great Eagle, he should be able to kill that. There it is. Prey of Anoth Rainbow is going down. Nice focus fire for sure. Great Eagle charging in. And now he should be able to chase this guy off the battlefield. Now, Mortars are doing some good damage over time. Some Wild Riders were able to pull these. Oh, these are Summon Clan Rats, though. So killing them with the Cav isn't going to be as big of a deal. But nonetheless, Warp Lightning Cannons are still shooting in. But here you can see the Doom Player. It looks like Xiphos did not attack with the Dragon. So the Dragon could have attacked there and gotten a little bit more value for sure. Now, for the rest of Xiphos' army, I mean, I think having some Dryads up here to like pick off these Clan Rats and Skaven Slaves on the wings would be very, very cost-effective for sure. The Mortar team is pretty good on ammo. Dragon taking some Warp Lightning shots. This Warp Lightning Cannon has 3 cannons left. This one has 2, so there has been some poke here. Xiphos, in the meantime, his Way Watchers are re-hidden, so now the Skaven don't know where they are. This is actually a good opportunity. These Mortars are a little bit overextended. He could take the Way Watchers right up the pipe and finish those guys off. It's hard to say, but as far as like his health goes and everything, he's in relatively good shape here. Now, Warp Lightning Cannons still shooting. 2 models, though, so they aren't neutered as it pertains to having a model lost here. Xiphos has a nice little hill here. Honestly, getting the Dryads going over here after the Skaven Slaves and then the Wild Riders probably would be a good pick. And like the Warp Lightning Cannons couldn't really do much to here. So Deepwood Scout's going to be scooting forward, probably shooting at Skaven Slaves. The Spellsinger of Life is trying to... man, what is Xiphos? He needs to be careful with this guy because he's juking out the shots, but like if Skrulk drops a Lieber, plus on top of that, a freaking Warp Lightning shot right to the face, that's going to be disastrous. So it looks like here he's going to be dropping... oh man, Xiphos just with the mad jukes. Dropping a Dweller's Below here, so that is probably going to finish off the Ikid Zap Zap Cannon. The crew here is just getting wrecked. And they're probably going to break. I mean, how are they not breaking? They're so confident despite all that, which is just lunacy. I think Xiphos is also trying to get his Dragon in position to do a Breath Attack on this Warp Lightning Cannon. And you can see here the Spellsinger is juking -12. It might run off the battlefield. It's hard to say. But the Breath Attack here, oh, nice breath right there, does force off one of the Warp Lightning Cannons. And now Xiphos, the rest of his forces, should be moving forward. He's got so many Dryads. I mean, the Dryads could be crumping a lot of these frontline troops, but yeah, hard to say. So he does lose his Spellsinger once again of life, but he does, I believe, have a Manticore Summoner lurking around the back of the battlefield. Arrow of Kern is coming down here to snipe this artillery piece, and he does. So now there's just 1 Warp Lightning Cannon here, 2 right here, I think. Why does it say 3, even though there's just a couple? Some of the Deepwood Scouts poking in, going to be going after the Doom players here. These are just the Deepwood Scouts, so they are not the elite troops. And I see it seems like Xiphos is really just trying to snipe out the Skaven artillery. And like once he does that, I think he feels that he can just pick them apart probably, because the artillery pieces are pretty much everything that is can do some damage to him. So he shoots. That Warp Lightning Cannon is 100% dead. So nice pick there by Xiphos. Unfortunately for him, though, he doesn't have a healer, so he needs to be careful. This other Warp Lightning Cannon getting some huge shots right into the side of the Dragon. It looks like a lapse in micro here. Allows his Glade Lord to take some serious poke for sure. And yeah, he needs to come over here and go after this Warp Lightning Cannon for sure, because that taking those shots for free. I mean, and he needs to get the Dryads and Wild Riders in. There's so many other troops. He could be getting picks like all over the battlefield. Like all these could be picked off by the Dryads and Wild Riders and things like that, but seems like he's being pretty cautious here. Now, I would imagine he does have a Breath Attack up. The Breath Attack could shoot in here and take out the Warp Lightning Cannon. Hard to say. That crew, of course, is back from the Zap Cannon, but he's trying to get like the angle. And here comes the Breath Attack going in. It's probably going to at least finish off 1 piece. Yeah, so 1's down. Now there's only 1 Warp Lightning piece to shoot the Dragon up in the sky. And here the Skaven Slaves of Spears are going to be rode down by some Wild Riders, at which point the Mortars might be the next target here. Way Watchers pulling back. Here we have a couple Deepwood Scouts as well. And yeah, Dryads, Wild Riders back here. A lot of opportunities to engage. And the Dragon's just going to sit and circle the Warp Lightning Cannon. This is really good play. Like, just circle this bad boy. The Warp Lightning Cannons can only turn so fast. So now the Skaven have no artillery left. This Warp Lightning Cannon's gone. This one's gone. And now we are going to get another Lieber, though. Lieber's really strong here. For sure. It's probably going to put him down to about 1,200 to 1,000 HP, give or take. And here comes the Dragon. Where's he going to go? I mean, he probably just... I think that's both Liebers. I don't think there's any left. So the Dragon should be safe for now. And I think just saving him for the late game for like a big Alpha Strike is probably going to be the way to go. Here we do, of course, have the Bird, the Spellsinger with the Lore of Life trying its best. And the Way Watchers look to be scooting in to try and snipe the Mortar Crew. But the Mortar Crew is almost out of ammo. So once the Skaven run out of ammo as well, they're going to have to attack. And, chase. Granted, they are attacking. There's attack orders being given. Skaven slaves are chasing things. He's more than following the rules in that respect. So Dwarfling Menace going to be surging forward as well. Way Watchers don't have too much help here. I guess they have some Wild Riders over here for sure. What he could do is get the Dwarfling Menace to chase here. And then from there, when the Wild Riders blob up on them, he could simply use the Poison Wind Mortars and some other troops like that to kind of, poke those guys down. On the far side, Way Watcher's still shooting. And here the Deepwood Scout's still shooting as well. Great Eagle looking to get some freebies here on the Clan Rats and some of those other troops. Both Warp Lightning Cannons are down. Skaven are currently slightly ahead on the Bounce of Power, but not by too much. And the Mortars have been an interesting inclusion. They've done some okay damage, but it doesn't seem like it's been too devastating for sure. Here, Ogre's coming in. Manticore summon from Xiphos as well. This is nice. This is a nice Manticore summon because it's going to be able to rear charge these Clan Rats probably, and they could terror out them off. Although it looks like the Manticore is instead going to be going for probably the Doomflayers. There's still a couple Doomflayers, which are going to be tough to deal with. And Xiphos' Dragon, I'm not sure what it's doing. Yeah, it's coming back here. Probably just trying to, fly overhead and still terror is going to be some of the better bets. Oh no, Xiphos might lose his caster here. This is big. Oh man, those Doomflayers could have came and pinned in the Bird from the other direction. Ogres are trying to. They're trying to head off the Bird. You can see here Crabbling with the micro trying to get ahead. Oh man, that was like some RTS micro. Cutting that thing off and jumping in. And now you can see the Spellsinger, a beast here, is fully surrounded. Yeah, he's taking some serious hurting. There is a Manticore there. Manticore might be able to help that situation. Wild Riders are now collapsing inward. Here we have some Deepwood Scouts and Way Watchers, I believe. Yeah, these are Way Watchers shooting into the Rat Ogres. And in the distance, we do, of course, have the Glade Lord. Not sure what he's doing. Maybe going after the crew. Well, granted, there's nothing for it to crew anymore. So the Spellsinger Beast is going to be forced back, but thankfully for the Wood Elves, it probably will come back. The Summon Manticore is rampaging, but at least it's fighting some decent targets in the form of Ogres. Dryads, of course, are cleaning up the Clan Rats with Spears, which probably should have happened quite a bit earlier. And there still are some Wild Riders. We got, two groups right here. They're both really healthy. I mean, yeah, I guess go over here, finish off the Doomflayer probably is your best bet. Like, free up those archers, then peel off on the Clan Rats with some cycle charging. Xiphos certainly has the capability to still pull this army apart. Even though the Skaven are ahead on the Bounce of Power, it's very, very doable for sure. So Dryads right here, attacking the Warp Lightning Cannon. Here it comes, 628, and the Warp Lightning Cannon crew is down. The Way Watchers are, kiting back for as long as they can. The Mortar is going to get run over by the Wild Riders. This is a very, very even game for sure. Very, very close. Deepwood Scouts shooting downtown into the Clan Rats. Spears with shields, but that's pretty cost effective for the Skaven to be wasting ammunition of an elite archer unit on those shielded chaff infantry. In the meantime, Wild Riders charging in here, maybe looking to get on some of those Ogres. And yeah, the ammunition really being used to finish off the Ogres, but this is like some good kiting. Like, it's pretty optimal for sure, but I mean, the Skaven have some really good pursuit tools in the form of like very healthy Rat Ogres. And the Wild Riders coming in for a charge right now. The Dragon in the back is able to pick off some of those guys. And, I mean, all it's going to take, though, is, like, Skrulk is, I believe, immune to Psychology. Well, he has Frenzy, I think. So I think that's because of the Frenzy. Some of the Skaven Slave Spears are still chasing here, causing some grief. Xiphos does have his Spellsinger, a Beast, back, which he really needs to get back over here and maybe push off some of these chaffy Clan Rats if he can. But the Skaven appear to have a lot left. And the Dragon is coming back. I don't know if he has any breath attacks. It looks like there's going to be some Witchcraft going down on Skrulk, a Rod of Corruption as well. And here comes the Way Watchers. So the Way Watchers kiting back, and Xiphos going to withdraw. So, GG. GG indeed. Crabbling is going to get the win in the second match. And we're doing it to it. That was some good control. Both players played a great game. I think Xiphos was a little bit apprehensive with his infantry and his cav. Like, for a lot of the game, they should have been pressuring while he was doing the other stuff. But that's just my opinion. He's a much better, Wood Elf player than I am, so I can't say much to that. So we're going to go to the Faction War bracket, and Crabbling is going to advance on to face Soothsayer. So we're going to have Skaven versus Empire, which is indeed very thematic. And now, guys, we're going to be jumping over to our next match of the day. It looks like the game might have crashed. Just need to reboot it real quick. I think that happens when sometimes the players leave the lobby a little bit too quickly. I just went to my message. I have so many messages about the screen blocker on Steam. Oh my god. All right, so 1 sec, guys. That was a good game indeed. Well played. Well played indeed. Yeah, I know it's a tough situation when there's like rules things coming up, but it's the nature of the beast, unfortunately. We got to close Total War real quick. So 1 sec, guys. I got to force quit. Hopefully it doesn't cause any drama for the stream. Task Manager, and let's go ahead and close Warhammer 2. Boom. And I will restart it in just a second. Here we go. And now we load into the next match, which let's go ahead and take a look for today. It's going to be Flying Taco, the Beastmen versus Norska, as we continue on. Yeah, I understand. It's a really tricky situation. Sometimes, like in the heat of playing in tournaments and things like that, you can do minor things like that, and yeah, it's hard. It's hard. It is indeed. Like, yeah, that game one, he probably did have the victory there, but there was still a sliver of hope for Skaven, because there is some RNG in this game with melee defense and factors like that. Plus, Contaminate and Plague Monks are really good at cutting through, and like his whole army was very beat up. So it was a tight situation to be in, to say the least. Yes. Yeah, and I had to stop drinking coffee. It was making my hands hurt and stuff, guys. It's crazy. All right, so let's go ahead here, and so now we have Taco versus Alrek Rawl. It's going pretty long. Might have to split this one in the future into like a 2-day thing. Although I don't know. I think it's kind of fun to have like one big epic stream. All right, hey guys, start when ready. And let's go ahead and jump back to the lobby, guys. We're going to have, see who's on the left side. We have Taco facing off against Alrek Rawl. Flying Taco, of course, is qualified for an ECL event. And now we have Alrek on the side. The Norskan Warlord facing off against the Beastmen. This is always a fun matchup, too. It's very fast, very aggressive. And the players are loading in. Perfect. No, so basically, I have like some damaged tendons in my right wrist. So when I drink coffee, for some reason, I don't know why, but it makes it hurt. It does indeed. All right, guys, so we had a donation coming in, a very, very generous one from Oberst. He says, "Hey, just want to say I love your videos and the tournament streams." Thank you, man. Appreciate having you here. Appreciate it. Perfect. And here we are in the game, guys. So the next matchup, the champion of the Beastmen. So let's hear it, guys. If you are a fan of the Bray Herd and the Beastmen Horde, let us know in chat by showing your whatever emoji correlates most to these haggard goats. And then if you're a fan of the Dark Gods, although I guess Dark Gods are all around, Beastmen are often with Chaos anyway, so it's a Dark God victory regardless. Or if you're a fan of Norska and Wolfric the Wanderer on his mighty mammoth, let us know. So for the forces of Flying Taco, front line is going to be a combination of Gore herds mixed in with the Ungor Spearman herds. We do also have a couple Spawn as well. Spawn are pretty nice for Beastmen because they do, of course, have poison damage compared to regular Chaos Spawn, which is quite cool. Worker the Shadow Gave. We got the Butchers of Kalkengard in the back for some punch. Razorgore herds to give some additional AP and mass to the army. And that appears to be the show. So now, for the forces of Norska, let's take a look. Marauders, Berserkers, it looks like a couple standard Marauders. No, it's actually just going to be Iceborne, so his entire army is pretty much Berserkers. A couple of groups of Marauder Horsemen, which are going to be a great kind of light counter against Minotaurs and Spawn because of their missile attacks. And of course, we have a big old thick Wolfric on his Mammoth, a couple Skin Wolves in the back, and also the Norskan Ice Wolves to pin things down and get those good picks. and a Firecaster. So Fireball is very good against Morker. Of course, he regenerates, so he's weak to fire, and he's light armored. And Cascading Fire Cloak, good for buffing up an elite unit like Wulfric. And of course, the Burning Head is very efficient against hordes of lightly armored Beastmen troops. So, that is that, guys. That is that indeed. Thank you all so much for joining. It's been a fun stream so far. I think this is a record. I think this stream is actually a record as far as, like, you know, people watching and whatnot. Yeah. Indeed, indeed. It's been a great series of games. It is pretty common in tournaments for sure to have the attacking rules are definitely the trickiest thing to pin down in this game, but you got to have them. I mean, God, in the early days of like playing in ladder and being like just kited in circles, oh God, that was so traumatic. Dark times indeed. But as far as this Norskan army goes, I really like it. I think Ulrich has a nice force. I think the Marauder Horsemen here are going to be quite efficient against the spawn. However, Taco does have some light counters as well against the Horsemen. Harpies are pretty good at chasing them. Pigs are good as well because, you know, they're pigs. And they do hog things and, you know, cause some problems there. And yeah, we're good to go. All right, guys, so here comes the Legion. The Beastmen advance, the Norskins advance, Berserkers against Gore Herds. Of course, Berserkers in a vacuum will win that fight, but again, Spawn on top of them does change that fact because it applies poison and, of course, gives a lot of a light armor punch here. Great weapon strength on those Spawn. So Alric going to be harassing the flanks, harrying a little bit, looking to go after the Spawn, but Flying Taco, of course, is quite savvy. He's going to be pulling back these Chaos Spawn here, getting away from the formation, and Ungor Spearman Herds are doing their thing as well. Harpies up in the sky, going to continue eating the shots like absolute champions. Really good skirmishing so far from the Norskins, just getting value where they can. Wulfric's going to be pretty good as well. Seafang can do some good work. Terror Rout's, of course, very pertinent against Beastmen. On top of that, but Taco also doing a very good job keeping his spawn safe from the harass initially. Now, Taco does also have a Cygor summon, so the Cygor could be summoned at any point and start throwing boulders at the Marauders and things like that. And it looks like the Harpies are going to be committing to a fight right here. So the Harpies are going to be jumping in and going after the Marauder Horsemasters. And we do also have the Ungor Spearman Herds right here going after the Norskan Ice Wolves. So we'll see how that engagement goes. Flying Taco looking to really push the initiative. You can see Norska is taking a little bit more of an apprehensive approach. Obviously, the onslaught of all these spawn is quite intimidating, doing some skirmishing with the Marauder Horsemen, who, of course, are getting some nice poke. But Ungor Spearmen are more than happy to take spears. Though it looks like Ulrich might be charging in. It looks like Horsemen thinking about charging, but Taco reforms the ranks really quick. I mean, super just on top of his micro here. So basically, I kind of like what Norska is doing too, because a lot of Taco's army was like squared up this direction, right? To go forward this way and fight. But on top of that, on the low ground here, Norska is kind of reorienting its forces, just getting picks where it can. However, guys, you also have to remember that even though it looks like Norska is getting some amazing skirmishing, which they are, it's only Ungor Spearman Herds. And secondly, about 30 to 40% of the ammunition here on the Marauder Horsemen is out of the picture. So that's not going to be there to deal with the spawn. So now we have our big Haggard pit fight. Wulfric going in, Cascading Fire Cloak, a very good choice. He's going to need it because he is surrounded by a lot of scary beasts. Seafang coming down right down those formation of Gores and doing some solid damage as well. But a Cygor summon is dropped as well from Taco. This is just such a difference in terms of like the aggressive pace compared to our last couple games. You can see this Burning Head going right through the formation, tearing through some of those piggies. And, well, not doing much to them, of course, but tearing through the Gore Herds and the different variants of bacon and beasts and whatever other Haggard references you'd like to make. But nonetheless, it's just a pit fight, guys. We got spawn summons, we got Cygor summons. You can see Morker has blown his load here. One of the summons has gone through. Nice Vile Tide right there, doing some huge damage against Berserkers. And it looks like Wulfric is in a bit of a dicey situation here. Are the Beastmen going to be advancing on? Perhaps so. Wulfric here, taking huge damage. Razorgore Herds actually have pretty good weapon strength and good AP value, so they can get through that 70 armor. More Razorgores are being sent in, and Ulrich seems a little bit desperate because he is sending in the Marauder Horsemen to try and peel, which is smart. He has to. It's a desperate play with potentially a high reward. So Wulfric at this point might be able to escape through the back because of the charge of the Marauder Horsemen kind of peeling some pressure. But Wulfric is in the danger zone. He's wavering, and the thing is that, man, I don't know, the Beastmen are so aggressive here. There's so many Minotaurs and Spawn pushing through, and the ground fight, though, is actually going pretty well for Norska. They still have 75 Berserkers here. These ones are fighting quite happily. A lot of the Minotaurs and Spawn are getting worn down. Vile Tide going down here in the back, wrecking those Berserkers. Man, those Vile Tides have just been on point. So, very tough situation for Norska. Wulfric is gone, essentially. And if Flying Taco is really, really watching over here, he can grab these Harpies who have rallied at the edge of the map and make sure Wulfric doesn't come back. Which does put the Beastmen ahead in the Bounce of Power. Granted, the Bounce of Power is falsely inflated because they do have a Spawn summon, and there is also a Manticore summon coming down as well. So you can see the big old Manticore is going to be, well, he's disappearing now, so perhaps that will help the forces of Norska. But Taco really needs to make sure Wulfric doesn't come back. If Wulfric comes back, he could change the dynamic of the game pretty hardcore. I mean, even an 1800 health mammoth, that's still a fair amount of HP. And Ulrich knows this. He's going to be getting his Marauder Horde and going to try and save the chieftain. So he's getting all of his missiles. He's going to go here, try and, peel off these harpies, rally Wulfric, and then from there, use his skirmishing elements to pick apart a lot of the very tattered units here in this Beastman army. I mean, there's spawn here that are very beat up. It looks like a Burning Head's going to be going down here. Yeah, Burning Head going down right down the ranks here. Skin Wolves are also routing. Balance of Power is still Beastman favored, but, they're still... Skin Wolves can come back and heal. The Shaman Sorcerer needs to try and get over here, and Wulfric needs to rally 100%. The king of the Norskins needs to return. Now, there are some Berserkers still fighting. 48 of those guys doing well. Berserkers up here on the high ground are tearing through a ton of Beastman infantry. The Beastmen still have a Chariot Caster as well. That is going to be quite a pickle to deal with, for sure. Viletide's a really good ability, actually. Harpies being picked apart, and Wulfric's back. All right, that's big. That does give the Norskins a fighting chance. I mean, a big terror rout against a very beat-up Beastman army can do it. There's Skin Wolves coming back. Skin Wolves regenerate, remember? So the Skin Wolves being able to heal here is very, very good. And you can see these guys will be making their way back to the battle. So nice rally by Ulrich. Granted, Beastmen still ahead in the balance. They still have a full health group of spawn. Razor Gores are in full health here. They have their caster. Spawn here, and Butchers of Kalkengard, I believe, are still healthy. So there's a lot of things that are very heavily favored for the Beastmen here, for sure. However, it's still anyone's game here. So Marauder Horseman going to be coming back in. Wulfric taking a bit of a slow approach after his rough initial onslaught, for sure. Wulfric is back in action. Countercharge coming in from the Baconators. A little bit of skirmishing going to be coming in from the Marauder Horsemen, and here they come. Here they come again. Going to be poking into the spawn, for sure. And yeah, we'll see if these piggies are able to peel up this situation right here. So the Armored Skin Wolves going to be fighting. They have, of course, the anti-large, and they are armored, so the spawn will be doing substantially less damage than they would against a lightly armored version, but they're going to be forced back. The Norskins don't have to take a hard engagement. They have the skirmishing element still, so they can try and pick things apart, use Wulfric to go and, do their thing there. Also, the Beastmen still have Morker, and Morker is healing too, so that's something else to consider. And what's cool is that these pigs are rampaging, so for Norska's sake it's cool, is that they're going to be able to overextend some of these pigs and then probably collapse maybe with Wulfric and some hounds and maybe break them off. Up on the high ground, Razor Gore herds are fighting against the Shaman Sorcerer and some of the Marauder Horsemen pulling back. Probably want to use their focus fire either on the Butchers of Kalkengard or on the spawn up on the high ground. Butchers at least can be broken, whereas the spawn can't, so there is kind of an argument to be made for both sides here. Granted, I think this is going to be Beastmen favorite still. Butchers of Kalkengard getting punted like their Father Gorbel, but oh no. Of course, Flying Taco, you madman, saving a Cygor summon in the back pocket for the fourth quarter of the game, just to try and close things out. Very, very good conservative summoning play. It's very easy just to blow your load with these summons and just be like, cast it, it's up, I have the mana, let's do it. But that conservative save there, beautiful stuff. So Skin Wolves push back, and now Wulfric is in huge danger as there's a giant, basically a Walmart giant coming after him. And yeah, there's other Beastmen here. There's spawn collapsing. Wulfric's going to go down. And it looks like the Beastmen and Flying Taco are going to be advancing. So guys, let's raise your hooves for the Beastmen here. They advance on. And big congratulations to them. Big congratulations. That was a solid game. The back pocket Cygor summon, I thought he had used both, so I was kind of like, oh, maybe. But when that Cygor came out and just started stomping all over everything, man, that was great. So congratulations to Flying Taco. He is going to proceed on. And now we have Aerocrastic versus Hadries in our next match. So well played to the Taco man. Let's go ahead and join up here and get our next lobby ready for today. The Cygor Beast and Faction War, Hadries versus Krastic. Raise them hooves! The hooves raised. I love it. All right. So now we're back. It's going to be Aerocrastic versus Hadries, two of top contenders. Going fisticuffs once more. And remember, guys, today's tournament is sponsored by the Puppies and Kittens card game, created by the great Shadow Online Gaming. Of course, one of our own content creators here in the community has been hosting countless tournaments, so please make sure to check out his Kickstarter in the comment section below, as he is putting forward all the prize support out of his own pocket. I'm just going to put arrow here to keep it simple. It'll look better on the card. And Hadries, as well, is going to be the champion of the Druchii with a pretty solid game earlier against Falcon. Go start when ready. Good luck, have fun, lads. We're on the Southern Chaos Waste. Tomb Kings facing off against the Dark Elves. And here we go. Okay, well, no screen blocker this time. Bubba's Big Blast, thank you for the $5. He says, good luck, Arrow. Yes. Feel sad for Norska. The brave Norskan heroes rid us of those mutated of the dwarves early. Oh my god. Only to be killed by the cows. Yeah. Here it is. The Empire will succeed, says Misha. Well, the Empire has a very powerful general, to say the least. The great soothsayer. So here we are loading in. Here we go. Yes. This is going to be fun. Yeah, this is like a recreation of the Tomb Kings trailer, isn't it? Now, this is a matchup that historically I think is Tomb King favored. But, you know, again, with Tomb Kings have really good AP options and can do some work. And with Scourge under Chariots, it certainly does change the game up quite a bit. So let's take a look. So Aerocrastic, what is this? Another Iroh Titan. I don't know, man. He's on a whole nother plane of existence here. So he's got Tomb Guard Skeleton Warriors, a couple groups of Skeleton Horsemen, Nehakar Warriors, two groups of Ushapti with a Necrotect, and a Titan, so an Iroh Titan, as well as Ark in the Black once again. So, man, the Titan play is awesome. So for Hadri's, it's got Bleak Swords in the front line with a couple Black Ark Corsairs mixed in, maybe just one. A Supreme Sorceress of Fire. We do also have Malice. Oh, Malice Darkblade coming in from Hadri's. What is this game? Cold One Knights here on the far side as well. The Chill of Sontar. So it appears Felcon's spirit lives on through Hadri's in this tournament, bringing in the big old Chill of Sontar. And Scourge under Chariots with the Manticore up in the sky. So Scourge under is great against constructs. Hydra is pretty good against constructs as well. Good anti-infantry. Of course, Malice has some nice AoE. And yeah, that's going to be the biggest issue, I guess, is dealing with the infantry. But man, this is going to be great. 10 out of 10 Iroh Titan. Aerocrastic's just an animal. Coming in with this Titan and making it... Like, people are now probably going to go on the ladder with Titans, you know? Oh, yes. And Malice Darkblade too. I don't know who to root for. I mean, these guys are both friends of mine too, so it's like I'm torn between a rock and a hard place. Although I don't have a particular, you know, I like Tomb Kings, I like Dark Elves. You know, the only ones I don't like that much are like probably High Elves, but from a lore perspective. But I actually enjoy playing High Elves in the game. They're pretty fun. It's a clan QSA civil war. I know. It's bound to happen eventually. Yeah, Darkblade can do work for sure. Like, if he gets his Demon Summon at the right time, like, he gets a full heal. He's pretty powerful even in his regular form with the Blood Price. No Ushapti Great Bows. I'm surprised. Ushapti Great Bows are a great counter against Scourge Runners. So I'm surprised Arrow isn't going for that. Rather, he's going to be trying to shut down Scourge Runners, I think, with his Horsemen, which is harder. So he probably won't kill them, but he'll just tarp at them, hoping then to advance and crush the rest of the army here. So here it comes, guys. The Tomb Kings marching through the Chaos Wastes here to engage, but the Scourge Hunter Chariots are going to have a couple words with the managers here of the Tomb Kings. Looks like a Spirit Leech going to be going down, or a Shem's Burning Gaze from the Titan, a free cast. 700 HP, 500 damage, not bad. Certainly no joke here from the big old Titan. And it seems like the Scourge Hunter Chariots are trying to snipe Ark in the Black instead of actually going after the Titan, which they may rue the day they let Ark in the Black, or they let the Titan live, because Arkin can juke better than the Titan can, of course. So now the Tomb Kings are here in the front. They have Skeleton Warriors mostly, a couple Skeleton Spears on the flanks and things like that. The dreaded Chill of Sontar is here as well. Nice breath attack, potentially. No, it looks like Arrow was just barely able to dodge that. And Ushapti are very quick, of course, so they are able to force the issue and chase down some of these Black Ark Corsairs, getting a couple picks on the engagement, but Scourge Hunter Chariots are just so nasty. So now the Manticore is going to be going here as well, going to be helping out. Dark Elves don't really need to take any engagements here. They can afford to be the very conservative engagements, simply because of the Chariots and different things like that. But nonetheless, the Ushapti actually tar-pitting the Chariots a little bit. Look at this. They're like collapsing in there. The Titan's coming in there. A couple of these Chariots might get trapped up here, guys. Nehakar Horsemen get the charge actually on the Cold One Knights, but it looks like there's going to be some fire magic coming down from the Dark Elves. A nice Burning Skull probably is going to Shrek all those Skeleton Warriors pretty horribly. We do have the Skeleton Summon here as well. So here, of course, we have Skeleton Horsemen. We have Skeleton Horsemen here. And you can see the big old Titan getting its big fat laser eyes up there as well. So Skeleton Horsemen coming in for a rear charge. Beautiful play by Arrow. It might not kill the Chariots, but it's going to keep them from shooting at the big threats while the big threats overwhelm this Dark Elf force. And these Scourge Hunter Chariots here from Hadri's are actually pushed back. Somehow one of them got caught. Man, brutal stuff. In the meantime, Chill of Sontar and Malice Darkblade over here just going deep, and it looks like the curse, the Demon's Curse, is active. So the Tomb Guard here really getting wrecked pretty hard. And it looks like a Fate of Buno going down on the Cold One Knights as well from the Tomb King. So very, very intense fight between these two players. Oh, that's not good for Hadri's, though. His Manticore, unfortunately, has Rampage back here. But Malice Darkblade's coming, guys. Malice wants to get through, it looks like, and probably go after Ark in the Black. But my one concern, though, is that if the Scourge Runner Chariots get compromised and that Titan is still healthy, I don't know what's going to be able to deal with it. The Iro Titan versus the Chill of Sontar is the duel of the ages. I don't know how you can deal with that. But nonetheless, the Iro Titan, of course, can lay some serious beats here on the Chill of Sontar. And yeah. I mean, it is a tank, right? And the thing has a ton of HP and 2 free spells, including a Spirit Leech, so it's certainly not bad. Now, Hadri's realizing this, is going to be pulling back his Scourge on our Chariots, and I would imagine he's now, I don't know, what is he going to target? The Ushopti? Chill of Sontar, I suppose, in the late game could fight the Iro Titan. I think the Titan's fire damage might be able to overcome it, though. In the meantime, Aerocrastic using his Nagakar Horsemen to chase down these Blackheart Corsairs in the distance. And here you have the Skeleton Warriors and company still just tarp hitting the Manticore and Malice Darkblade. Now, Malice does have his summon. And also, we should probably acknowledge that Malice could actually do some serious damage against the Titan as well. Malice has really good AP values and insane buffs, for sure. Also, in the late game, Malice's AoE buffs will be very, very nasty against the Demon's Curse or the Blood Price or whatever it's called, the Bloodstorm. Will be really good against blobs of Tomb King's infantry that may still be alive. So if we look here, you can see Ark in the Black going after the Scourge Runner Chariots, trying to get it where he can. 3 models here, 3 models right here, and 3 here. So despite some of the early catches, Hadri's has actually done a really good job keeping his Scourge Runner Chariots alive. He still has 3 of those. And they're kiting the Ushopti very well, which is what they're designed to do. So they're going to kite the Ushopti down. And Skeleton Horsemen, they were hot in the pursuit as well. And oh, guys, Clash of the Titans. We have the Iro Titan and the Chill of Sontar fighting. Although, Chill of Sontar getting some lasers, and it's rear end there, but it's certainly going to be running away from this engagement, I would imagine. And yeah, the Chill of Sontar needs to be careful. One of the Scourge Runner Chariots has been picked off here. You can see the Feral Manticore is going to be trying to snipe Ark in the Black, which is a great play from Hadri's. Arkin is not super tanky. I mean, he does have 90 armor and 50 melee defense, which is good, but like his HP pool isn't like huge. So like a Manticore blow still is a big deal to him. So here we have the Nehakar Horsemen, which are like the most deceivingly tanky unit in the game, just sitting here and, of course, tanking the Feral Manticore. Nice breath attack coming down there from the Chill of Sontar, and this is a close battle between these 2 friends. Obi-Wan versus Anakin all over again. And here you can see the dreaded Titan coming forth. Oh man, Ark in the Black getting a nice rear charge there on the Feral Manticore. The Ushopti summon being used as well to pin down these Scourge Runner Chariots, which appear to have a couple models trapped here. And the Manticore is broken, so it looks like the Tomb Kings have slightly pulled ahead in the Bounce of Power. And guys, the Scourge Runner Chariots are now out of ammunition. I never in 1,000 years would have expected a Titan to just come in and be like this threat that you have to deal with. Like, I can see like a Necrosphinx and things like that, you know, but this guy, man, he's... What's also really cool about the Titan that a lot of people don't know is that the Iro Titans actually buff your Winds of Magic. They have a Covenant of Souls or something, so it improves your recharge rate or your reserves. I can't remember which one. So Ark in the Black is then able to get more Spirit Leeches off. So there is kind of a reason to bring the Iro Titan just for that alone. So a couple of Ushopti coming back in. The Bounce of Power is really even. And guys, Malice Darkblade still has his demon form. It has not been used. So here's a really nice AoE debuff here. The Demon's Curse is popped. And that's going to be lowering melee defense of all these nearby troops. And man, we got a battle. Now, Arrow needs to be really careful to make sure he doesn't lose Arkin. If Arkin gets like caught by Malice, and Malice is going in deep, boys. The demon form has been popped. Zarkan is free from his cage. And now comes the AoE damage as the Bloodstorms and all the nukes are going to put some serious hurt. The Reaper of Souls is what it's called. Are going to put some serious hurt on these Skeleton Spearmen and these other troops here. In the meantime, Ark in the Black still cackling about, just playing it really safe, which is fine. Because now you have a ticking time bomb. So basically, if the Tomb Kings can just keep their Titan alive and just like tarp hit, you know, Malice with like some skeletons and stuff like that, I think they should be okay. Granted, the Chill of Sontar is no joke, but he's having some problems in this fight. The Titan, of course, has fire damage, and the Chill of Sontar, of course, being a frosty regenerating beast, is quite weak against fire damage. He does take an additional 22%. Really good play here by Arrow, getting Ark in the Black and sniping out the Sorceress, who is shaken, and that's a nice pick. It's a heroic character, it's a decent combatant, but Hadri's is not going to take that one sitting down. He turns around with the Chill of Sontar and also gets a nice punch in the face of Arkin, but the Titan lumbers forth. Unfortunately, Malice is a little bit tar-pitted here. He's trying to push through, but I think rather than trying to push through at this point, Hadri should probably just attack with him. Just try and kill whatever's close by. Like, just go after the skeletons. I know it sucks, but he can't. Malice doesn't have good mass. That's one of his biggest limiting factors. So we still have King Kong versus Godzilla over here. We have the Iro Titan fighting against the Chill of Sontar, and it looks like the Sorceress is broken off. I don't think is he going to chase it with Arkin? Maybe. Negative 41, it might shatter. Nice Bloodstorm right there. Does some solid damage, nukes those Tomb Guard down, and now Malice is free once again. So he's coming to go after Arkin, but Arkin I think is faster. 76 against 68. Oh, here it comes. He's coming. I mean, this could be one of the few ways the game could be won. Arkin does get that juicy skeleton summon, though, which is going to help break the Chill of Sontar. And Malice is on the hunt, going after Arkin the Black here. There are some Bleak Swords nearby, but they're going to be going, and it looks like that is going to be game. And the Tomb Kings are going to be advancing on. What a match! That was awesome play by both players. With the Iro Titan 2-0 today. The Iro Titan coming in and just sweeping shop. Reaper of Souls going down once again, which will probably honestly finish off some of these skeletons and Tomb Guard, but Malice, it's not going to be enough to tank this army. What a hero. Man, that was an awesome game. An awesome game between these two close friends being forced to fight in the pits. But it's okay. So Malice Darkblade here, down to 101. And 960 right there, 565, 524, 483. Malice does perpetual damage to himself, so he pretty much just ticks himself down. And they're saying GG, well played. It looks like across the board. Yeah, man, what a match there. Malice with a big old Bloodstorm. That was awesome, man. I'm so glad Hadri's brought Malice. That was really fun. And the Laser Eyes gonna finish off the Demon. Look how beat up Arrow's army was. He literally had, like, Arc in the Black and, like, the Titan. But, again, the Titan is a pretty big portion of the army. But, man, what a battle. Well played to those two fierce competitors. Just going fisticuffs. And now we're gonna update the bracket once again. So let's go to the Faction War bracket. And Aerocrastic is gonna move on. So we have our top 4, guys. Empire, Skaven, Beastmen. Beastmen in the top 4, and also Tomb Kings. Now, Tomb Kings versus Beastmen is pretty unfortunate for Flying Taco. That's a really hard matchup. But now, guys, we're going to go to Soothsayer and Crabling for our next match of the day. So hopefully you guys enjoyed that one, huh? That was quite a battle. And we have a donation from Bubba's Big Blast, $5 for Arrow. He says, good luck, Arrow. Well, the luck was indeed received. He did quite well. Although there was not luck. That was just good play. Man, really well played there. The Arrow Titan just crumping people. Oh, it's the Arrow Titan. Oh yeah, that's perfect. How did I never think of that? GG, well played. All right, guys, so now we're going to jump to the next game. The Arrow Titan, yes. So now we have Crabling and Soothsayer. This is going to determine who goes to the finals. The Skaven versus the Empire. This is a fun one. This is a fun one indeed. And we're on the Sword of Torgald here. Man, a Beastman up, I guess you could call it an upset because they are tough. They have some really hard counters for sure, but so Sooth and Hadri's. Not Hadri's, excuse me, Crabling. Crabling of Clan VM representing his clan. Start when ready. Go, go. Man, guys, I gotta chat with you guys for a second. That was something. That was some of the Arrow Titan. Yes, the meme is born. You guys all bear witness. Yeah, the Dark Elves are very strong. I mean, but so are Tomb Kings. Tomb Kings are top tier for sure. Tomb Kings are most certainly top tier. So the prize pool is $250 in total. That's the pool provided by the Puppies and Kittens card game, which was created by Shadow Online Gaming in our own community. You can see a link in the description as well as here in chat. Shadow will drop links. It's an awesome board game involving the eternal struggle between dogs and cats. And you can check out all the details on the page. These are the previews of how it plays, has RPG elements, and yeah, he's running a Kickstarter page, so check him out. He's putting forward $250, 150 of which will go to first, 75 for second, and then a People's Champion vote, which will be for you guys at the end of the stream to see who gets the third place prize, because I think it's fun, you know, to reward interesting kind of dynamic play that may necessarily be a risk. And I have a feeling Romulan Zog's going to be a serious contender with his Quad Bloat and Quad Hulk, but we'll see. We'll see. There's still, you know, it could go either way. So let me minimize and see if there's any issues pertaining to the screen blocker. Nope, we're all good. So guys, oh my God, 3 times in a row, Soothsayer with the Sons of Sigmar bringing in the glorious Volkswagen. Oh man, the Volkswagen is here once again to destroy the old world. Absolute insanity. All right, let's take a look here. So we got Huntsmen, which are very good against Rat Ogres, against Hell Pits, against lightly armored infantry, you name it. The Huntsmen are very, very good. Volkmar the Grim just pretty much wrecks any infantry he fights, and honestly is not bad against single entities either. We have a Manticore Summoner, which is always good against Skaven, Swordsmen, State Troops in the front line, a couple Flagellants, and of course, it wouldn't be Tlaxon Soothsayer without a ton of Empire Knights to just ride through the rats and burn through the witches. Now for the forces of Crabling, let's take a look. So interesting, a Plague Monk build. So he's got Plague Monks, he has a Grey Seer with the Lore of Plague, he has Clan Rats, looks like an Assassin as well, more Plague Monks, and more Rat Ogres. And he does also have the Wheels of Doom. So this is going to be a knockdown, drag-out fight, guys. There's not going to be any shenanigans. It's just going to be going fisticuffs for Sigmar or the Horned Rat. So guys, let's hear it in chat. Are you guys a fan of the Sons of Sigmar, the Empire, and Tlaxlan Soothsayer? Or Are you a disciple, a minion, a servant of the Horned Rat, who shall be rooting for the Skaven here in this battle? Let us know in chat. Show your allegiance. No, it's not a meme tournament, actually. No. I mean, a couple of people have brought meme builds here and there, but it's quite serious, actually. But it is best of one, so I guess arguably it's not like... It's a little different, but it seems like people are enjoying the format. I think it's really fun, because you get to root for your faction, you know? And have, like, someone represent that. I think there's something really cool about that. So good sportsmanship all around. Players having good luck, have fun. Thanks, likewise. All that good stuff. Here we go. And here we go. For Franz, for Sigmar. Oh, man. I'm watching the chat. For the Horned Rat, there's a couple of Horned Rat fanatics here in chat. Lurking in the shadows. Will the Sons of Sigmar and Soothsayer prevail? Or will the shadow of the Horned Rat envelop the old world and move on to the finals to face either the Beastmen or the Tomb Kings? Both of which are really fun matchups. Does the Empire endure? We'll find out. Certainly has a very powerful general, but Crabling is a very good player as well. Insane micro showed today on both sides. So, this is a very like classic matchup. This could be like an end times battle, you know? Like the Skaven rising up to take out like a fair city of Bretonnia, and the Empire rides to their aid, you know? And yeah, no iconic lore per se for the Skaven. We do have a Grey Seer Plague, but their Grey Seers are always good on the bells. They're really, really good. All right, guys, it is time. The forces of the Empire march forth. They sally forth to do battle with the filthy rats. A little bit of bias there. I actually really like Skaven a lot too. They're a lot of fun to play, and I love their tabletop gameplay as well. So 3 Plague Monks, though, are going to be an X factor for sure. The Plague Monks are going to be super efficient. Granted, Volkmar can run them over, but Volkmar can only be so many places at once. The Empire Knights are really going to have their hands full. So opening charge coming in, you can see the Empire Knights lancing into some of the Skaven slaves, trying to soften up the front line across the board. Before the swordsmen and other state troops kind of sally forth, huntsmen are targeting rat ogres, which is smart, using that anti-large there. Volkmar the Grim, you got to be careful about blobbing up on Volkmar. Oh, the Soulfire bombardment raining some righteous Sigmar fire here on the Plague Monks, but nonetheless the Skaven are buckling the formation in some areas as well. The Doom Wheel getting in there doing some work, and the Empire Knights here taking heavy damage. Oh my god, the dreaded 13th spell, is that what that is? The dreaded 13th spell has been used. It's explosion damage, doing so much damage against the Empire Knights. Banishment going down as well. Oh my god, I did not think I was ever going to get to see the dreaded 13th spell be used. And it nuked those Empire Knights because it not only summoned Stormvermin with halberds, or Stormvermin, but it also, does explosion damage. So in the meantime, the Empire center pocket has crumbled on the flanks, relatively even fights. Huntsman doing a lot of damage, but now Crabling's forces charge into the back, going after the Huntsman here. And man, laying some serious pounding. So the Sons of Sigmar need to secure their back line. You can see here some of the Empire Knights coming back from rally should be able to do that. Some Huntsmen here probably going to be able to lend some crossfire to put some hurt on them. And a Manticore Summon has also been dropped, perhaps to help peel off the situation. Now, Volkmar the Grim still burning through the witches, causing some problems here in the mainline fighting, but a lot of the Empire troops are running for the hills, including several groups of Empire Knights. You can also see Flagellants, the Tattersouls doing quite well in Sigmar Sons, which are going to be a big issue for the Skaven as this battle does progress. And guys, honestly, this is a dead even battle. This is like really, really close on both sides. Sooth is able to get his Huntsman back, which is quite important, and I think that using the Wheels of Doom to come back here and push off the Huntsman and these other assets would be super valuable for sure, and I think the Skaven obviously knows that. You can see most of his forces are pushing this way. In the meantime, I think Volkmar knows that he can't really get back there in time, so he's just going to try and help win the frontline engagement by destroying some Plague Monks and other forces like that, but Crabling with some aggressive pressure, these Clan Rats going back here is enough to just tarp at these Huntsmen and really cause a lot of problems. So some Empire Knights going to be dragged down, it looks like, by some rats here, but they are going to get away in the fourth quarter. And Empire Knights, as well as a Summon Manticore, rally here and finish off some Plague Monks on the periphery, but the Wheels of Doom is still here, potentially to cause a lot of problems. Sorry guys, I'm just still so hyped after seeing the dreaded 13th spell be used, which is something you almost never see. Tattersouls in the front line fighting for Sigmar, up to a rock hard 129 on the kills right there, which is just absolutely beautiful. But despite the Empire's resurgence in this pocket, the Feral Manticore's rampaging, the Amber Wizard might be in a little bit of trouble, and it looks like the Skaven should be able to still win this, considering they have an assassin here. The second Manticore has been used. What is he going to do? Oh no, but it looks like the Amber Wizard's being taken out by the Skaven assassin, running for the hills. But beautiful Volkmar play, and it looks like, you can see, Soothsayer kind of got his army, rotated away from the Skaven power, and then fell back with Volkmar on this part of the battlefield to re-secure that position. And now he has a fully operational battle station of Huntsmen firing, which honestly spells a lot of trouble for the Skaven. Like, anything approaching here is going to take an onslaught of fire here from these Huntsmen, trained by Marcus Wolfhart himself, I'm sure. doing a lot of work against those guys. And we do, of course, have the Tattersoul still going 171 kills. These fanatics of Sigmar are just going balls deep and cutting these Skaven to pieces. Absolute anarchy here in this battle. Man, got to give it up for these guys. Just absolute champions. Now, if we look over here, we do, of course, have the Grey Seer. He's going to be rolling in here, doing some work against the swordsmen. Yeah, you can see the swordsmen and the Sons of Sigmar on the side of the battlefield are going to be a little bit beleaguered. And also the Summoned Manticore is going to be disappearing here in about 20 seconds, give or take. So that is going to kind of normalize the balance of power. Now, both armies resetting. Man, what an epic series to see who's going to be going to the finals. This is awesome. And it looks like Volkmar the Grim and his forces secure the kind of central portion here of the battlefield, whereas the Skaven have a very nasty Death Star. And the Unholy Clamor is going to be giving him leadership as well as vigor as this battle goes on. And it looks like these Skaven are going to be marching forth. Rat Ogre is going to be charging into some Empire Knights, but the Empire Knights should be able to run them over. They're very, very beat up, and the Empire Knights are more numerous in that particular engagement. And the Wheels of Doom is going to be hard to deal with, guys, for sure. And a Grey Seer and an Assassin. I mean, there's a lot of power left here for the Skaven, to say the least. So the Empire is basically going rat catching right now. They're just kind of chasing down whatever they can. And man, let's see how many kills the Tattersouls have. 193. Their clubs and whatever the hell else they're wielding, Books of Sigmar, are wet with the blood of Skaven. That's for sure. Serious beatdowns laid. Now, as far as Winds of Magic, Sooth probably has some Flocks of Doom. Not going to be super useful. His Manticore summons are gone. So the Skaven at this point certainly have the advantage of magic. But what is it going to be? Are the Skaven going to be able to drop another 13 spell somewhere? How are they going to play this? That's really the question. So Flagellants here are going to be taking the initial charge. Certainly are going to be getting beaten down, but they're buying time for the Empire, basically. The Flagellants just kind of taking a beating, while the Rat Ogres just get peppered with fire from these Huntsmen, who have a ton of ammo. Volkmar the Grim also causes terror. Flock of Doom going down as well. So Volkmar the Grim has just been an absolute monster. I wonder if Sooth is going to play Volkmar in every single game today. That's just insane. Now, I have to say, I think the Empire is going to take this one at this point. I think the Huntsmen are too numerous and too healthy. And even though they don't have a ton of AP, they're still going to put some serious hurt on the Grey Seer. And Volkmar, there's not too many things here that can stop Volkmar. The Wheel of Doom does magic damage, if I'm not mistaken. I think with its zaps. Its melee attacks do not, though. So it does have some AP there, but maybe if he has like a really good summon in his back pocket. Looks like a Scorch is going to come down here. Going to be scorching through some of the Sigmar Sons, taking out a couple models here. But yeah, the Huntsmen are really the X factor. Like the fact that Sooth was able to rally those guys in the back corner, just look how quickly they're melting the Grey Seer. Warp Lightning going to be summoned from the sky perhaps, or oh, is that another dreaded 13 spell? Oh, look at that! It nukes them! The Huntsmen just get one-shotted, and Storm Vermin pop out of the earth, and they start chasing down the other Huntsmen. Wow! What usage of that spell. Unfortunately, though, they'll probably get kited a little bit. Volkmar the Grim in a glorious chariot battle. We have the Wheels of Doom battling Volkmar, which is pretty hilarious here on this particular part of the battlefield. And the Assassin is trying his best to catch the Amber Wizard, but unfortunately the Amber Wizard, for his sake, is on a horse, so he's not going to be able to catch him. Swordsman coming in as well. Volkmar the Grim continuing to attack the Wheels of Doom. But man, the dreaded 13th spell coming in and nuking again was so awesome. It does so much damage. Yeah. I mean, I don't know, maybe he'll pull this out. If he's able to like corner this character, maybe like get the Assassin on Volkmar with like some trophy heads, maybe. There are some rats coming in around the battlefield as well. You can see the clan rats here, which have been summoned, are going to be able to chase off these Huntsmen and maybe put some pressure on these Huntsmen as well. So the Skaven are doing good, but like Volkmar is such a terror. Also, guys, the Storm Vermin are going to be disappearing here in a moment. Volkmar the Grim, of course, attacking right here and getting some good karate chops on the Grey Seer of Plague. The Assassin is certainly doing some work as well. Are these Sigmar Sons? No, these are just swordsmen. So the Skaven should probably just try and finish these guys off if they can. Man, what a battle. What a scrappy fight. Volkmar probably is not near his healing cap either, which is going to be a little bit kind of discouraging for the Skaven. Like, even if they do damage to him, it's not going to be like that much. Huntsmen are coming back as well. Most of the Skaven summons have been kind of popped up here. So there's not going to be too many more coming in. Yeah. Yeah, the Assassin here is in trouble. Volkmar kills the Assassin really, really quick. For sure. The bonus for his infantry is extremely useful. Hey, what's up, Shetland? Hope you're doing well. Haven't talked to you in a while. Good to see you, man. And here we have Volkmar the Grim riding through. The Doomwheel chasing him. Who is going to advance to the finals? The Sons of Sigmar or the Disciples of the Horned Rat? It looks like the Sigmarites and Soothsayer are probably going to be going there. And the Huntsman still being alive is such an issue. Volkmar would probably... Okay, so Volkmar would probably lose this fight 3v1. Like the Assassin, the Grey Seer, plus the Doomwheel. So maybe, just maybe, if Crabling is able to chase down the Huntsman and avoid Volkmar for now, maybe. But that's a big maybe. Volkmar is so beefy, and he could snipe the assassin really quick here. So Doomwheel getting back here. Going to be going in pretty deep, doing some serious damage to the Huntsman on the approach. Looks like a Scorch coming down as well, which even if the Huntsman dodged it, it should actually hit the Swordsman there, and it does. Ended up getting the Swordsman. Volkmar is kind of getting worked down a little bit. This is such an absurd game. This is just such absurdity here. So the Amber Wizard and the Empire forces coming in. The Skaven just basically chasing archers, which is, a good call. But, Volkmar is getting those little pokes. But, he's also getting shanked a little bit. Grand Hammer of Sigmar. Oh, Trophy Heads coming in. And suddenly the Skaven turn around for a 3v1 fight on Volkmar while he's afflicted by Trophy Heads. He has 0 melee defense, so that pretty much guarantees that he'll be taking some hits here in this engagement. On top of that, the Amber Wizard comes in to charge and try and relieve the situation, but the Assassin changes his target here and goes after the Amber Wizard. Oh my god. Volkmar is extremely hard to kill. He's so good against Skaven because a lot of the things that are good against him, or that would kill him, like do magic damage, and he has like insane magic resist. So like Warp Lightning Cannons and other targets like that typically struggle to take him out. Now as far as what the Skaven have left, I'm pretty sure that this is it. What you see is what you got. And Volkmar the Grim is surrounded once again. He stands against the forces of chaos. Or the Horned Rat. Technically, I don't know. Technically, it's chaos anyways, if I'm not mistaken. They eat Warpstone and stuff, so it is what it is. So the Doomwheel is being focused down by the Huntsman. Volkmar the Grim terror routs the Rat, and that is going to be army losses as Soothsayer and the Sons of Sigmar advance on to the grand finals of today's tournament. Man. Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff indeed. And there you have it, guys. Soothsayer are going to be going on. The Sons of Sigmar represented here in the finals of today's faction war. So let's go ahead and update the bracket. Soothsayer is going to be on, playing for first place against the winner of Flying Taco and Aerocrastic. Well played to those two gentlemen. Well played. That was awesome. Awesome stuff, guys. So big congrats to them. And now we're going to be setting up our finals. Well, semifinals, still. You guys get the picture. Refreshing the lobbies. Takes a minute. Let me go ahead and check with the lads, see if they got their game up. Arrow. Here we go. So thank you guys all so much for joining. I know it's getting a little bit late for some of you guys, especially over in Eastern Europe in that realm. I know in the UK it's about 9 o'clock. Central Europe it's about 10. Russia it's probably closer to midnight. But thank you guys for sticking around. It's been an absolute blast. I'm sure people in China and Australia just hanging out, all places in the world. And yeah. Are we going to have a Beastmen upset? So Beastmen have a hard time versus Tomb Kings, but of course, we're talking about specialists here. People who are like, that is their forte, right? They main in these factions, so, anything can happen. We have a donation coming in from One Man's Way. What triggers army losses? Typically, if like the pertained strength of your force, not pertained, but the relevant strength of your force, as per the metrics of Creative Assembly's programming, are just like, at a certain point of crumbling, it basically just says like, hey, you're screwed. Let's not drag this on. One Man's Way. Thank you so much for the $20. Yeah, Shetland knows for sure. 2,400. Oh, you guys think we're going to see the Arrow Titan once again? The Arrow Titan once again. Perhaps so. So again, guys, today's tournament is sponsored by our glorious friend Shadow Online Gaming and his awesome card game, which is the Kittens vs. Puppies, the card game featuring Wookiee with the Helden Hammer. Make sure to check him out in the link, as well as chat. Mods will be linking to it, but he's putting forward $250 for today's tournament, which is awesome. Definitely creates some hype, some tension, and makes the event overall just more engaging. So thank you so much, Shadow, and to your glorious card game as well. All right. We have another donation coming in, One Man's Way. What triggers army losses? Okay, we answered that. I just want to make sure I didn't miss that. So now, guys, we have the Bray Herd facing off against... these guys are in chat together right now. I don't think we need a screen blocker. I think Arrow would not do that. It's fine. So, guys, we have the Arrow Titan against the Beastmen on the Ogham Shard. Oh, my God. DJ Kotzep and an Arrow Titan. Arrow Titan versus Volkmar in the finals. I love how that's become a meme. This is so great. And what's cool is this is actually a matchup in which the Arrow Titan is actually good. Yes. Aneurysm sauce, eating popcorn, watching Warhammer, a good day. Double Bone Giants are really good against Skaven, actually, but not so much against Beastmen, I don't think. I mean, no, probably not. I mean, I guess they can pop Minotaurs. That's Wookiee, yeah. That's Wookiee in armor. So Shadow, of course, is a Total War content creator, the gentleman who made this card game. And So he went around and asked content creators for basically pictures of the dog to incorporate into his game. So he has Wookiee, he has Jaina on Occasion's dog, he has Lore Master of Sotek's dog. I don't know who else, but he can tell you guys. Wrong names at the top. Thank you. Good catch, brother. It's getting late in the day, so I'm getting a little bit sloppy. It's going to be Arrow, and it's going to be Taco. Arrow and Taco. Keeping it simple. Although I think it should have been the other way around. Curses. Yeah, Arrow should be on the other side. Okay, let me change that real quick. For the sake of matching it to the bounce of power bar. Taco on Taco. Here we go. We have a donation coming in from F Yak of 100 rubles for the Empire. Not Hadood. Please, man, I just appreciate your support. This tournament is fantastic. Thank you so much, man. All right, guys. So are we going to get the Arrow Titan? Oh, no, he's forsaken it, but he has a Bone Giant. So it's a close second. So let's look at the forces of the Beastmen, because this is the real conundrum. How do the Beastmen beat this? I've always felt like it's such a hard matchup. Anyways, Ungor Spearman herds, Chaff in the front line, a couple Gore herds as well. We have the Butchers of Kalkengard, Minotaurs with Grey Opens, of course, to chop through constructs, a Bray Shaman of Wild, so he's going for a similar build that we've seen throughout the course of the day. Cygor Summon, Viletide, all kinds of good stuff. We do also have Morker the Shadow Gave and the Korok's Man Rippers, and also Razor Gore herds, and that is pretty much it. So solid army, plenty of AP, nice crowd control too with the Viletide to work through some of the chaff. For Arrow's forces, Arrow Titan, it's going to be the Tomb Guard here. It's going to be the glorious Cetra the Imperishable. Now, if anyone's going to take them to the finals, it's going to be Cetra, because he does not serve. There's going to be a Bone Giant as well to help deal and countermeasure Cygors and also deal with Minotaurs. A couple of Sepulchral Stalkers in the back line as well, and also Nehekar Warriors. So great build by both players. This could certainly go either way. It is a dark map. It's a cool map, but it is dark, unfortunately. So perhaps I'll take that into account later for casting purposes and things like that. So let me have some water here. Delicious water, my friends. Delicious water indeed. Everyone's saying F for the Arrow Titan. You know, the Arrow Titan would have been okay here. But I understand. I understand why. Because if you're paying for Cetra, a Bone Giant, like getting an Arrow Titan is going to really nerf down the size of your army pretty hard. So it's funny because these guys are really close friends as well and practice partners too. So a lot of them kind of know each other's tricks, I bet. So the Beastmen herd, the Bray herd is going to be advancing. Razor Gore herd's in position. And it looks like he is hiding the Bray Shaman behind the building here to make sure that the Bone Giant can't snipe it. And some Minotaurs with shields actually taking... Oh man, they lost 3 Minotaurs with 1 giant shaft from that Bone Giant. Brutal stuff. Now in the meantime, Aerocrastic going to be charging with Nehekar Warriors in the front line, lancing into the Beastmen forces who were a little bit out of position for the countercharge, but some of the Razor Gore herds should be able to come in and put some hurt on the Nehekar horsemen, especially since they're staying in combat so long. Viletide going down as well, does some good damage there, really, really good response from Flying Taco. And the Bone Giant is, putting the bone toll on some of these Minotaurs. They're certainly taking some work. This is going to be a tricky engagement. I really like the fact that he has the Stalkers back here. Their missile attacks can do some serious damage as well if they want to shoot at like the Korok's Man Rippers or something. Bone Giant still going after the Minotaurs with great weapons, doing some damage for sure. Nehekar Horsemen over here are crumbling down, but so far I would say the slight advantage, the Bone Giant has yielded a slight advantage here for the Tomb Kings. Now over here we do of course have the Minotaurs. We have Morker the Shadow Gave coming in as well. Big commitment here, but I think it's a mistake to send these Minotaurs over here without the support. Granted, there are some Gore herds, and I think Morker is coming this direction as well. A big Viletide right here would be very, very strong as well. Now in the center pocket, it looks like Flying Taco is going for a blitz. He's basically just trying to run over these Tomb Guard in the front so he can get back to the Bone Giant a little bit quicker. He does also have some Razor Gore herds over here on the wings kind of waiting, but nonetheless, this engagement here is going to be a dicey one for the Minotaurs as... Why are they walking? Oh, they must be like trapped up in the swamp or something. Yeah, they were looked like they were getting shreked and dragged into the swamp there. So the Beastmen going to be kind of forsaking this flank engagement, which is smart. I think bull rushing through here and trying to lock this up is good. And also you can see Flying Taco with a beautiful screen. So he actually gets the Korok's Man Rippers back here and screens out both units of the Sepulchral Stalkers, which is an amazing play. Granted, Taco needs to be careful that his Bray Shaman doesn't get caught here and killed. Viletide going down as well, hammering those Skeleton Warriors, and it looks like a Cygor Summon's going to go down here, which, gives him a big giant to fight with. If anything, it's a distraction, right? So the Tomb King's front line is crumbling. We have Tomb Guard, we have Skeleton Warriors over here, Skeleton Spears here are crumbling down, and it looks like the Boner Giant is a little bit compromised, guys. Tons of Minotaurs and Pigs just swarming in all directions. Now there are some Sepulchral Stalkers back here for Arrow, and they're ripping some nice shots into the Razor Gore herds. You can see doing some decent damage there, but so far, guys, it looks like the Bray herd is doing a really good job of actually tearing through a lot of these Tomb King's forces. And Cetra in a little bit of trouble as well in combat versus some Spawn and some Minotaurs with Great Opens, and also the Cygor. I like that Taco uses the Cygor just to kind of like push things back. It's like nobody wants to waste time fighting summoned units, so it's a really good kind of screening distraction. In the meantime, Korok's Manripper is still fighting. Worker the Shadowgave with his Pimp Cane is going to be slapping up Sepulchral Stalkers. Remember guys, though, the balance of power is heavily inflated right now because of the Cygor summon plus 2 Spawn summons. So what you see is not necessarily 100% accurate or pertinent in the situation here. Now, the Bone Giant is free once again. Cetra has taken a bit of damage from the Minotaurs with Great Opens and the Butchers of Kalkengard. Granted, maybe they should peel over here and go after the Bone Giant, because Cetra is going to be able to retreat through his own forces. Granted, the Tomb King's here, doing a good job grinding through these Tomb Guard. Although these Tomb Guard, yeah, still somewhat healthy, I suppose, but he was able to take out a couple groups. And guys, we have a real barn burner, pun completely intended, in this battle here, as Aerocrastic is doing a great job in the back chasing down routing Minotaurs. But, you know, Taco's herd is very aggressive and they're really catching a lot of good targets. But, oh man, if Taco loses his Bray Shaman here to the Sepulchral Stalkers and takes unnecessary damage, it looks like they're going to be okay. And he probably has another Cygor summon being dropped here. Oh, that's so good. Spawn summon from Worker. The staff, that's nice. Right behind the Nehekar Horsemen. Should be able to get some good pinning here. And the Chaos Spawn have the opportunity to collapse on the back of these Nehekar Horsemen. Now, this is a dead even battle. You can see now that a lot of the summons are disappearing, Aerocrastic is pulling the bounce of power back a little bit. He does, of course, have Cetra, who's a powerhouse. You know, can cause a lot of problems for sure. Sepulchral Stalkers are chasing down the Bray Shaman with their anti-large, and he is large on that beast there. And it looks like he's going to be, knowing that he might be in trouble, he's shaken. He is going to be summoning the second Cygor, and also dropping, perhaps, no, that was a curse from Cetra. Okay. So a lot of summons on the battlefield for the Beastmen right now. It looks like the Ushapti summon is also out for the Tomb Kings to try and give them some buffering in this very, very important pit fight. Sepulchral Stalkers over here are being tar pitted by Ungor Spears, which is super good for Flying Taco. And over here we, of course, have the Bone Giant, who has been temporarily shut down by the caster, but it looks like the Bone Giant is going to be freed. That's big for Arrow. The Bone Giant being able to shoot in and pick off Razor Gores and Butchers of Kalkengard. Oh no, and the Butchers still have 12 of 12 models. They're still at full fighting capacity. And it looks like Cetra the Imperishable is getting a little bit worn down, and we have Razor Gore herds coming from the high grounds, swarming down the hill as the Bray herd descends on Cetra, as well as the Bone Giant. This is just such a game. Boulder throw. Oh man, look at that boulder throw from the Cygor right into the back of Cetra, hitting him right in the rear right there. Beautiful throw. And Razor Gore herds are more than a counter against this Bone Giant. They have amazing AP values, and their low melee attack doesn't matter because the Bone Giant has crappy melee attack also. A couple Minotaurs with Great Opens coming in as well. And another boulder throw, nailing Cetra once again. Oh my goodness, this Cygor is just straight up like an MLB pitcher. On top of that, we do have some Sepulchral Stalkers over here shooting in, getting some great damage, but the Ungor Spears are going to be able to actually tar pit and maybe defeat them. And now the pigs are being called back to their pens, and here they come. The pigs are going to be charging in, doing great damage, and the Stalkers, of course, like can engage, but they're going to lose to this. The Bone Giant's going down. Man, Stalkers over here. Cetra looking to try and get some value on the periphery of the battlefield, chasing down the Bray Shaman, but the Bray Shaman unfortunately comes back. I just don't think Arrow can pull this one out. And with a crazy, crazy aggressive build, it looks like Flying Taco and the Bray herd may be advancing to the finals, guys. I don't want to call it early, but it's looking pretty grim. With Stalkers going down against Ungors, the Bone Giant going down here. Butchers of Kalkengard have a ton of healing to do too. So the longer this battle goes, the more the Butchers can heal. I don't know. Now, Arrow still has a chance. He has the Nehekar Horseman. He has Cetra, who's in okay shape. He can also use his Stalkers and pick off many assets of the Beastmen army, and then use the ranged attacks from those Stalkers to do some poking. Back here, unfortunately, though, losing these Sepulchral Stalkers is quite scary for sure, so we'll see how that goes. And, yeah, man. This is a close game, but I think Worker is going to be able to pull this one out with his Bray herd, because basically he can just let the Butchers of Kalkengard chill out. He can just, like, let them heal. And I think they've lost like one model this entire game, which is just absolute lunacy. Tacos, yeah, and if the Beastmen win, who would have expected like Empire and Beastmen to make it to the grand finals, right? It's crazy. So here we have Sepulchral Stalkers falling back. They're obviously being chased. Aerocrastic is pursuing with his horsemen and picking off the Beastmen armies before taking a final engagement. On the far side of the map, Sepulchral Stalkers are taken apart by the mere Ungor herds. And the Razor Gore herds, which are just such a good choice against the Tomb Kings. Just cheap, good AP, mass, dense units, you know? So, Stalker's going to be shooting in here, preparing their slithering bolts. Let's see what kind of damage they can do against these guys. Getting some decent poke and stroke against the infantry, but it's... Oh man, Worker's too healthy. Butchers are healing. Like, it's a ticking time bomb. Like, with the Butchers healing up, it's probably alone going to trigger army losses eventually, like if the Tomb Kings can't get a good engagement. Stalkers have a little bit of ammo left. I'm not sure. It looks like some Nehakar horsemen are chasing over here. We have a group coming back as well. That's pretty much Arrow's last stand. Getting the Nehakar horsemen going in for a final battle here. And he charges in with Cetra, getting a little bit of attack there, but the Butchers of Kalkengard, of course, do some work. Yeah. And here it comes. Sepulchral Stalkers making their last stand. Here they come. Cetra the Imperishable. Everything has to fight at this point. Cetra's going to have to engage as well. Dejov's Cursed Blade's going down. Overcasted or not? No, it is not. So they're not going to get that bonus for Large. Here comes Cetra the Imperishable. And, you know, he's going to rout off a couple Beastmen. For sure. Nehakar Horsemen, I mean, are really durable too, especially with Cursed Blades. They're going to be quite a bit stronger. And now Incantation of Protection going down here, which allows Cetra to kind of cycle charge and potentially get some great value. Butchers of Kalkengard actually taking some casualties here. And Nehakar Horsemen behind. I mean, guys, stranger things have happened. Is the Arrow Titan going to be able to come back? Oh, man. Bray Shaman's routed. Pigs are routed. Everything is routed. Guys, is the Arrow Titan going to come back? Oh, my God. That would be insanity. And it looks like the Butchers of Kalkengard have stabilized for now. Morker is obviously an absolute monster as well. We have some spears coming back in, but that buys Arrow some time. If Cetra can goon out Morker, you know, Cetra hits like an absolute truck, and he has the opportunity to cycle charge here. Oh my God, this is so close. The Arrow Titan, is he going to be able to pull it back? It looks like the bounce is just so much in the favor of the Beastmen because they still have 99 spears here. Good chase here for sure. Routing off all those units, but Cetra is just so low, and Morker is like full health. That was a close one. The Terror could do it for sure. And another Dejov's Cursed Blade going down right here on these guys. And the Butchers of Kalkengard chasing down Cetra. He's got 9 leadership. Morker is just going to be too much, I think. The spears are here now, so there's 99 spears on the wall. 99 spears on the wall. And the Bray Herd advances to the final in an absolute barn burner of a game. There you have it, guys. Flying Taco versus Talaxlan Soothsayer, fighting for the fate of the old world. Will the Empire prevent the end times, or shall the Bray Herd bring doom and destruction to the world? We will see. That was nuts. That was nuts. Arrow almost pulled that one back at the end, it looked like. That was nuts. Man, guys, what a game. What a game indeed. The Kazrak one, I don't think Kazrak is going to make it. I'm sorry. As much as I'd love that. And we have a donation coming in from Maciek. 15 PLN. Dziękuję, my friend. I hope all is dobrze with you. And he says, Skaven didn't lose. It's part of the plan. Yes, yes. Well, perhaps you're onto something, my friend. GG, well played. So let's go ahead and invite Sooth here. Hey guys, so we are going to make this a BO1. I think it's more fitting thematically. All good? We did actually plan a best of 3 finals, but I think it's kind of like to watch the same faction fight, like, you know, in a best of 3 again. I think it makes more sense. Yeah, and they're both happy with that. They're probably tired anyways. So, so for this, let's go ahead and do map is going to be just put them on the Essence of Chaos. We will do Schwarzhofen. All right. Well, 1 second. Let me check with the guys. Yeah, so basically, I'm still fidgeting with this format. I'm not sold on everything yet, because the best of 3 finals, I guess it does give it some more scope. You guys want best of 3? Taco says he's fine with either. So if that's the case, Sooth wants best of 3? Yeah. Because if Sooth wants best of 3 and Taco doesn't care, we can do a best of 3, as we planned. Yeah, we'll get the build blocker. Trust me, Soothsayer isn't going to stream snipe him. But we'll do it anyways. Let's do best of 3 then. All right, guys, so we're doing a best of 3. It's decided. So let's get the names here. Taco's already where he needs to be. Soothsayer can be on this side. So you guys wanted more games? You will get it. There's going to be multiple battles fought between the Bray Herd and the Empire to decide the fate of Middle-earth. Everybody's saying best of 3. It's just for when you can only play one faction, best of 3 becomes like, I guess it becomes more like Warcraft 3 and StarCraft esports. So be it. Same factions. Gotta stay true. Yeah, and the one thing though is like if we go to best of 3, it becomes like, hey, can we play different factions? But I think that totally defeats their narrative of this event. So we're staying with the same factions. So they can try different builds, which is fine. There's a ton of different ways to play this matchup. So they'll get an opportunity to fight multiple battles. The best of 6 with, you know, it's crazy. Like StarCraft 2 tournaments and Warcraft 3, like these dudes play best of 7s with the same faction over and over. It's like a best of 7 human versus undead. It's like, from a spectator's perspective, I would just be like, just end me, dude. I don't know. I don't know. I guess it's just people are used to it in those communities. So guys, thank you so much for joining. We are here in the grand finals. Let's take a look and salute to those who have fallen today. So if we take a look here at the opening thumbnail, you of course can see these are all the champions we've had today. And now Soothsayer against Flying Taco, which, you know, a conspiracy perhaps. Look at them. They're dead across the bracket from one another. So we have Soothsayer and Taco across from one another. Perhaps there's something to it. But amazing games from all of these players today. Just awesome stuff. It was a really, really fun event. And I'm glad you guys have chosen your Sunday to hang out and enjoy this. 4.5 hours, pretty long, you know, but I think once we iron things out, it could be down to like 3.5, 4 hours because there were so many close games back and forth. And again, today's event, before we segue into the finals, is sponsored by the Kittens vs. Puppies card game created by Shadow Online Gaming. Check it out. Wookiee's in it, all kinds of sweet stuff. And he's putting forward all the prize pool for today's tournament, which is awesome. And now we move back to our game here. And this is best of 3. So it's going to be the Bray Herd, a couple Beastmen armies fighting Empire armies to see who wins the war. The cash prize, of course, is going to be $150 for first place to the winner of this, $75 for second, and $25 is going to be for the People's Champion. So, 1 second here. I just got to send a message. We got a donation coming in from Spicy Burb. Which race or faction are you most looking forward to in Game 3? I really want to see like Chaos be fleshed out with like Nurgle stuff and all kinds of things like that. And yeah, we're doing it, guys. Dr. Smuggles, I will certainly think about it. Thank you so much, man. Kislev is great, especially since my lovely wife is Polish. I feel like I have some sort of an affinity for the glorious Kislevites with their hussars. Place your best. Is there an underground ring going on here? So guys, this is best of 3 in the finals. All the games up until now have been best of 1 because again, it's a faction war. But the finals are going to be best of 3 between Soothsayer. So you're really going to get to see, for anyone who wants to know how to play Empire vs. Beastmen, you're going to get to see it played from a couple of different angles now. So for the first time today, perhaps it will be his the curse. He brought Franz instead of Volkmar the Grim, so no glorious mustache against the Beastmen. We'll see if that pays off. So for the Sons of Sigmar, Spearmen in the front line, Flagellants. Looks like we got Outriders with grenade launchers for crowd control, Pistoliers for counter-skirmishing against Centaurs. And we have a Jade Wizard here in the back. Karl Franz up in the sky. Empire Knights here in the back as well. And more Empire Knights into the sunset. Also, guys, just a bit of a disclaimer. After this, it's going to take a long time for the stream to render, so it probably won't go up till tomorrow. Simply because it's going to be probably over 5 hours. So for the Beastmen, we got a front line of Ungor Raiders. Well, not a front line per se, but a skirmishing corps. Going to be trying to counter, poke Pistoliers and put some hurt on Flagellants, things like that. Ungor Spearman herd. He does also have a Bray Shaman with Cygor Summon and Morkur. Honestly, his builds are pretty similar in a lot of his matchups. Like this looks just like the build he brought against Tomb Kings in that last game. Perhaps he's kind of figured out a build he really likes. A really good general build that is dynamic and can deal with a lot of matchups. Granted, you're not going to bring Minotaurs with Grey Opens against like kiting factions, right? But even still. Yes, screen blocker. Damn it. Damn it, Bobby. It's okay. We're giving our sponsor some extra shine. 1 sec, guys. I gotta adjust something here. I was just opening my window because I just feel like a creature in this dungeon here. The dreaded blocker. You guys better dread it. Oh. I love the screech bit. Oh man, you guys are awesome. Watches this treachery. I can start whenever. Should be a fun battle. Certainly a lot of, one thing that I don't see in this Beastmen army is Centaurs. A lot of times you see Centaurs as a counter against, Pistoliers and things like that because they're shielded, they're fast, they can catch them and kill them. Granted, Soothsayer, of course, not bringing too many Empire Knights. I think he has, no, actually he did. He brought 3. It's like every Sooth build with Empire has at least 3 Empire Knights, which they're a pretty good unit for sure. Good luck, have fun being dropped by both players here as the forces of the Bray herd advance outward. And for anyone watching this back after the fact, I will, of course, have timestamps to all of the games to spare you guys the glory there, the drama. So here we have the Ungor Raiders pushing forward. Empire Knights teasing forward as if they want to charge, thinking about it. The Empire kind of feeling out the position. Going to be attacking the weak side of the formation here, maybe using some Pistoliers to kind of attack the Ungors. Franz might actually jump in here. He might go up and under with Franz, attack through here, and then pull out through the archers. Hard to say, but Taco has a lot of things that if you screw up once and get caught, your bacon is going to get buttered for sure, or whatever else you do to bacon. I don't know, braised pork. I'm trying to think of some sort of a reference. No Volkmar though. Grenade launchers doing some great damage. So the grenade launchers are very, very good actually against lightly armored troops. They can really wreck things. And he gets a nice volley here on the Ungor Raiders in the beginning. As far as the mainline fighting goes, the Empire circling around the back, really, really far out there with the Pistoliers, but it seems like Sooth is going to play a kiting game, which you kind of need to. The Empire really, really struggles at going fisticuffs with Beastmen. If you try and scrap them in melee with your state troops, you're going to get run over pretty hard. So I really like what Sooth is doing with this kind of a pulling apart play. So the Raiders get a nice volley here on the Outriders, but the Outriders return fire, and grenade launchers a little bit stronger than haggard wooden bows created by these simple beasts. So the Sons of Sigmar are getting a nice opening volley right there, getting some good poke. And yeah, this map has plenty of room to work with for sure. The Bray herd is advancing slowly, pushing up. Because eventually if they keep slowly pushing up, they will corner a lot of these Empire troops. Granted, it will lead to them being surrounded. But so far, grenade launchers, man, these grenade launchers are just putting some hurt. 70 kills on these grenade launchers already. Absolute lunacy. Look at that. Man, those things are just buttering that beef over there. So the Ungor Spearman herd's just getting taken apart. And, the Beastmen didn't bring Centaurs or counter-skirmishing units. Very determined to make this a nasty knockdown, drag-out pit fight, which, as long as they keep their high-value assets alive, I suppose it shouldn't be too bad. Now, as far as Raiders go, we do have some Raiders here. Those are Pistoliers on the other side, so you can kind of more so ignore those. The thing that is really hurting him is those grenade launchers, which are already up to a whopping 95 kills. 95 kills, guys. Now, Sooth is falling back. He's taken the high ground a little bit. Plenty of room behind him to fall back if he so chooses. Pistoliers still shooting in here. The Bray herd going to be trying to advance as well. One group of archers is offline, but remember, Sooth does have ammunition to be concerned about, and a lot of the ammo is being used on shielded cheap infantry, so that is a variable to consider here in this fight. And Sooth's army is honestly not that great against the Minotaur Ball. I mean, I guess, yeah, it is. The Pistoliers are really good against it, but what I'm trying to say is if the Pistoliers run out of ammo before dealing with the monsters, it could be a little bit scary for sure. So the Bray herd pushing forward. Empire Knights probably going to take a charge here to test Flying Taco's micro. Maybe push in here after the Gore herds real quick and see if the bacon can react quick enough. Hard to say. Flyjones falling back a little bit. Empire falling back. Meat is indeed back on the menu, as there's plenty of barbecue for the Empire soldiers so far. Granted, I don't think the Church of Sigmar would let them eat that meat, considering it's warped by the taint of chaos. Probably turn them into some sort of a chaos spawn as well. So classic Empire getting a good surround. Franz going to be going in with Galmaraz. Going to be whooping down some of the Beastmen troops here on the periphery. Those Ungor Spearman herds are now terrified. And what's going to be interesting too is if we really look at it, depending on the outcome of this game, seeing how the players change their build in the same matchup based on what they just experienced. That's actually a really interesting factor that hasn't really, been explored too much in Total War Warhammer. Because oftentimes you just switch to a different matchup, right? So yeah, ammunition is running a little bit sparse on some units. Here we're at about half, here we're at half, and they're still eventually going to have to deal with all these pigs. The pigs are going to get in there eventually. Empire Knights coming in. Hopefully Taco can react and hammer these piggies out, or hammer the pigs into these Empire Knights. But the Empire Knights getting a nice charge on the low ground into those Gore herds. Beautiful stuff right there. We do, of course, have the Razor Gore herds, surging up into the high ground to, engage these targets. So now the main fighting's underway. The Empire has chosen the hill upon which it would like to fight. Empire Knights charging into Gore herds, doing a lot of damage, actually, on the low ground. Taco definitely needs to get his great weapons and some of these other troops into combat. Seems like he's a little bit delayed on some of his engagements. But nonetheless, here he comes. There's lots of micro, of course. The pigs are going to be countercharging Empire Knights, who will take some heavy casualties. Pretty much all the Empire Knights that are trapped back here will be cut down. On the low ground, though, some of the Gore Herds are taken out rather quickly. Karl Franz flying overhead looking for opportunities. Grenade launchers going down. Just absolute anarchy here in this battlefield. So Franz is going to be... Oh no, Franz lands right in front of a bunch of Minotaurs with great weapons. If Taco sees this and gets his Razor Gores and the great weapons on top of Franz and can trap him in, man, that would be brutal. But oh no! He pulls the Razor Gores back. I guess he didn't want to get surrounded by or engaged on by the Flagellants there, but that could have been a really, really nice pick there for sure. Up on the high ground, some of the Spearmen here getting worn down by the Gore Herds and the Razor Gores and other troops like that. And the Minotaurs with great weapons actually are going to be getting an optimal fight into the Empire Knights and the pigs coming in. So this is actually really good. The Beastmen here are going to be able to do some serious hurt. In the center mass, you can see, of course, the Beastmen still fighting Flagellants, other troops like that. Some of the piggies are buckled off, and Cygor Summon has been activated. So looks like another Vile Tide coming down to do some damage against the Tattered Souls, the souls that have been tattered. But, you know, Sooth is doing a really good job surrounding the army. You can see here, 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 and here. He has assets just waiting to chase off routing Beastmen forces, which is like a very high-level, you know, play for sure. To have that presence of mind and that patience to not engage troops and just like pick things off as they break in these very sparse engagements is quite solid. Granted, you know, of course, the infantry for the Empire is getting buckled here. You can see these guys being pushed back as the Bray Herd going to be coming in, going for the kill, the death ball of the Beastmen. That's been doing Taco very well throughout today's tournament. You know, winning a lot of matchups that are, you know, very, very tough for the Beastmen. So here he comes. Although I don't really know, you know, how this matchup is perceived. I wonder if it's like most people consider it to be Empire favored or, you know, Beastmen favored. I really don't know. So here, Empire Knights, I feel like it's a pretty even one, to be honest. So the Beastmen Bray Herd going to be slamming down the hill. The Empire going to be delaying the engagement, basically trickling in forces. Spearmen with shields are now going to be going into fight, which will eventually get crumped. But, you know, it's wearing down the Beastmen. It's wasting their summons. Oh, no! In Sooth, the Pistoliers get caught a little bit by the pigs. But it looks like Sooth is able to get back. They're actually wavering. They might break 12-0 leadership. It looks like they're going to be okay. They just barely get away from the Bray Herd. So on top of that, Karl Franz is going to be landing. Galmaraz wielded in one hand. Going to be doing glorious battle with the Razor Gore Herds. And this is a close battle, honestly. But if Franz gets caught here by all this mass and bacon, that could be something that could end the game. Like if Franz goes down, I don't think the Empire is going to be able to finish off Morker. Cygor Summon dissipating. Balance of power is still pretty even. Franz does get away from the massive Minotaurs. You know, he probably wants to get out here. But man, look at the buffs popped. Galmaraz, Rune Fang, Stand Your Ground, Earthblood. Franz is just steroided to the gills right now. Usada is going to be coming looking for Franz at the UFC testing center there. And Morker the Shadow Gave going to be going to battle with Franz now. Reichland Rune Fang popped. But a lot of the Empire Knights are being cleaved in combat. They do not want to be fighting Minos with great weapons. Minotaurs with great weapons hit super hard against such targets. Granted, Franz is back there causing problems. And yeah, looks like the Empire Knights are now broken despite the Rune Fang being active. The Beastmen, you know, getting a nice collapse here, but, you know, Sooth still has a lot. He's got Empire Knights here. He's got Empire Knights back here that are full health. He's got Spearmen. He has ammunition here on the Outriders. And, of course, he has Pistoliers back here chasing off these Ungors. So, you know, the Beastmen are kind of corralled. And, like, if a single bad terror rout or a mass surround happens, a lot of the Minotaurs might buckle. Bushes of Kalkengard going to be charging into the Spearmen here, who are unbraced, taking a volley of Pistolier fire to the face. Granted, they are shielded with silver shields, and they regenerate. Well, this is a close game, man. This is awesome. Steroided to the gills indeed. Yeah. Franz is back using the grenade launcher fire on his Outriders to try and polish off any of the supporting infantry. The ground fight is here. Sooth still has ammo, so if he wants to kite, he can. He doesn't have to take an engagement. The only time he would have to engage is when he obviously runs out of ammo and things like that. And Sooth knows that. He's played in a million tournaments, so he will, I'm sure, follow that. The Bray Herd chasing, though. We do, of course, have Empire Knights there falling back, and you can see some state troops trying to rally here. I'm sure they'll be given attack orders to go sacrifice himself to the Bray Herd, and Flying Taco probably just going to go over here and finish off the Spearmen and stuff. Like, chasing over here, you're not going to catch anything. I would probably just go here and get these freebies. There's like 3 groups of Spearmen here that are running for the hills. Pistolier is getting some nice shots in the back. Morker's in good shape. We still do have a Bray Shaman of Wild, so there could be more Vile Tides, but... Hold, Sons of Sigmar, hold! Oh, no! The Minotaurs just cleave through their spear wall instantly, just breaking those guys. Nasty, nasty stuff. Look at this. Oh my god, guys. Check this out. Can you imagine? I know, can you imagine being one of these guys? 3 Sons of Sigmar, the valiant men of the Empire, holding firm. Just going in hard there. So, yeah, they're falling back. Sooth is doing a little bit of poking with his Pistoliers, shooting into the back of these forces, using every last morsel of ammunition before he commits to the final fight. And basically, Sooth is getting a big final battle ready. He's going to use the last of his ammo to buy time for him to get a big surround. A grenade launcher is going in as well. Sons of Sigmar, of course. Look at this guy. We got to watch this one brave soul here. Here he is. Wait, where he is. Get up. Come on, buddy. Fight. Fight, son of Sigmar. Oh. Oh, he's still going. He's still going. Oh, there he goes. No, is he still alive? It looks like he might still be alive. Anyways, probably focus on the battle here. Franz comes in for the Alpha Strike, and now the Empire descends for its final thrust. And they pull ahead on the bounce of power. Reichel and Runefang, Earthblood active. The Beastmen are fully surrounded, but a Cygor summon from Flying Taco in the 4th quarter. It's been his trick all day. Will it save him? I don't think so, because Minotaurs don't do well at being charged. They only have 35 armor and pretty terrible melee defense. But Franz is kind of getting slapped a little bit, guys. The Cygor summon very, very nice here, but you know, there's still ammo on the Pistoliers. If he wants to, he can still just kind of keep poking, but it looks like the Cygor is broken. And the Emperor of Mankind is going to be taking out the Shadow Gabe with a fierce claw. And the state troops descend over the battlefield, marching over the remnants of the Beastmen horde. The Cygor fleeing for the hills. And there you have it, my friends. Game 1 is going to be going to the Sons of Sigmar and Tlaxlan Soothsayer. But remember, this is best of 3 here in the finals. The Beastmen shall bring another army. Morkor shall be reborn once more, as he actually does in the lore. And the Empire must fend them off once more. It's a full victory. Man, what a battle. Look at that. This is epic. Morkor going down there. The Cygor being broken by the full surround. And a couple Ungor Spears trying their hearts out. Some Minotaurs coming back in. It's just not going to be enough. Morkor will go down to Karl Franz eventually. GG, what a game, I know. I know. These games have been epic today, like all of them. Because they're fighting for their factions, you know? They're not mercenaries anymore. Nice boulder throw from the Cygor there. Game 2. So next we'll do, for the map, I'm trying to think of a fun one we could do. Mushroom Cave's kind of annoying because of the camping capabilities, but against the terrain. So next map. Next map is... we will do... I'm trying to think what would be a fun one. We'll do Angui. It's a classic. It's a fair map. It's really well balanced. Get a blocker up. And let's go ahead and update the scoreboard. For the first time today, we actually have to update it because it's not best of 1. Grenade launchers were MVPs. Yeah, guys, and if you're enjoying this stream, make sure to drop some love, of course. Likes and interaction always help out from a business perspective, as much as I hate asking for them. It does help. 206 kills on the grenade launchers, I know. It's nuts. The Cygor boulder landed right in that center mass, didn't it? We could do Altorf Outskirts. I think Angui is fine. If it goes to game 3, we'll do Altorf Outskirts for the final battle. Shetland, you're so right, though. In retrospect, I don't want to switch it on them again, because they're already picking their armies, but... oh, I hate Blue Reach River. Oh, God, I hate that map. The Empire marching to defend the ladies, yes. I know, Shetland. It's totally right. Guys, I'm setting up our glorious mod Wicked has helped set up the People's Champion vote, so you guys can vote for that. I like your stream, Turin, but I didn't like doing it. And guys, make sure to check out our sponsor as well in the description. They've put forward a substantial amount of money here, $250 for the prize pool. It's an awesome card game featuring Wookiee, created by a fellow content creator in the Total War community. So if you want to support someone in our community who also is supporting multiplayer, that is the place to do it. So definitely head on over, brothers. All right, so 1 sec here. Stand firm, Sons of Sigmar, for the Emperor! Maybe 2 grenades this time? Maybe 2 grenades, huh? We will see. So, Flying Taco, yeah, this is really cool. I actually kind of am starting to understand this format a little more because I'm getting to see a different army be built. He realizes what was bad last game, and he's, building to change. Building to be more prepared for that style of play, which is awesome. There's plenty of foliage for the Beastmen here. So the vote for the Hero of the People is going to be going up at the end of the stream. And for the People's Champion, they get the 3rd place prize, essentially. So they're going to get $25, which is cool, So, if, and I'll remind you guys of what everyone was playing while the vote is going on. And you guys can vote. But it'll be up soon. Man, I did not expect the stream to go 5 hours, but I am having a blast. Goodness gracious. Well played to everyone. This has just been an awesome day. It's going to be pretty hard to top Romulan Dog's builds earlier for the People's Champion vote, in my opinion. He won against like an awesome Greenskin build with quad bloat. 4 bloated corpses. 4 of them. And they all made contact with like beautiful engagements. Shetland Apache says, first tournament I ever did was a best of 5 with only 1 faction. Oof. Yeah, that's a little too much, I feel. We're doing the votes at the end. Now, you guys can't vote. If you guys can't vote for Taco or Soothsayer because they're getting prizes, so you need to vote for someone who did not place in the top 2. You know what was really crazy? Was seeing, I'm back, guys. Was seeing that one son of Sigmar standing amongst like a million Beastmen, just like holding, just like with his shield and sword, like, oh, just being knocked over. What a hero that guy was. What a hero. Yeah, the first battle was really good. I mean, great battles across the board. I'm sure Falcon will be back with his lizards to claim vengeance on the old world once more. Oh my god. Oh my god, this Taco build is lunacy. Oh my god. I don't know. This is crazy. You guys are going to love this. Soothsayer's ready. I can't see Soothsayer's build. I can only see Taco's build because of I'm not the host of this lobby. Oh man. Here it comes, guys. Here it comes. Taco's, the builds that Taco is theory crafting right now are just so off the rails in a good way. The quad bloat, I know, it's hard to pull against quad bloat. Quad bloat is terrifying indeed. And thank you guys so much for your support today. It's been, I see you guys, a lot of people supported our lovely sponsor, which is great. Very generous donations across the board. It's great to see that kind of love for multiplayer. We got a donation coming in from, I missed this while I was doing something else, I guess. Slaminik. He says, awesome tournament, awesome fights, awesome commentary. Thanks, and hopefully we see this format again. Well, we will. This is the biggest stream I've ever had. It actually even beat the Everchosen, the first one that I hosted on my channel. So thank you guys, and thank you for your donation, man. I really appreciate it. Very generous of you. No, guys, don't worry. I'm going to get the screen blocker. It's there, right? Isn't it? Yes, it's there. Quad Cygor, that's against the rules, unfortunately. You can bring a single Cygor and then summon like 2 more, so you could have tri Cygor for sure. If you're going to bring a Cygor, though, I have more sleep is the way to go because it has a snare, which is really good against Empire. Like locking down like a Franz type character and surrounding him is like really powerful. No, they can't see each other's builds. No. The only time they see the build is once they see it in battle. And a lot of times Beastmen troops and various units in this game have a ability called Stalk, which means they're basically invisible. And guys, like an absolute boss, I get rid of the faction blocker right away. It is Shadow. Completely. All right, guys, and here we are. In the grand finals, best of 3 between Flying Taco and Talaxtala and Soothsayer. Flying Taco overcoming some serious adversity, as did Soothsayer. Very hard fights across the board. Some of the best players in Total War Warhammer were playing in today's tournament. And now we're here with the top 2. The Beastmen on the ropes, but actually in the lore. What's really interesting about Morkor the Shadowgave is when he actually dies in lore, he basically just like gets reborn somewhere else, like almost immediately or like shortly after. So he's Minotaurs. He has 6 Minotaurs. He has a Mino bus. He has Morkr the Shadowgave and 4 Hounds. Oh my god. So basically he's like, I'm going to chase down your Pistoliers and Grenade Launchers and then club you with a Minotaur Death Star. This is an ambitious build for sure, but it has some teeth, to say the least. He also has a Bray Shaman of Amber Spear and Manticore Summoning. And now for the Sons of Sigmar in the Empire. Oh man, Sooth changed up his build hardcore. I love it. So for Soothsayer, we got Spearmen, we have Flagellants across the entire front line, a really durable front line. We have some Empire Knights, a Jade Wizard to kind of help bolster. In the back, we have Pistoliers, looks like some Free Company Militia, and I mean, it's a pretty similar build, but this time he has a Warrior Priest, he has more Infantry, he has a Minor Gun Line in the back, and he does not have the Grenade Launchers this time. So what's really funny is now there's not too many targets for the actual Hounds to chase, other than, you know, routing units and things like that. So Soothsayer with the mind games. The Mino bus is on the way. Zyphos knows what's up. Zyphos with the words of wisdom. Mino bus is the only way to play Beastmen. I agree with you, brother. That's a paddling. Oh my god. Taco. This is a good build though. Taco isn't memeing. He is not memeing right now, I don't think. I mean, maybe he can tell us differently in the comments afterwards, but I feel like he's trying to shut down the playstyle that he just engaged. He just faced off against Pistoliers and Grenade Launchers. He had no mobility really to catch them. Now he has a bunch of mobility, and he's like, screw him with the Gore Herds. They just get wrecked anyways. Let's just get more Minotaurs. Which is awesome. That is awesome indeed. Oh, Lady Turin, make sure to check out the box. Did you just link the box? I can't check it right now, darling, but do drop it. So Lady Turin's working on an awesome like werewolf kind of skin wolf commission. Well, not commission, but a gift. And it looks freaking awesome. She just finished it. So Anna, post that again if you could. Yeah, so he's fine. He has different variants of the Minotaurs and whatnot. So he's got shields. He's got great weapons. Life's good. So the Hounds are surging out, but oh no, it looks like the Empire Knights might be able to get the ambush, which is not something you hear terribly often. Soothsayer is going to be advancing out of the forest. Now, Sooth could actually... I don't even want to put this out there, but Sooth could camp in the tree line, but he doesn't have the missiles to kind of force the engagement, so he kind of has to come out here and fight. I would imagine Sooth is going to maybe fall back into the trees. Granted, the Minotaurs would probably be a little bit tougher, and the Empire Knights will take heavy penalties in the tree line as well. So the Mino bus is like, screw your charge defense. We're coming in hard, and we're going to put some serious chopping here. Now, I don't think it's worth running from the Free Company Militia fire. I don't think it's that punishing. Honestly, just crumping these Spearmen is probably worth it. And what's really cool about the Mino bus is it's so fast, he can like stick and move wherever he wants to go. And it looks like he's going to bull rush right through that front line and go for the Free Company Militia, which I think is ambitious. I think it's a mistake, but we'll see if it pays off. Now in the back, the Mino bus collapses. Oh, the Mino bus gets a huge ambush on these Empire Knights who are getting just crumped now. Hounds, Minotaurs just whomping on them, just doing a ton of damage. Morkr the Shadowgave probably going to be dropping summons here as well. And the Mino bus is fighting hard. Manticore summon being dropped as well. Minotaurs with great weapons going down very, very quickly to Franz. And the spawns have been summoned here. So both players just a knockdown, drag-out fight. Is the Beastmen Mino bus going to be able to just bust on over these state troops? We will see. Now in the back we have Hounds. We have all kinds of pressure coming in. I mean, but basically this is it. There's a little bit of a surround. There are some Pistoliers. So the Hounds of Taco, I'm not sure where they are. It looks like they're all committed to the fight. Taco may have committed a little bit prematurely to this big blob fight. Granted, he is doing some decent damage to all these forces. I mean, the Swordsmen, Spearmen are all kind of getting worked down a little bit, but he's also taking a lot of pressure from the Pistoliers just kind of shooting freely. Franz also going to be going for a gooning on the Bray Shaman. Granted, he's going to be intercepted by the Butchers of Kalkengard. Should be able to force him back. And now the Mino bus is back on the move. You can see a couple of Hounds from Taco. He needs to get them down here. Taco needs to get these Hounds and chase down the Pistoliers, put some pressure, because those Pistoliers are really putting some serious hurt on his Minotaur Death Star. So here, it's Laxon Soothsayer, and the Sons of Sigmar hold valiantly against the onslaught, but a second wave of Beastmen pressure coming in, and going to be just trying to, like, they're just like, screw your Spearmen, dude. We're just running through things and trying to do whatever damage we can. But yeah, but we got Hounds coming in. I mean, if the Empire Knights get chased back, Hounds can chase them off the battlefield for sure. Taco's Death Star is still, standing relatively strong. We do get the Spawn Summon, and it looks like the Spawn Summon was created from some Spearmen here. So the second wave of Spawn is out. Looks like Flying Taco might be trying to grab his Manticore to go after the caster, but Soothsayer with Franz is just lurking, and he needs to delay this fight. Sooth basically just needs to draw this out to the point where all the Beastmen summons and all the really aggressive things they've unleashed on the battlefield are just gone. Because Beastmen are really a faction like that. They're someone that, you know, blows their load early, often finishes you quick, but if they don't, you can outlast them. That's really how you play against Beastmen. Well, nonetheless, the Mino Death Star's in okay shape. I mean, that's a lot of Minotaurs for sure, and the Sons of Sigmar are a little bit tattered up. Some Empire Knights back here, and Franz are able to push back the Chaos Warhounds with poison, but now the Minotaurs are coming in for round 2. You can see them charge into these spears. Flagellants are going to be a bit of an issue too. Flagellants hit hard against light armor, so they can certainly do some work against the Minotaurs. In the back, we do have Pistoliers doing some solid work as well, but the Manticore summons from Taco have been causing some pressure. At the very least, they're occupying Franz. Like, Franz isn't, you know, going after something of more value back here. He's having to fight here, which is tough. Empire Knights here should get pushed off by Chaos Warhounds of Poison. Maybe their 110 armor might keep those bad boys stable. Franz is in good shape for the most part too. And what do we have left? Morker is in good shape. The Minotaurs here are also some spears here. And I think Taco knows that he's a little bit behind in this game. He needs to go all in. He needs to trap up Franz. And that was a really good play. He moved the Minotaurs past Franz, and then he got the surround. This is Taco's last chance, in my opinion. I think Franz needs to pay the troll toll here, because if Franz gets away, I think that's going to be game over. So the Minotaurs are doing a really good job. You know, all the buffs from Franz are popped. These ones are just barely holding. 2-8 leadership. Morker, the Shadow Gave's coming nearby. And it looks like, oh man, Franz with all the buffs. Sigmar holding firm. We have the Regrowth. We have the Shield of Faith. And I think that's going to be the end of the Bray Herd. Like, that was their last gambit right there. But I just don't think they're going to be able to do it. I think Franz is going to hold firm for Sigmar. Those buffs really saving him there. His men came to him for once, which is nice. He didn't have to rescue them like in the cinematic. And now the Bray Herd is pretty much done for. I think the Minotaur Death Star has run its course. A glorious build, to say the least. But he says, well played. Minos couldn't do it this time, says Flying Taco. But man, what a champion. What a champion indeed. And there you have it, guys. Morker, the Shadow Gave, is going to be surrounded. Once again, smited by the Emperor. All to the might of Karl Franz. And the Beast Taco has been taken out by the Empire. But man, who would have expected, right? We have these like very traditional top tier factions like Dark Elves and, you know, Lizardmen and Tomb Kings and Vampire Coast. And then we get an Empire versus Beastmen Game 1 Old World Final. Awesome stuff. Awesome stuff. So congratulations to Talaxlan Soothsayer and the Sons of Sigmar. The Empire has won the day, crushing the foes of mankind. And Flying Taco, the worthy adversary, coming in second place with the Beastmen. Despite some tough odds, he came in, won some hard matchups, and played some great games. And also, guys, before we leave, hang tight, brothers. We got to vote. So this vote is going to be open for a fair couple minutes here. So let's go ahead and get this going. So vote here, if you could. And this is for the People's Champion. All right, guys. So this is a straw poll. Vote for the People's Champion. We're linking it. Chat's going too fast. But go vote. I'm going to put it on a timer. So 2 minutes from now. So at 1:56 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, the vote will close. So you guys have 2 minutes to vote. 2,000 people, 3,000, 2,300 something. Do it to it. Vote. This is for the People's Champion, the straw poll. And remember, guys, if you need kind of a refresher on who was playing earlier, let's go ahead and take a look. Here are all the competitors. We, of course, had Falcon with his glorious double laser build in the beginning. Zero and the Warriors of Chaos played earlier as well with his Chaos Knights, but being surprised by Xiphos with some pretty dank Treekin play. And then we had Grombrindle with the Gyrocopter Swarm trying his best, but alas was taken apart by Alric Rahl and his mass throwing axe build. Hadrius, of course, a great run across the board with a Game 1 win over Falcon, getting pretty close to the finals. Amazing games for sure. We, of course, saw Xiphos with the crazy Treekin play. And this is, take this all into account while you're voting, guys. We have a couple minutes for this, 2 minutes on the vote left. And yeah, we saw some amazing Treekin play, some good kiting play, some amazingly close games. And Odion Raym, of course, the Vampire Counts, you know, they tried, but they had a little bit of trouble cracking that box in their game. But glorious stuff. We had the Vargulfs, we had Manfred, and his all of his baldness was present. Chosen One as well, Vampire Coast. We got to see some fun games, and Vampire Coast really had some good representation today. We had the great Romulan dog with the quad bloat, Crabbling with some really good Skaven play, a great series against Soothsayer, great games against Xiphos as well. Aerocrastic, we got to see the advent of the Aero Titan, bring in the Titan twice, winning 2 really hard-fought games with the Aero Titan, and it was awesome to see. LL Conan Bretonnia, you know, a tough match, but, you know, he went down against Flying Taco and put up a really good fight, and Flying Taco made it all the way to the final, so great play on him. And, of course, who could forget Romulan Dog and his amazing quad bloat followed up by quad Hulk play. amazing stuff. Vicious Satsuma was the victim of the quad bloat, but nonetheless, Warzog was, dancing about, and it was a good game. He made for a really solid match there. And it was really fun seeing that Satsuma build and play, but apparently he didn't see the bloats coming. But who would in competitive play with a prize pool? Who would? It would have got me too. So well played to him. Ulrich Rahl, great role playing today, staying in character, going hard in the paint with his Norskin force. And he did really well. Ulrich had some really solid games. A very innovative build against the Dwarfs, I have to say. And of course, Zablaski. He had to face off against Soothsayer, but he brought the Great Eagles, the Lord of the Rings Eagle build, coming in hard and just narrowly losing a game against Sooth, which he almost brought back. So well played to Zablaski as well. So guys, the time is up. We're going to look at the results here. Let's go look at the results. And guys, Romulan Dog has won by a massive margin. Not massive, actually. It's pretty close. Romulan Dog with 127 votes. Aerocrastic with 91 votes. Very, very close stuff. The Aero Titan was beloved, but the Quad Bloat is pretty hard to beat, especially winning with it. So there you have it, guys. We have the tail of the tape. It is all done. Let's go to the bracket and finalize everything. We forgot to do this earlier. There we go. It's official now. Soothsayer is going to be our grand champion. The Sons of Sigmar rise once again. Soothsayer will win $150. Flying Taco is going to be coming in with $75. And for the People's Champion prize, Romulan Dog is going to be getting the $25 in that respect. And again, guys, before we close out, special thanks to our sponsors, the Kittens vs. Puppies card game, created by Shadow Online Gaming, a fellow content creator here in the Total War community. He has Wookiee in the game, all sorts of great stuff. Please make sure to check him out on his Kickstarter page if you haven't, in the description. He's an awesome guy, great person, really supports the community, and putting forward this prize pool really added some spice to this event. So, guys, that is going to be it. I love best of 3 for my faction tournaments. Thank you for the stream. Must be my inner StarCraft 2 spectator, says William Lange. I'm glad you enjoyed it, man. I'm glad you enjoyed it. So, guys, the champion has been determined. Soothsayer. I'm sure he'll be back to represent the Sons of Sigmar next time we have this event. Please do drop a like on the way out. It does help out quite a bit. Special thanks to the mods for helping out. You guys are absolute aces. Couldn't do it without you guys. The mods put together the People's Champion vote. They helped slay the hordes of Slaanesh sex bots that attacked our... I probably shouldn't have even said that, but that attack our channel. It's going to summon them once again. Just doing so much work. And just absolutely amazing stuff. And thank you, darling. My lovely wife. Make sure to check out her box if she wants to drop another link. And man, just awesome stuff all around. So special thanks to the donations as well. Let's go ahead and read through them. We got, one second here, I'm going to Streamlabs so I don't miss anything. From William Lange, Slamanik, Spicy Burb, Masiek. I should know that. It's a Polish name. I'm working on it. It's tough. Thank you so much. F Yak again. One Man's Way. We have Oberst Schnitzel, Gottmotor, SSIO, Patrick Blanchett, SSIO again, Dwayne Becker, Aaron Larmour, Bonry Swirl, Mr. Nyatek, thank you so much for the Zlatus as well. Rando Howard, Ozkirk, Pickled Buddha, Steve Hernandez for the True Dark God Wookiee. I love that one. Italian Spartacus, Simon Benjamin, Tamantin, Lars, thank you so much, man, for all your support. And then Nicholas, MJ, Flying Dutchman. Man, there was a lot. Thank you guys so much today. People like this format, I guess. One Man's Way, Klausy, Yavik, Simon Ardron, Jack Dempsey, the K-Dog, coming in, dropping that doggy donation. Good stuff. Love Ogard, Tamanten, Eric Salvet, and that is it for donations today. My goodness, what a run this has been. Every time I play campaign, I always name 2 Lords Turin and Turin's Queen. Dude, that's awesome, man. Yeah, darling, drop a link to your box as we close the stream. It's freaking awesome. If you guys are interested in that kind of work, she'll do it. All right, guys, I'm out of breath. I'm tired. My voice is raw. I'm going to go relax. But thank you guys so much for joining. Congratulations to Soothsayer, our grand champ. Flying Taco, follow up to everyone else who played today. So now we're going to jump on over to the opening screen so you guys can see our champions from today. And I'll see you guys on the other side. Take care.